These are the funniest fake Minecraft speedruns. Like, comment, and subscribe. Totally legit merch is out now. Wear the coolest merch while watching the funniest videos ever. We got stickers, beanies, hats, hoodies, shirts, desk mats, and so much more, all on Ayundaru.org. We even got youth sizes. Don't miss out on this limited time offer. Use code LEGIT for 10% off your order.
This speedrun is unusual for a variety of reasons. Number one, what is an infinipearl and why is it trademarked? Number two, the speedrunner is so bad that they actually get trapped in this powder snow. Yeah, they waste a good 20 to 30 seconds just trying to escape this snow. It is hilarious. Until we finally discover what the infinipearl is. Well, they use it to escape the snow. It's exactly what you'd expect. And as soon as they teleport, they turn around and they find a ruined portal. And they're still struggling in the snow. They take a peek at the ruined portal chest, and it is loaded to the brim with a lot of good stuff, including speedrunner bulk. What in tarnation? Is this even a legitimate copy of Minecraft? Well, the speedrunner eats the bulk, and I guess they're bulked now. Did I miss an update? Can someone help me out in the comments here? The speedrunner attempts, emphasis on attempts, building the ruined nether portal. I don't think this guy has ever heard of a straight line before. Despite that, and despite him not removing that crying obsidian, somehow he still lights the portal. Is this even possible? And surprise, surprise, of course, the speedrunner is right in front of a nether fortress, full to the brim of blazes. So they pearl into the nether fortress, at least they tried to, by accident falling into the pit of lava, and I guess they're fine? This speedrun is beginning to feel like one of those dreams where you show up to class in just your underwear. This is such a fever dream. I guess they survive their slip into the lava, so they proceed to kill blazes. But they quite literally are on the brink of death 1, 2, 3, 4 different times, somehow managing to get 5 blaze rods, which is an absolute miracle for their skill level. So the speedrunner returns to their nether portal, but unfortunately they begin to be chased by this army of piglins. So to avoid being almost killed a 5th time, they just throw all their gold in the ground and hope for the best. Dropping a total of 56 gold ingots and getting 45 ender pearls, I am more likely to win the lottery 1,000 times in a row than this happening. So even though the gold distracted the piglins for just a moment, the speedrunner still almost dies trying to enter the nether portal, and somehow by a miracle they actually get in and go back to the overworld. And once in the overworld, the speedrunner crafts 10 eyes of ender, unfortunately wasting most of them. What a dummy. While the speedrunner is trying to locate the stronghold, I'm taking a look around their world, and this seed is very suspicious. There are 2 more ruined nether portals, and I'm pretty sure I see diamond on this mountain here, which really makes you wonder, where do you think the stronghold is? So the speedrunner crafts some diamond tools, and then they dig down. On their way down, though, they find a strange ore, mining it, getting an achievement called speedrunning time, and it turns out it's a speedrunner ingot. Again, what in tarnation? But despite all of this, the speedrunner still gets lost, almost dies to a witch, and somehow it turns out they were directly above the portal room the entire time. And remember how I said they wasted all their eyes of ender? Yeah, well, do the math here. You got 6 unfilled frames, and he has 4 eyes of ender. So it's time to make your bets. What do you think this goofball is gonna do? $10 says he summons the banana man or the pee-pee trader. No, well, actually, the speedrunner left clicks on the 2 empty frames, and yeah, one of the frames is just replaced with an end portal. I mean, hey, that works too. So the speedrunner jumps into their single end portal, entering the end, and come on again. This is not the first time I've seen this. They are in a completely different version of Minecraft. Who has the time to do this? So the speedrunner approaches the dragon and begins to wallop him. Wait a second, why is the speedrunner turning around? They walk away from the ender dragon, and the speedrunner finds a mech suit? Wait, that was so cool. Why'd they pause the game? Wait a second, what is that setting? 4K RTX realism? Oh my goodness, they just turned it on. Wait, what's going on here? That was the coolest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. A+ to the speedrunner. This speedrun, I'm gonna need help in the comments figuring out what exactly happened here, because it is very professional, but also so wrong. The speedrunner spawns in a forest, and then they break this very specific window, jumping up and accessing this chest in a village house. And everything looks pretty normal here, other than finding the exact number of obsidian they would need to build a nether portal. I mean, look, maybe this guy is just pretty lucky. So they find a pickaxe, and they continue to loot the village houses and get some beds. speedruns. This section, though, is extremely confusing to me as the speedrunner starts breaking cobblestone in this house, and I don't know if I'm just tired, but there seems to be a very sudden cut. Yeah, actually, wait a second. Now that I take a look back at this footage, something's definitely wrong here. If I go frame by frame here, I don't know if that cobblestone just turned into obsidian or if this is a graphical glitch, but right after this happens, suddenly he's just in a completely different area. So what is this, the magical teleporting block? And that's what's pretty confusing about this cut, is that it seems like nothing is different. So the speedrunner kills a squid and then they get some dye. They go back to the village, breaking a bookshelf and then crafting a book and quill. And here's where I just get so lost. They open up the book and quill and write, I'm not even sure how to say this, a baptized redivides. What is this guy, a Harry Potter fan? What's going on here? And for a while, there is no follow-up as to what this book and quill's purpose is for the speedrun, until they go in the mines, mine some iron ore, and start smelting it. So they build their nether portal, craft flint and steel with their iron, light the nether portal, and remember the book and quill from earlier? Well, here's where it all comes together. Yeah, they just threw that book into the nether portal, and now it looks like it leads to the dark dimension. You know how in my previous videos where I would say they enter the nether, but I say the end by accident? Well, this time, the speedrunner enters the end with the nether portal. What in tarnation? For some reason, the speedrun just goes into a video editor, and they're saying that the speedrun is legit because there's no cut when they enter the end. But if you look back at the timeline, there's like 40 different cuts. Buddy just exposed himself by trying not to expose himself. I cannot deal with this. And for the most part, when they get on the end island, they actually do look like they know exactly what they're doing when it comes to professional speedrunning. Except for when they just put 10x speed on the screen and speed up everything. To be fair, in my personal opinion, the Ender Dragon fight is more boring than watching paint dry, so I do kind of appreciate that the speedrunner sped this part up. And honestly, I don't even care at this point if the speedrun is fake or not. This guy is literally preaching to the choir by typing perch in the chat box. Couldn't have said it better, buddy. After what seems like an eternity, the speedrunner actually does do really well with killing the dragon with beds, beating the game in really amazing time despite me not having any idea what just happened. And I was actually pretty interested in figuring out why there were still minutes left of this video when I found this at the end of it. Special edition TNT Minecraft Nuke. Okay guys, I know this isn't the usual, but we gotta watch this. So someone in the comments is gonna have to help me figure out what exactly is happening here, but it looks like he's jamming in a bunch of minecarts with TNT into a single block. Alright, actually that was pretty cool. This is quite literally the fastest speedrun I've ever witnessed in my entire life. The speedrunner creates their world, and we actually have to wait like a whole minute for the loading screen to finish. And as soon as they load into the world, they jump and a nether portal literally appears out of thin air. Well, I guess they're going to the nether now. And before the world even loads in, they get a ton of new recipes and advancements, and they have blaze rods and ender pearls already in their inventory. Somehow the blaze rods turn into blaze powder, and then that's added to the ender pearls to create eyes of ender. If someone has any idea how this is working, I am very curious. Please comment down below. And in a split second, an entire end portal is crafted beneath them. And once they're in the end, they jump, which teleports them on top of the end island, and the ender dragon has literally 1 HP. Then the speedrunner uses their bow, kills the dragon, and I guess beats Minecraft in literally 1 minute. But if you don't include the loading screens, it had to have been like 10 seconds. What in tarnation? This speedrunner builds a house. Wait a second. What's going on outside of that house? Oh my goodness. Clearly, there's been some Minecraft updates that I've missed over the past few years. This was an absolute fever dream. It starts off in a seemingly normal world with the speedrunner breaking some wood, but then they change their render distance, and after browsing through the language options, I'm sorry, but what is LOL cat? The speedrunner changes their language to pirate speak. Why? I mean, arg. And right after that happens, the speedrunner jumps into the water, and I am absolutely flabbergasted. The chat box is filled with messages from God, and their inventory is filled to the brim with boats. The speedrunner acts as if nothing unusual has happened, so they go on their merry way, making a crafting table and crafting some tools. Did you just see that? Yeah, their pickaxe o timber was just magically enchanted out of thin air, and then their shovel and axe become enchanted as well. Is this guy just really good at editing? After these mysterious events, the speedrunner starts digging down. Are you noticing anything unusual unusual about their mining. Somehow their magical pickaxe is making cobblestone drop ore. So in a matter of a few seconds, they have gotten emerald, iron, diamond, and netherite all from cobblestone. What in tarnation? I mean,
Shiver me timbers.
well, the speedrunner goes further down into the cave, mining some of this obsidian and making the structure of a nether portal. Unfortunately though, they do not have any flint, which is pretty ironic because their magical pickaxe can just poop out any ore, but the one thing they need, they don't have. So after wasting a very long time trying to find a single block of gravel, the speedrunner finds the mother lode. After getting a bajillion flint, they craft flint and steel and make their way back to their nether portal. Tell me if you notice anything unusual. As soon as they look at this enderman, he just dies instantly and drops a lot of ender pearls. Like I said, this speedrunner works in mysterious ways. So they light the nether portal with the ship's bane. And as soon as they enter the nether, they somehow instantly send messages in chat saying, "Give me some blaze rods, give me some pearls." And in front of them, ender pearls, blaze rods, and eyes of ender. But somehow it just disappears into thin air. So the speedrunner actually goes back into the nether portal, finding their precious items, and they return back to the nether. Wait a second, why are they jumping into the lava? Well, if you ever wondered if there was a lava equivalent of Frostwalker boots, I guess there is. I mean, they are wearing boots. Because the speedrunner has literally everything they need to beat the game, they don't dilly-dally too much in the nether, so they build up as high as they can, making an end portal, lighting it, and returning to the overworld. And once in the overworld, there is a lot of stuff going on around them. There's some enemy mobs, there's some cows that seem to be multiplying themselves when they die. Again, what in tarnation? Anyways, the speedrunner tries to locate the stronghold, and there's not that much wrong with what's going on here, except for the fact that when they look at mobs, they instantly die, and we get a great picture of Minecraft Steve pooping out boats while swimming. So I'm not sure if this next part is just sheer luck, but the speedrunner picks a completely random block of sand to begin digging down on, and they dig directly into the portal room. Honestly, that was pretty impressive. They fill the portal with eyes, jumping in, doing a 360. This part is pretty concerning. Do you see what's going on over there in the middle of the island? What in the world? All right, I'm starting to get a little creeped out now. These villagers are staring at him intently. In the interest of my own personal safety, I am legally obligated to say this one is legit. This speedrunner, you can tell that they're professional. What you're seeing right now on the screen is called the wall, which is put simply loading multiple instances of Minecraft at the same time and having the option to pick one of them if it ends up being a good seed and setup. And you can actually tell that the speedrunner picks the top middle instance to begin their speedrun. They immediately go into this villager house, open up the chest, and take 6 obsidian blocks, which is gonna be great for the nether portal. Wait a second, what did they just build? Is this some sort of practical joke? Because I'm pretty sure they were speedrunning something completely different. Yeah, let's move on.
And that's a new record. 15 seconds.
Yeah, you heard that right. This speedrun was completed in 15 seconds. Just watch. This goofy goober has the balls to say great spawn.
Oh my goodness, great spawn. We spawned in a village.
Buddy, it's impossible to spawn in a villager house. And of course, it wouldn't be a fake Minecraft speedrun if they didn't find a diamond sword in the chest. But hang on a second. Rewind the video and tell me if you just saw what I just saw. Did you rewind it? If I go frame by frame here, you can very clearly see some sort of random speck in the sky. The problem is this guy is literally recording with a toaster oven, so I can't really make out what it is. And yeah, this is definitely one of the strangest villages I've ever seen. Right off the bat, just tons of cows hanging out in a fence. Holy cow. Yeah, I think I just figured out what that speck was in the sky. Because the sky just pooped out 64 enchanted golden apples. And I guess the sky has diarrhea because now it's pooping out experience bottles. So after the speedrunner finishes ends up getting pooped on by the sky, they spot a ruined nether portal farther away from the village. And I just realized now, is their Minecraft skin a chicken? What the cluck? So the speedrunner opens up the ruined nether portal chest and they find 960 gold ingots. And again, they have the balls to say that should be enough.
Yeah, that should be enough gold.
Buddy, that's more than you'd need for world domination. Why would you need this for a speedrun? So the speedrunner enters the nether portal and they encounter the newest Wish.com Walmart Great Value piglet, otherwise known as Island Boy 427. They throw their 960 gold ingots at it, again saying that should be enough.
That should be enough gold.
They literally just get attacked by experience bottles and netherite weapons. And I love how Island Boy 427 just magically floats away into the distance. As one goober floats away, another appears. Tell me if you can see what's going on here. Yep, that's right. Island Boy 427 is back, and this time he's Herobrine. What in tarnation? I love how he just floats out of the water. So the speedrunner gets Eyes of Ender from Herobrine, and again, Island Boy just floats away into the distance. I'm very excited for his return in the speedrun. After all this goofiness, the speedrun suddenly cuts to a new frame of a sign on a dirt block that says nothing here. Gee, I wonder what's there. And directly behind the speedrunner is just Eyes of Ender as far as the eye can see. So the nothing here sign magically breaks the block surrounding it, revealing the end portal beneath it. And when the speedrunner jumps into the end portal, as soon as they're in the end, you can very clearly see a potion bottle floating in the sky. And then the speedrunner says this.
I just wish there was a bridge right there, you know?
Me too, buddy. Me too. Are you serious? At which point an obsidian bridge just begins to build itself out of thin air. And then the speedrunner says this.
I wish there was a tunnel right there.
And can you take a wild guess what happens here? Yeah, a tunnel just magically begins to dig itself. And towards the end is just hilarious because with all of this cheating in mind, the speedrunner never gave himself a pickaxe, so he literally cannot jump up this 2-block wall. And he has to ask his friend to break the block, and the suspense is hilarious.
I wish that block right there would break. I wish that block would break.
I literally cannot make up these next few moments because the speedrunner summons his friend with enchanted golden apples.
I summon Mr. Waffle. Oh my goodness.
At which point Island Boy 427 reveals himself as Mr. Waffle, which by the way is a bigger plot twist than when Luke Skywalker finds out Darth Vader is his father, putting the speedrunner into creative mode, and all of that leads up to this next moment, where the speedrunner is literally holding the Wish.com Ender Dragon hostage.
Make me a portal home, or the end gets it. Thank you so much.
And it looks like the dragon gave in to the demands. I need to get some sleep. This speedrun is the news?
It means
Wait, how did this get into the compilation?
China has successfully killed the Wither and now has the resources necessary to activate a beacon. This story broke in the financial.
This was the wrong footage. This speedrun starts off in a rather unexpected way. I don't know if this is a personal attack on me or they just like to threaten people, but I guess we have to subscribe. And we are greeted by the lovely sound of... I'm not quite sure, a toaster oven? Regardless, this guy's microphone quality is just horrible. But everything looks pretty legit. He's got a timer, you can see the world loading up, everything looks pretty normal here. But as soon as they spawn, a couple things look off here. Number one, they do spawn immediately into a village, which I'll give them that one, that can happen. But they are selecting the 4th slot on their hotbar, which means they probably have already played in this world and just cut it out. Maybe it's a glitch. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt here. So the speedrunner turns around, they enter a blacksmith house, and they find some pretty reasonable looking items. Some obsidian, some iron, everything here looks pretty normal to me. They do get exactly 10 obsidian, which is pretty lucky, but you know, maybe it's possible. But when they go into the next house and open up the chest, that's when things start to look just a little bit fishy here. There's just a little bit more bread and wood than you might imagine would appear in a chest. So the speedrunners spend some time reorganizing their inventory, which is a #1 priority when it comes to speedrunning. And hang on a second, I might be delirious, but I think I just saw something in the distance here. I'm gonna rewind the video. Yeah, I don't know if you see that too, but that looks like a ginormous building with a gold ingot on it. Again, I could just be delirious. Maybe we'll find out later. You may not have noticed what just happened here. For most people, this would go right over their heads. But if you didn't catch it, there was a very slight cut, and for some reason, the speedrunner decided to go into creative mode and then go back into survival mode. He thinks I'm stupid. I'm not gonna let this one get past me, buddy. Regardless, they build their obsidian nether portal, light it, and as soon as they enter the nether, everything looks pretty normal here. They walk around for a bit in the nether, and then they immediately discover a nether fortress, and they also find a very conveniently placed path of netherrack blocks. Good for them. So they jump down onto the path, and the path leads directly to a blaze spawner, which is fantastic news for the speedrunner because they are only 55 seconds into the speedrun, which means they're making world record time right now. The speedrunner kills that only blaze that is available to him, and unfortunately does not get a blaze rod. But I want you to listen for a moment to what he says next.
If I can just get one blaze rod, I should be fine with how good my luck is.
So if you couldn't hear him, the speedrunner said, if I could just get one blaze rod, that'd be fine with how good my luck is, which may or may not be foreshadowing for what happens in the future of the speedrun. They kill another blaze, unfortunately not getting any loot from that one either, but on the third blaze, they do get a blaze rod from it. And they must really believe in themselves because they get that one blaze rod and decide to leave. And before I show you this next part, I don't know if you've ever seen that movie, The Truman Show. It's kind of like that. They see a nether portal, but when they walk right past it, they've entered some sort of Walmart great value overworld. Now, you know, honestly, if I wasn't wearing my contacts right now, if I was squinting my eyes a little bit, this might fool me. Otherwise, it's very clear that they've recreated the overworld. As to why, I have no idea. But they find a block that I'm assuming is supposed to represent the sun. It turns out it is a yellow shulker box full of 64 stacks of gold ingots, which honestly, I have no idea why that would help them right now, but let's just keep on watching and find out what happens. So the speedrunner takes their miraculous loot, they go into their portal and return to the overworld. And I don't know if you remember earlier how I pointed out a ginormous looking gold ingot in the distance, but that is what the speedrunner returns to. So the speedrunner goes up to the strange and new structure, depositing their gold ingots into it, and in the barrel, they suddenly get ender pearls. I honestly don't keep up too much with Minecraft updates, but clearly I've missed out on a handful of them because I don't remember this being in Minecraft. Regardless, the speedrunner crafts their eyes of ender, they throw them up into the air, but when they jump, they fall into a very large chasm. And when they're in the void, they just suddenly appear in the stronghold. I'm not quite sure how this is all happening, but it's very entertaining. So when in the stronghold, it turns out that the portal is completely filled. The likelihood of this happening is extremely low. In addition to that, there's also a random button in the portal room. So they click it, and honestly, I'm not quite sure what's gonna happen next. That button could do anything. It could create a parallel universe. It could spawn an apple. There's only one way we're gonna find out. So at 2 minutes and 40 seconds, the speedrunner has entered the end, and at least this part of the speedrun looks pretty normal. Unfortunately though, the speedrunner just wastes like a whole minute shooting arrows at the dragon and missing most of the shots. But when they're destroying the end crystals, they get tossed by the dragon, and right when they're about to do some sort of bucket clutch or ender pearl clutch and save themselves from death, yeah, you can't make this up, there's a to be continued sign on the screen. So this is definitely the first speedrun I've ever seen where it was broken down into 2 parts. But don't worry, luckily though, I have part 2, and we're gonna watch that right now. So before I play this clip, just take a wild guess as to what might happen. Maybe they land on the ground with a water bucket, maybe they do some sort of hay bale clutch, maybe they throw an ender pearl. Regardless, you are never gonna guess. I'm just gonna play this clip and we can watch it.
No, 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 no!
Yeah, that's right, you cannot make this up. The speedrunner, I guess they found themselves in the back room. The funniest part about this is they very clearly screen recorded this video and forgot to edit out the little YouTube logo on the bottom right of the screen. Suddenly though, the video cuts back to Minecraft. I guess the guy found himself out of the back rooms, and they're now spawned on the beach with an X marks the spot right in front of them. So they dig down and the X marks the spot, finding a lot of random loot in a chest. Very, very convenient. Unusually though, I just realized that the speedrunner forgot to put their timer up, but oh well. So the speedrunner throws their Eye of Ender, and they go running in that direction. Unfortunately though, I don't think that they're actually heading to the stronghold. They're heading to something much, much stranger. Much more strange? You're never gonna guess what they find. It is a very oversized nether portal. Casual. So the speedrunner enters the nether portal, entering the nether, and directly in front of them is a very large path. and the speedrunner decides to do some parkour on this path. They immediately die, and there is a very subtle cut. You know what, I'll give him one get out of jail free card for this one. It was entertaining. So after successfully getting through the parkour, the speedrunner finds another nether portal, and at this point, I'm wondering if this guy made this video just to waste my time. I have no idea what this is leading to. Well, they get into the overworld, and now they're in front of a house. So the speedrunner enters the house, and they find 63 blaze powder just hanging out in a brewing stand. They take the blaze powder, return to the nether portal, and back in the nether, they find a chest full of ender pearls. Well, okay, I guess they have ender pearls and blaze powder now, so they craft eyes of ender, go back into a nether portal, which I am so confused. This is the most complicated speedrun ever. When they return to their cave, it turns out that the stronghold was there. It's just kind of hanging out at the bottom. So the speedrunner fills the end portal with eyes of ender, and they jump into the portal. Of course, I'm not very surprised when they enter the end, and there is a very conveniently mined staircase that leads up to the surface level. On top of that, the Ender Dragon also has like 5 health left. I don't know what else is going to happen in this speedrun. This has been an emotional roller coaster. Yeah, unfortunately though, there's no other twists and turns in this speedrun. They kill the dragon and beat the game. I have no idea what time they got, because when we reached part 2, they just never used a timer again. That was very, very strange. This next speedrun, there is a lot to unpack here. I'm gonna have to warn you, the audio quality and the video quality is as if this guy recorded his video with a toaster oven. On top of that, I don't know why the sky looks like space. We also have the courtesy of having subtitles directly on the screen. They said they just spawned into the game, but they already have a ton of items in their hotbar. So with all that in mind, this is gonna be a little wacky, I'm sure. So I know it's gonna be difficult to tell because of the quality, but they actually enter the house in front of them, opening the chest in front of them, and it has tons of diamonds in it. And if you couldn't tell that they were surprised, the text on the screen reads, "Whoa, no way." They pick up their diamonds, and again, I know the quality is bad. I know it looks like a few pixels on the screen, but if you can't tell, directly in front of them is an end portal. And the speedrunner, they're very surprised based on the text on the screen saying, "Oh, what?" So they jump into the portal, which teleports them to, I think this is the end, and there is a red-looking bean in front of them. And you know what? I just realized I probably should have put a warning out to the headphone users out there. The audio is extremely loud. So I guess somehow this speedrunner teleported into the Among Us dimension. I'll give him 10 points for creativity. So before the imposter is about to kill them, they spawn a bunch of guardians.
The guardian angel saved them.
Pressing a button to call an emergency meeting, and I guess they eject the imposter. Then the video just immediately cuts to the Minecraft credit screen. So I guess they beat the game, and this was definitely the most unique speedrun I've ever seen. Okay, so this speedrun, there's some stuff cut out of it, which is very concerning. As soon as I play it, you're gonna know what I'm saying. They use a funky little Windows Movie Maker transition, but it is very concerning that they are deleting the entire section that encompasses world creation, which leads me to believe this speedrun might be just a little fishy. The speedrunner spawns into their world and everything looks seemingly normal. The only thing I can comment on here is that they're selecting the second slot in their hotbar. I don't know what it is, but it seems like every fake Minecraft speedrun, the speedrunners always forget to just shift the selector to the first slot. It really is not that difficult. Such a rookie mistake. Anyways, the speedrunner approaches this tree and begins breaking the wood. So they break down the tree, collect the wood, but there is a very sudden cut. Then the speedrunner claims that they have to turn back and collect some of the wood that they forgot.
Okay guys, before we craft wooden tools, I think I'm just gonna grab the wood that I left behind.
But when they turn around, there is a very large stack of wooden planks. Which, come on dude, that's not even how the wood would drop. It should be oak logs, not planks. And after picking up an enormous amount of wooden planks, I don't know what happened. I think my computer broke. No, my computer did not break. The speedrunner just cut out a big chunk of the video. And when the video comes back, they have wooden tools. I'm so confused. I don't understand why they're cutting all this stuff out. So the speedrunner goes to some stone and they start mining it for cobblestone tools. And again, there is another cut and the speedrunner suddenly has stone tools. Genuinely, this is just a lot to keep track of. There are so many cuts. It kind of defeats the purpose of a speedrun. Anyways, I'm just gonna keep on watching. I'm intrigued. So the speedrunner continues exploring the world and they find a village. But when they're in the village, you might not catch this, but on the left side of the screen, it very clearly says set on game game mode to survival. Now, most people would think I'm a big dum-dum and I wouldn't notice this, but Buddy's not gonna pull a fast one on me. Well, the speedrunner hits an iron golem, then pulls some 360 no-scopes on him, getting 5 iron ingots, which I'm gonna be honest, I don't think that's possible. It seems like a lot more than you would usually get from an iron golem. Then they go into a villager house and open up a chest. And you know, it seems pretty normal, you know, some dirt, a potato, diamond tools. Now to the naked eye, this looks pretty normal. But if you get out your detective's inspection glass, you can see that this speedrunner is very clearly cheating. Very suddenly, the video cuts to another segment where there is a chest in the middle of nowhere that is highlighted. For what reason, I do not know. This next part is just so goofy. They put all of their items into the chest. Then there is another Windows Movie Maker-esque effect on the screen. And all of a sudden, all of their gear is enchanted. That's plus 10 points for creativity. Anyways, the speedrunner continues exploring, and they are making great time at just 1 minute and 30 seconds. They locate a lava pool, and what in the world is that next to it? Yep, that is in fact a stone tower with a sign that says "Take this," and it is a water bucket. So the speedrunner takes advantage of their extreme luck, using the water bucket to build an obsidian nether portal. Unfortunately, they do not have flint and steel, but that's where this innocent sheep comes into play. The speedrunner strikes the sheep, and out of nowhere, it drops flint and steel. No abrupt cuts whatsoever. So the nether portal is lit now, and the speedrunner enters the nether, spawning right in front of a nether fortress. But wait a second, why are they walking away from it? And what in the world is that? Yep, you are reading that right. That is the dream stick. I don't want to know what that means. After one more Windows Movie Maker transition, the speedrunner finds the blaze spawner. And after a little bata swing with the blazes, using the trusty dream stick, the speedrunner gets a variety of blaze rods. I honestly don't know if that'll be enough for him. And if there wasn't enough Windows Movie Maker transitions in your life, there's one more for the road, with the speedrunner jumping down into a hole in the nether fortress, falling into what the speedrunner is calling the Golden Lounge. Oh, geez, this is so ridiculous. So they collect their gold from the Golden Lounge, building back up into the nether fortress. Anyways, the piglin locates a the piglin, what am I saying? Anyways, the speedrunner locates a bastion, and in front of them is a piglin. They throw their gold ingots to the piglin, and the piglin throws stacks of Eyes of Ender at the speedrunner. If at any point during the speedrun you were unsure whether this was real or fake, unfortunately, this is the hard truth. The speedrunner exposes himself by showing the chat log in their Minecraft, where their friend, Dean But Better, who is clearly the piglin, types, "Can you make it at least somewhat realistic?" And in response, the speedrunner says, "STFU or you're not getting paid." What a shame. I cannot believe this. Well, now we know for sure that this speedrun's fake. Anyways, the speedrunner returns to their nether portal, coming back to the overworld, and while exploring and trying to locate the stronghold, it's very clear that the speedrunner catches sight of something far in the distance. What is that, a bird? Nope, it's not a bird. It is Notch, the creator of Minecraft, and he gives the speedrunner full netherite armor. Wow, that is almost as lucky as my speedrun. Pretty crazy. The speedrunner throws more Eyes of Ender, trying to locate the stronghold, but I'm warning you, there is a jump scare. I'm not sure why, but the speedrunner edited a jump scare into their speedrun.
Okay guys, so
Truly terrifying. So they dig down, finding the stronghold, locating the end portal room. The speedrunner fills the end portal with Eyes of Ender, and they enter the end. And everything looks normal here except for the fact that, I'm not even kidding, I didn't edit this in the video. The speedrunner edited their own little dubstep montage. Yeah, I'm just gonna roll the clip here.
let's get this world record once and for all.
Alright, that's enough of that. It's not very surprising to find out that the speedrunner, very close to beating the game, they die. Yeah, real shocker there. Regardless, the timer's still going, and they're still making fantastic time. So the speedrunner decides to respawn, and wait a second, what are they doing here? They break a bunch of dirt blocks, and they build a huge tower up into the sky. The speedrunner jumps off of their dirt tower, jumping into a 1x1 end portal, and again, coming back with those crazy Windows Movie Maker effects, they suddenly teleport into the end again. And I gotta say, that was the most impressive water bucket clutch I've ever seen in my entire life. Dream would not have been able to pull that one off. Anyways, the speedrunner tries to kill the Ender Dragon with very little health, but he is just missing every single shot. And that's when something else really strange happens.
Come on, guys, we're so close to victory. Let's go. Wait, what's happening? What? Guys, someone else is controlling my game. What is going on?
And yeah, that's right. The screen glitches, they go into creative mode, and their timer starts going backwards in time. And just like that, the speedrunner kills the Ender Dragon, beating Minecraft in a world record 0.67 seconds. Wow, I have so much to learn. Fantastic speedrun, fantastic. This speedrun starts off looking pretty normal. You can see all their recent save files, and it appears as if they speedrun pretty frequently. 7 p.m., 7:01 p.m., 7:26 p.m. I'm not sure what Emma's epic end practice is, but the beginning of this video is promising. So they create their new world, putting the difficulty on easy, and the world creation looks pretty normal. Nothing funky happening here. Oh no, wait a second. Is this the speedrun that I think it is? Let's take a look. There's a lot of dream impersonators out there. This could be him, this couldn't be him. There's only one way to find out. Unfortunately, the video quality on this speedrun is quite low. Again, it seems to be a pretty common theme for speedrunners to record with a toaster oven, but in the distance here, you can see that the speedrunner found a desert village and a desert temple. So the speedrunner breaks this tree, using the wood to craft a crafting table. That sounded redundant. And right in front of them is a lava pool. Extremely lucky. So the speedrunner crafts wooden tools and they break this stone, getting stone tools in just under a minute. While they're next to the lava pool, they also dig up this gravel to get flint, which tells me the speedrunner actually has a pretty good idea of what they're doing right now. Well, when the speedrunner gets into the village, they do exactly what you'd expect. They break some hay bales, they kill the iron golem, and the speedrunner gets 4 iron ingots from that golem. Now listen, I remember my last video, you guys gave me a real hard time because I was overly paranoid and thought that you couldn't get 5 iron ingots from a golem. Listen, if you were me, you were watching these goofy speedruns every day, you'd be overly cautious too. Anyways, blah blah blah. They break some beds, they craft a bucket, and looky here, there's a water pool right next to the lava pool. I'm beginning to get a little suspicious. I don't know about you. Regardless, they make their nether portal, light it, and they enter the end. And as soon as they enter the nether, they are directly outside of a nether fortress. And I just want to put this out here. This speedrun is in fact Dream's speedrun. And you can tell how this speedrun is really not that much different from the goofy ones that I review. I get that every Minecraft world is random, but the luck in this speedrun is absurd. It is just ridiculous. Every step of the way, he is getting unbelievably lucky. And it really is a surprise to me that no one was skeptical at first. So after exploring the nether fortress for only 40 seconds, Dream finds a blaze spawner. Very, very lucky. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Again, I have no idea how no one was skeptical about this. Dream killed 5 blazes, and every single one he got a blaze rod. I remember he hired Bill Nye the Science Guy to do the maths behind it, but the chances of this happening is literally astronomical.
My RNG.
Buddy really said my RNG. He knows what he was doing. That's 6 blaze, that's 7 blaze and 7 blaze rods. He doesn't even need more blaze powder, but he's still killing them. So he killed 9 blaze in total and got 8 blaze rods. Listen, no offense to you, but I'm pretty sure it's been proven that Dream cheated in the speedrun. I don't have anything against the guy, except for the fact that he stole my Minecraft pet hunt video, and if you want to hear about that, go on my channel. It doesn't matter, let's just keep on watching the speedrun. So I kid you not, literally 5 seconds later, Dream immediately finds piglins to trade with, which is extremely lucky. He gives the piglin 6 gold ingots. 6, count them, 6 gold ingots. Maybe I'm just not good at math. I literally have a math minor. He just got 6 ender pearls from 1 gold ingot. Now again, I know that he hired Bill Nye the Science Guy to prove the math behind it, but I'm flabbergasted. I have no idea how that's even possible. Someone in the comments is gonna have to help my peanut brain understand this. So Dream got 11 ender pearls from 6 gold ingots. And he killed, what did I say, 9 blaze? And got 8 blaze rods? Again, in retrospect, I just find it so hilarious that no one suspected a thing in the moment. Like, I genuinely, I feel I'm more likely to win the lottery than all this to happen. And it's so interesting how if you listen to the audio in the speedrun, he's completely silent after all this happening.
Give me one more trade. I have no beds! Oh my god! I have no flipping beds.
So if you didn't hear Dream, he's screaming about how he doesn't have any beds. And I genuinely believe that he was just trying to make a stink about nothing to distract his audience from the fact that he just made a massive stinker, a big fat cheat. Anyways, enough of the peanut gallery. Dream makes 11 Eyes of Ender, throws one of them, and surprise, surprise, it actually breaks. And then it's so crazy because if you listen to the audio, I'm just gonna play it. You tell me what you think.
Oh, this is rigged. This is rigged against me. And in my favor.
If you didn't hear him, he says this is rigged. Rigged against me. Oh my goodness. And in my favor? I feel like he was so blatant about the cheating. My goodness. So this part of the speedrun is actually pretty boring. Dream just kind of runs around and wastes 2 minutes trying to find another village. He does get beds, which is very lucky. Spending another 2 minutes just traveling trying to find the stronghold. He throws one of his Eyes of Ender. It does not break. And then he digs down. There is a little bit of struggle for him to find the stronghold, but he does find it. Oh, brother, this is so boring. Sorry guys, the last 5 minutes was just excruciatingly boring. So I'm gonna quick sum it up for you in 5 seconds. Dream goes into the portal room. He only has 10 Eyes of Ender. There is 1 frame filled, so he just needs 1 more. So unfortunately, he wastes 5 minutes trying to find an Enderman. He eventually does find one, and of course there is a 50% chance that an Enderman drops an Ender Pearl. And what do you know? Dream gets the sweet, sweet Ender Pearl. So he returns to the portal room and enters the end. And I'm actually pretty surprised here because, look, I'm not a speedrunner myself, but I feel like I could get the dragon to perch more quickly than Dream. He honestly wastes a lot of time trying to get the dragon to perch, but eventually it does go down, and he kills the dragon with 6 beds. And after the speedrun is over, I just want you to listen to what he says here.
That run was full of luck. There was a lot of luck in that run.
If you couldn't hear him, he says that run was full of luck. Yeah, I agree. At the end of the day, am I ever really gonna know if Dream knowingly cheated or not? I'm not sure. The guy gets involved in drama as often as I breathe air. I mean, he even went as far as to steal one of my videos. If you guys wanna hear about that, I made a video about it. Go check it out on my channel. Regardless, I don't really care. It's a game about blocks. Supposedly, the story goes he had plugins on his computer and he didn't know it. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Let's just check out the next speedrun. This speedrun is very interesting. Now listen, I know I have a lot of viewers all around the world. Supposedly just 40% of my audience is from the United States, and I actually have a lot of viewers who are in Europe. So maybe you guys could help me out. I have no idea what language this guy is speaking. It sounds very cool. Anyways, that's not important. The speedrunner creates their world, calling it Speedrun. But hang on a second, things are not starting off good here. They don't show their world creation, and as soon as the run starts off, come on, another rookie mistake. They are selecting the 6th slot in their inventory, and they already have 1 level of experience. So, yeah, this is not promising. Oh, come on, man. Do not tell me that you enabled the bonus chest when you created this world. Wait a second, though. This is looking a little different than the bonus chest. And I don't know if you could see in the corner of the screen, but they did just find a village. Yeah, this is not the bonus chest. Well, maybe there's still hope for the speedrunner. Oh, look, a chicken. Yeah, that's definitely not what the bonus chest would do. They got so much loot from that chicken, they had to get rid of some of it. Now listen, I'm not exaggerating. The speedrunner finds this village. Just take a wild guess as to what you think is about to happen. Maybe they're gonna break some beds. Maybe they're gonna kill the iron golem. No, it's none of that. There is a trap door in this villager house. And you know what? I'm not even gonna say anything. Just watch what happens. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure a villager didn't dig that hole. At the bottom of it, the speedrunner finds really everything they need. Lava, obsidian, golden blocks, phallic structures. Now, I don't know if you noticed what just happened, but the speedrunner made a very sudden cut in their video, and you can see that they gave themselves 64 obsidian. And again, really another cut, and they gave themselves flint and steel. So and I'm air quoting here, speedrunner lights their nether portal and enters the end. Sorry guys, I'm taking a quick break. My cat is about to sit on my keyboard. Can't record while she's doing that. Okay, now she's cleaning herself while she sits on me. Just one moment. All right, I'm back, and apparently the speedrunner's back with the bonus chest. Come on, dude. Supposedly, the nether portal is built right outside of a nether fortress. And inside of this bonus chest, according to the speedrunner, it's an Endermano Kioshus. I'm not gonna try and say that again. The speedrunner uses their Enderman spawn egg to spawn an Enderman. They immediately slaughter it, getting too many ender pearls. Immediately after that, they find some sort of netherite block hallway, and looky here, another bonus chest. This sign, I'm not even gonna attempt to say it. I'm not gonna make a fool of myself again. Well, inside the chest is a blaze spawn egg. So the speedrunner spawns the blaze, kills the blaze, and gets an endless amount of blaze rods. Kinda like how Dream did in the last speedrun. And right after that, I'm just gonna pause the video here. You're never gonna guess what happens. The speedrunner finds, don't worry, I'm not gonna call it the wish.com nether portal, because So many of you were upset with me when I called it that. This supposedly is called an ether portal. Aether portal? I don't know. And this portal brings the speedrunner into the middle of the ocean on the most jerry-rigged looking end portal I have ever seen in my entire life. Oh, hang on a second, guys. I gotta take this. Yeah. Yeah, I'll tell him. Yeah. All right, bye. Listen, buddy, Walmart called. They want their great value back. And the end portal doesn't even work when he fills it with all the eyes. Of course, there's another cut, and they've clearly fixed their goof. So the speedrunner enters the end. And you know it's gonna get intense when the speedrunner starts playing motivational epic music in the background of their speedrun. Just take a listen. Man, that motivational music and the way he killed the Ender Dragon in such a legitimate and realistic way really motivated me to go to sleep. Before I start this next speedrun, I just want to point out, I know how much you guys love the Wish.com Ender Dragon, and I'm here to deliver. I took some creative liberties and skipped ahead in the speedrun, and I can say without a doubt that the end of it is so goofy. I know this one's fake. They're level 43, they're selecting the second slot on their hotbar, and oh man, are they playing Minecraft on an iPad? Can you even speedrun Minecraft on an iPad? I don't know, it doesn't matter. Well, the speedrunner walks into this cave, and they start breaking a stone block. I don't know what that would accomplish. I don't know why they're wasting their time breaking a stone block. There's gotta be nothing down. There's a chest. Okay. And they find full netherite armor. I cannot describe how many times I have seen a speedrunner get full netherite armor in the first 5 seconds of the speedrun. It's starting to get a little boring, guys. Gonna be honest. And I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that this speedrunner's Minecraft skin is Frozone. All right, you gave me a chuckle. Plus 10 points for that. Yeah, well, I'm not really surprised that there is a lit nether portal in this cave. So the speedrunner enters a nether portal, and oh man, really? This is Education Edition? Does speedrun.com even accept Minecraft Education Edition speedruns? Whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm this far in, I need to finish this out. As soon as the speedrunner spawns into the nether, there is the most ridiculous looking replacement for what the nether fortress should be. And inside of this chest is 64 Eyes of Ender. Very, very lucky. This amazing loot is all thanks to, oh man, not again. The pee-pee seller. This guy has become a recurring character in Minecraft speedruns. You guys can see for yourself. Go back and watch all my videos. I have seen the pee-pee trader like 10 different times now. Who is he? And what does he want from me? Well, anyways, the rest of the speedrun is pretty standard. This guy's got everything he could need. He exits the cave, and in front of him is the end portal. Okay, I'm not very surprised by that. So the speedrunner fills the end portal with Eyes of Ender, jumping into the portal, reminding us that he is speedrunning Education Edition. Quick intermission. I was doing some DIY. I turned around and my cat is sitting on my door. Now I know how that sounds, but I can explain. So I'm gonna finish watching the speedrun and hope that the door that is directly behind me does not fall over. You're a little goofy goober. As soon as they get into the end, there's a hole that leads to the surface. But what I'm thinking is that the speedrunner forgot to get a pickaxe, or blocks, or really anything for that matter except for Eyes of Ender. So the speedrunner wastes time trying to break the end stone in front of them, and they quickly give up. Now hold on a second, I don't know if you just caught that. You know what? I'm not even gonna say anything. Rewind the video and tell me if you noticed what just happened. I'm taking the training wheels off. So the speedrunner uses their pickaxe to break the end stone above them, and they build up to the surface. I don't know if you noticed this, but the health bar for the Ender Dragon is just not here. Well, you remember what I said at the beginning of the speedrun? Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Wish.com Ender Dragon. The speedrunner gracefully destroys the Ender Dragon, beating the game in what time? I don't know, because they were too lazy to put a timer on it. Before I start this next speedrun, I just want to point out, I know this sounds unrelated, but before TikTok, the world was at peace and in harmony. Everything was perfectly balanced. But then as soon as TikTok came into existence, it created something. Really annoying text-to-speech voices. And this speedrun has one of those very annoying text-to-speech voices. I think it's a character from Rick and Morty. You guys are gonna have to fill me in on this one.
Let's start by chopping some woods. I'm gonna show y'all how speedruns are being done.
If you couldn't hear him, he said he's gonna show us how speedruns are being done. All right, buddy, show me what you got. The speedrunner breaks a tree that's in front of them, and immediately after that, the bar is set so low when there is a sudden cut to the speedrun, and you can very clearly see they changed their game mode. There is nothing I could do to commentate these next few moments. It's like a 20-second clip.
Hey, buddy, what is up? Can I steal from you? It's alright, I'm speedrunning, I know you will understand. You please, don't make that face. So after completely robbing villagers, I'm now stacked. Wait a minute, is that a villager? How is it so big? Oh shit, he is coming after me, bro.
Yeah, so there's a lot to unpack there, but the speedrunner decides they're going to steal from the villager, and after another very sudden cut, they said they have stolen everything from the villagers. Supposedly, villagers keep tons of diamond tools on them. I don't know, maybe he just got lucky. And then after that, there is a ginormous villager that chases them. So the speedrunner runs away, and as soon as they hit the ground, there's another very sudden cut, and they're suddenly in a cave. So the speedrunner finds obsidian after they break the cobblestone in front of them. Again, every 3 seconds there's a cut. Next thing you know it, there's another portal and an end portal directly in front of them. There's a lot going on here. My little ADHD brain cannot keep up. Correction though, turns out I was wrong. And I know that doesn't happen a lot, but just listen to what the speedrunner says.
Okay guys, so I have built a rare nether portal which can directly send me to a dimension.
Yeah, that's right. So this is actually a very special nether end portal. Some would call it the Nend portal. Why am I like this? And it's going to bring him directly into the end. Wow, that is extremely impressive. You know, I've been playing Minecraft since it was in alpha, and I've never seen this before. You learn something new every day. Now, as soon as the speedrunner gets into the end, I don't know if you're noticing what I see. Take a moment, take a look at the screen, tell me if you see it. Yeah, that's right. So a few blocks forward, the end stone looks a little funky, a little goofy, some would say. Now keep that in mind for what's about to happen. The speedrunner makes some sort of strange looking sacrificial altar. I have no idea. They light it up with flint and steel. They stand there, they wait a few moments, and out of nowhere, you're never gonna believe who breaks through those blocks. My brand new plushie. Nah, I'm just kidding. That'd be pretty cool though, right? Let me know if you want a plushie though. I can make that happen.
What is that? Oh my god, I have someone Notch, the creator of Minecraft.
So now you know, if you ever want to summon Notch, the creator of Minecraft, just make that altar, light it with flint and steel, and it should work just like that. I'm air quoting here. I know you can't see me, but Notch goes to the middle of the end island, attempting to kill the dragon, but in the process of doing so, he kills everything. And the speed run ends very abruptly, just like that. Now, this speed run teaches us a very important lesson. Why you should never use annoying text-to-speech voices. I don't know if I should be suspicious that the background wallpaper looks like a sponge, but anyways, the speedrunner loads in the world and, yeah, something fishy's going on here. Dirt blocks are inversed, grass is upside down. I guess it's opposite day because somehow he's alive with 0 hearts. Yeah, this is gonna be painful to watch. And I'm not even gonna make a single comment about their crosshair indicator. So the speedrunner wastes a lot of time collecting grass until they discover a village. And you know, it looks like a typical village, but remember how I said it was opposite day? Yeah, that villager's not looking too hot today. So the speedrunner breaks some wood for materials, they make a crafting table, and create a pickaxe. But what's going on with this door over here? Everything good, buddy? Yeah, clearly there is just something really off about this speedrun. So they make some more tools, collect some hay, and then they kill this golem. But for some reason when they take damage, they actually gain a heart. What in tarnation? And someone want to go in the comments and explain to me why this iron ingot has love handles now? How does this happen? Well, anyways, the speedrunner crafts a bucket and they make bread from their hay, and when they're eating the bread, something's going on in their Minecraft game where they're eating it like it's a baguette. Pretty cool, but weird. They spend a little bit more time exploring this village, and I can't quite put this together, but there is something seriously wrong with that chicken. So despite the chickens looking like they've contracted a brain-eating disease, the speedrunner collects beds, and then they casually walk past a floating farm, exploring more of the village and looting some of the houses, getting actually really good and legitimate looking loot. They do find some iron armor, but when they equip it, I don't know if they deleted System 32 by accident before they started their speedrun, but something's up. And when the speedrunner leaves the village, the animals just get worse and worse. Oh man, that is nasty. And now I see some horses up ahead, and I am actually scared to pause the video and take a closer look at them. The speedrunner finds himself in a ravine where you would find some pretty normal ravine stuff. Some irons, some diamonds, a teenage mutant ninja turtle. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here, but this is just getting worse by the minute. At this point, I'm just beginning to get confused because the speedrunner ends up wasting a lot of time exploring this ravine until they run into the world's first creeper spider. So I guess if you were wondering what it would look like if a spider and a creeper had a baby, here you go. I gotta say, I love how the speedrunner has just been running past endless diamonds and they have not bat an eye. But I guess who needs diamonds when you could take damage and gain a heart from it? When they attempt to build their nether portal, they keep on putting down the lava and the water and just keeps on disappearing, and this is just infuriating to watch. I honestly can't tell if this is normal or not. I think I'm just being paranoid at this point. Well, anyways, they get some flint, they make their flint and steel, and they light the nether portal. And before I say anything, just tell me if you noticed what just happened. Rewind the video if you have to. Things are looking a little different, right? Things are a little brighter, the GUI is bigger, they're playing a completely different version of the game. Come on, buddy, you think I wouldn't have noticed that? I don't know what to believe anymore. I feel like this guy is just making the speedrun just to bug me. But anyways, he starts mining this gold, and you are never gonna guess what's about to happen. Johnny, roll the clip. Yep, believe it or not, this actually has a 0.01% chance of happening. The Hoagland Stash. Update made by Notch on April 18th, 2021. You know, it's weird. I think I missed this update. I love how the speedrunner gets rid of their interface to put an emphasis on the fact that they discovered this goofy stash, and inside, the mother lode. So the speedrunner takes their blaze rods and ender pearls, and they go on their merry way. This guy's just so good, he doesn't even need a nether fortress or bastion. And look at that beautiful cut. Now that they're back in the overworld, they return to the surface, and I just realized, why are ender pearls called Turt pearls, and the eyes of Ender are called Eye of Turt? Who is Turt? Is that a turtle? Is that your nickname? Buddy's name is Turt? So the speedrunner throws their Eye of Turt in order to locate the stronghold, and they conveniently come across a dolphin. And I kid you not, the next 5 minutes of the speedrun is literally just them swimming. It is so boring, it could put me to sleep. And considering up to this point how creative this guy has been with cheating, it was actually pretty weird to see them use commands to change the weather. I get that the weather conditions can be annoying sometimes, but was that really necessary? I mean, the dude practically exposed himself for cheating just because he doesn't like a little bit of rain. And listen, I've been forcing myself to watch this and I've survived for this long, but come on, man, you really had to put the creeper on the spider like that. Unfortunately, the speedrunner is wasting a lot of time here, so they give us the courtesy of putting some text on the screen that their game kind of glitched here and it's totally not sped up, FYI. Yeah, okay, buddy, tell it to the judge. I still can't tell if this guy's purposefully going out of his way to bug me, but I have never seen someone so bad at locating a stronghold. Those are 10 minutes of my life that I am never gonna get back. Finally, though, the speedrunner does locate the stronghold, and it's great to see that their game isn't glitched anymore and the speed is finally back to normal. And with literally 2 minutes left of this footage, I am very interested in seeing how they're gonna beat the entire game, having just gotten into the portal room now. So they fill the portal with eyes, and they get into the end. The advancement says the end with a question mark. I agree with that question mark. There's netherrack everywhere. The boss bar says the wither, and oh dandy, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are back. Looking back on this speedrun as a whole, there's clearly a theme. All of the mobs have been given the ugly. In the end, I caught a glimpse of the wither. Yeah, that's not looking too good. And of course, it would not be a fake Minecraft speedrun if it didn't end with this goofy goober hitting the dragon and killing it in a single hit. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have nightmares tonight of the sheep, the chicken, the villager, and the Ninja Turtles. This speedrunner starts off riding a train track. This must be a new update to Minecraft. Minecarts are looking a little too realistic lately. Hang on a second, did they just activate a nuclear weapons testing? Oh my goodness, what's gonna happen? What was this, the Oppenheimer Minecraft speedrun? Let's move on. This speedrun has one of the most unexpected plot twists ever. It's off to a great start considering their username is HolyGaming420. Two seemingly very contradictory things, and they've already cleared their inventory and changed their game mode to survival. I can already tell this is gonna cause me physical pain. The speedrunner immediately digs down, revealing a chest, but it's empty. So they use commands to give themselves a wooden pickaxe, like that's gonna help them. Anyways, there's a torch on this random plot of land, so they break the block beneath the torch, revealing a very long hole. And in that hole is another chest, but don't worry, it's not empty. It has a diamond pickaxe in it. But I'm not really sure how that's supposed to help them, because they're now at the bottom of the world with no means of getting back.
Oh my gosh, this is the greatest thing. Oh wait, no.
It's too early for this. So HolyGaming420 died, but they still keep their entire inventory, and I know that their levitation plan didn't work, but don't worry, they've got another plan. They give themselves a bat. Sorry, they just don't know how to spell. A baboat. A boat. They give themselves a boat, even though that's still not the right command. I don't know if this is one of those challenge videos where this guy is like running a marathon while speedrunning Minecraft. Things are not sounding good in his microphone.
Is it gonna work?
I guess this guy decided boats are too slow, so he gives himself super speed, at which point he screams like a maniac into his microphone. And I guarantee if he shares a domicile with anyone, they are not gonna be happy. When the speedrunner's super speed wears off, you can very clearly see a path leading to this cave here. Inside, they find a sign that says, flick this lever to get a hot Minecraft chick. I'm gonna die from cringe, guys. I can't finish this video. And when they flick the lever... Anyways, the speedrunner digs down again and they find 64 Eyes of Ender. Surprise, surprise. So the speedrunner throws the Eye of Ender and he just decides to go the opposite way that it went. The speedrunner aimlessly wanders around for about a minute or two until they say this.
I heard if you look down holes.
Are you okay, buddy? You're gonna get the cops called to your house. With absolutely no shame left, he just decides to put himself into creative mode. Come on, if you're gonna cheat, at least be creative. I don't know if you guys realize this. I scour the internet trying to find the top tier, goofiest speedruns of all time. Unfortunately though, 99% of them are just like this. Immediately getting diamond or netherite weapons and armor, going into creative mode, and killing the dragon with the /kill command. It's just boring.
Creative mode!
But the end of the speedrun is funny, because they're not jumping in the portal, which means the speedrun is not complete yet. What is this guy doing?
I heard if you summon this, you'll get off.
Oh my goodness, did he just get cussed out by his mom in Spanish? I ain't messing with her. That was legit. This speedrunner spawns in a forest, and then they throw some TNT at some piglins. They use their elytra to fly, and then defeat an iron golem. Whoops, this isn't Minecraft. I totally put the wrong footage in here by accident. Warning, the following commentary was recorded when I had a cold. No, there's nothing wrong with my voice. No, I didn't just hit puberty. Yes, my voice is definitely gonna change throughout videos as I get more comfortable speaking into a microphone. This is my story. This speedrun is an absolute fever dream. The start does look normal, but come on, man, at least activate your copy of Windows before submitting a speedrun. And we'll just ignore the fact that they're already level 5. The speedrunner gets very lucky by spawning right in a village, so they casually explore it until they find a chest that has some obsidian, a single raw chicken, and guns? All right, that's enough of that. After the speedrunner's reign of terror is over, they approach a hole in the ground that suspiciously resembles the shape of a nether portal. They build a nether portal and then show off their extreme agility and skill when lighting the portal and missing not once, but twice. Oh, brother. And honestly, this is where I just get confused, because the speedrunner enters the nether for no clear reason. Wait a second, what is that? After an all-out gun battle with what looks like Minecraft's newest cyborg piglin, the speedrunner returns to the overworld. Well, that was pointless. Now that they're back in the overworld, the speedrunner walks towards a very specific stone block and starts breaking it. They fall down a hole and what in the world is that? They find a chest that has the most cursed loot ever in it, such as these very rare green diamonds, or this 100% legitimate uranium pickaxe. And this amazing loot is all thanks to the PP Trader, who has become a recurring character in Minecraft speedruns, showing up in tons of my videos. Who is this guy and how does he keep getting in my videos? So the speedrunner fills the end portals with Eyes of Ender that they got from the PP Trader, and they enter the end. And if you thought this couldn't get any worse, you're wrong. It's actually sad to see how bad this speedrunner is at cheating when they realize they can't break through the end stone to reach the Ender Dragon because they never actually took that pickaxe from earlier. So they shamelessly start typing a /give command, revealing the weirdest and most illegal mods you could possibly imagine, like a dishwasher. After wasting a ton of time, they do eventually cheat their way to getting a diamond pickaxe and mine their way up to the surface. Finding the Ender Dragon was a breeze for the speedrunner, considering they have a nuclear death ray. For the sake of my own safety, I am legally obligated to say this one is legit. Oh yeah, you know the speedrun's gonna be good when it has an intro like that, and when the video quality looks stretched out like a Moist Critical video. And again, I know this one's fake. They're selecting the third slot on their hotbar. It says set on game mode to survival. It doesn't take Bill Nye the Science Guy to figure out this is fake. Well, the speedrunner breaks this tree, they make a crafting table, and they craft some tools. I'm not sure what the speedrunner pressed, but they got a pop-up on their screen saying social interactions are only available in multiplayer worlds. Honestly, I have never seen that before. I have no idea what they were trying to do. Anyways, the speedrunner digs down, collecting 3 granite. I'm honestly not really sure what they're trying to do here. They go to their crafting table and make a, I don't know, a thick boat. Then they make sticks, and they attempt to make a granite pickaxe. You cannot make this up. You know what? This kind of thing happens. Just the other week, I was very tired, and instead of putting toothpaste on my toothbrush, I put hand soap on my toothbrush. Granite, cobblestone, what difference does it make? The speedrunner, honestly, they waste like 5 minutes just walking around doing nothing until they start typing /ag. I don't know what that means. On top of that, their chat history reveals a lot about themselves. I have no idea what they're doing, filling 473 blocks, or going to the end, falling out of the world, filling more blocks, falling out of the world again. I am so excited to watch the rest of the speedrun. Well, it doesn't matter. The cat is out of the bag now, and the speedrunner just gives up everything and goes into creative mode. They land onto the ground, and I love how it looks like they're going to put themselves into survival mode, but they have second thoughts and they go, you know what, adventure mode, which now that I think about it is probably not better for them. Well, the speedrunner finds a village, and inside one of the village houses, there is a chest with some considerable looking items. Now that the speedrunner has literally everything that they would need, they explore more and they find a desert temple, which is very confusing to me because I don't know why they would need this. They have everything that they would need. You're never gonna guess what happens. They go inside the desert temple, dig all the way down with a sword, which is very slow, and like a dummy, they land right on the pressure plate. And I don't know if you could tell, but they're worried. The text on the screen says, oh no. The TNT explodes, and they land, I kid you not, directly into the stronghold portal room. And you could tell they're surprised because the text on the screen says OMG. For all the parents out there listening, if you don't know, OMG means oh my glob. So the speedrunner shows off their extreme skill and agility by missing a bunch of Eyes of Ender when they're filling the portal. They jump into the end portal and enter the stronghold. Nope, I'm so stupid. I didn't mean to say that. They enter the end, is what I'm getting at. And in the end, the Ender Dragon has maybe 1 health, maybe 5 if he's lucky. And you remember earlier how we found out that the speedrunner filled like thousands of blocks? When they turn around, I think this is maybe what they did with the blocks. And this guy has the gabagools to ask us to subscribe? That is crazy. And if you guys aren't subscribed to my channel yet, make sure to subscribe. Yeah, thanks. You're not gonna believe it. These next few moments is like a scene from a Michael Bay movie. It's like a fight scene out of the Daredevil TV show. The speedrunner uses their rockets and elytra to blast into the middle of the end island, bringing out their bow, doing a 360 no-scope trick shot, one-shotting the Ender Dragon. That was very, very impressive. And what would have been more impressive is if they just speedran the game legitimately. Nonetheless, I was entertained, I'm not gonna lie. This definitely gave me a good chuckle. This speedrun, this one's gonna be a doozy. We can see 4 worlds they've made in the past. The World Record, New World, and World Record. The only problem is it clearly says cheats. Also, I don't know if you noticed, but I think the speedrunner is just a little bit excited for the new GTA, considering they got this GTA meme in the top left corner. Their world creation literally happens in 0.1 milliseconds, but if I go frame by frame, you can very clearly see them turn the cheats on. Not very subtle, buddy. So the speedrunner starts speed running, if you can even call it that. And of course, another red flag is they are using a cursed text-to-speech.
Let me get some dirt.
What is with cheating speedrunners and text-to-speech voices? I just don't get it. So the speedrunner immediately digs down, getting 1 dirt block, then breaking a tree and getting 1 oak log. So they make a crafting table, put it down, they put the dirt in the middle of the crafting table, and they build the notorious wand. Has anyone seen this before? What's the wand? Do I want to know? Well, it does 100,001 attack damage. And I love how as soon as they pick up this new item, they actually get the achievement, it's a new update. He's good at covering his tracks. Hank Schrader would never be able to figure this one out. Immediately after, the speedrunner just explodes with items. I'm not really sure what happened here. Did they jump? Did they use the wand? Did they eat too much for lunch? I don't know. And among those items are Eyes of Ender, netherite armor, a bookshelf, an enchantment table. Yeah, despite this being a speedrun, they actually take the time to build the bookshelves and the enchantment table and enchant their armor. Okay. So the speedrunner throws an Eye of Ender to determine the stronghold location. And honestly, this next part, I really can't say much about it. They really put the speed in speedrunner. Let me just show you.
Look at this amazing speed to the end portal.
Yeah, in the matter of 2 seconds, they found their way to the stronghold. That was very, very impressive. So they fill the end portal with eyes, entering the end, and this goofy goober really thought this would go over our heads. The next few moments go at hyper speed, but if I go frame by frame, it's very clear that they are giving themselves ender pearls, enchanted golden apples, and a stack of diamond blocks. Now, if you asked a non-gamer if there was anything wrong with this sequence of events, it would truly go right over their heads. But me? I'm a gamer, and I'm not gonna let this goober fool me. The speedrunner proceeds to break the end crystals at hyperspeed, throwing in a little creative mode, thinking we're not gonna notice that. Come on, buddy. Do you think we just blew in from Stupid Town? Well, they go back into survival mode, and they one-tap the dragon with the mysterious wand. And you know what? It looks like this guy had a lot of fun speedrunning Minecraft. Way more fun than I had forcing myself to play the Gollum video game. The beginning of this speedrun seems legitimate, but I know this is not your first rodeo. We've watched billions of fake speedruns together, and I know you can see that they're already level 66. And of course, this is my video, so of course this is a fake speedrun. Except for that one time I reviewed Dream's speedrun. It wasn't fake, he just cheated. The speedrunner looks around and they see a mysteriously cut off tree. I don't know what that's about, I just find it weird. But directly behind them is a village, which is a fantastic spawn. So they start breaking this tree, getting 8 planks, and then they enter this village house. And inside the village house, they open a chest, getting pretty good items. This all looks legitimate except for the stack of cooked meat. Come on, man. I wasn't born yesterday. So after taking these items from the chest, they walk outside and things just get worse. Immediately in front of them is what appears to be the obelisk from 2001: A Space Odyssey, with a chest in front of it that says gift from the village. And wow, I wish I got gifts like this. Truly heartwarming that the village would do this for the speedrunner. So the speedrunner leaves the village, walking in the desert, and they come across this suspicious looking hole in front of them. They fall down the hole into a pit of water. Wow, this totally isn't orchestrated. This has really got me on the edge of my seat. Further into the cavern, it's just diamond palooza. I love how the speedrunner isn't even phased by the diamonds. They just keep on moving on into the cave system, and it appears as if they found an amethyst room. Inside the room is the Notch nether portal. I don't understand why these fake speedrunners have such an obsession with Notch. I get that he created the game, but he sold it to Microsoft and has had nothing to do with it for a very long time. Why don't we start calling him the Microsoft nether portal? I don't know. So the speedrunner enters the Notch nether portal, which brings them to the Notch house. This guy should collaborate with Martin Scorsese. He is a plot writing genius. Inside the house is exactly what you'd expect. Just a large lump of random rare items. They exit the house and there is a hole with a sign in front of it that says Nether Fortress. So they go down the hole and wow, would you look at that? It's the Nether Fortress. I am on the edge of my seat watching this. And while exploring the Nether Fortress, instead of finding a blaze spawner, they just find a chest with, one sec, I gotta do some math here, 320 blaze rods in it. This is painful. So the speedrunner builds a nether portal, returning to the overworld, and as soon as they look up, they find whatever this is. Have you seen this before? Because I haven't. Oh, how convenient. It's an enderman farm. Well, gee willikers, how did that get there? So I guess the speedrunner has ender pearls now. The speedrun footage cuts to the player just being in a jungle now, and I don't know if you noticed, but they suddenly have a telescope, or whatever it's called, I can't remember, a watch glass, in their inventory. Again, the speedrunner encounters another mysterious hole. The plot thickens. Oh, I was wrong. It's called a spyglass. I'm an idiot. Well, they use their spyglass to look down this mysterious hole, and you're never gonna guess what's down there. Holy cow, the stronghold must be down there. So the speedrunner jumps down this hole. Wow, he's brave. And would you look at that? The end portal is completely filled. That truly has a 1 in a million chance of happening. I think this guy is on track to get the world record. I don't know. So I think when the speedrunner was falling, their momentum carried over into the end, because as soon as they enter the end, they actually die using their totem of undying. So they get this achievement called Post-Mortal, which actually reveals that their username is Space Cheese 1, which has kind of got me thinking, what is Space Cheese? And should I send cheese to space for a video? Anyways, that doesn't matter. The speedrunner goes towards the center of the end island, and they engage in a gruesome and wild fight with the Wish.com Ender Dragon Mark III. And I don't know if you noticed this, but I love how the endgame portal is already filled. This speedrunner could just jump in there and end the game, but their commitment to the bit here really made me chuckle. After the speedrunner covers the end dragon with TNT, lighting it and running away, listen to the fear and excitement in their voice as they run away. Yeah, that was pretty anticlimactic. I think this guy might actually have more energy in his voice than I do. And yeah, just like that, the speedrunner kills the Ender Dragon in a truly inspiring battle. Just like that, they beat the game world record and they enter the portal, ending the game. Or so I thought. The speedrunner mysteriously returns to the Notch house, and you're never gonna guess who's to blame. Is that Minecraft stove? Yeah, honestly, I'm not really sure what's going on here. There's just a very dramatic and cinematic scene where the speedrunner is brought back to the Notch house and they're forced to fight the Wither and they die trying. I don't really know what any of this means, but maybe this is the beginning of the fake speedrun lore. Minecraft stove, the pee-pee trader. Slowly but surely, I'm putting the pieces together. Anyways, as soon as the speedrunner realizes he's about to face his imminent death, you'd imagine he's gonna be very, very scared. Well, listen to what he says. This guy has such little energy to his voice. He sounds like he has a lot more excitement than I do, that's for sure. And again, no guys, I'm not depressed. I think I was just tired when I recorded the last few videos. Oh man, it's Walt Jr.'s Minecraft survival world? This is such a moving moment in the TV show. Walt Jr. is truly the speedrun prodigy.
God, son, that's wonderful.
You know? It is wonderful. This next speedrun is really something else. They actually start on the pause menu, but they are selecting the third slot in their inventory, which, come on buddy, that is a rookie mistake. They start the speedrun and they immediately start breaking the wood of this tree, but as soon as the block breaks, it reveals a chest. Not very original, I've seen this trick 1,000 times. And the speedrunner's pretty excited about this chest, saying OMG, so lucky in the chat. But you know what, I think I'm convinced inside this chest is about what you'd expect from a chest hiding underneath a tree. You know, some wood, some obsidian, some flint and steel, an end portal frame, eyes of ender, grass seed. After the speedrunner takes their spoils of war, they start typing in the chat again saying, don't look at chat, guys. Hey, you know what? He didn't say please, but I'll give him some respect here. I'm gonna play the rest of the speedrun and I'm gonna look away for a moment. You know what? I'm actually pretty curious. Slash give command. I cannot believe him. And to think I trusted this guy for a moment. Yeah, I'm just messing around. He gives himself a netherite axe. This is very goofy. Regardless, I'm not really sure when we're supposed to start looking at the speedrun again. It doesn't matter. He starts running away with this goofy little netherite axe, but then the speedrunner takes a pause and they zoom in far away. I don't know what he's doing. He's looking at some trees. And from there, the speedrunner types in chat, OMG, modified jungle edge. So lucky, 1-1. Now, genuinely, I don't know if this is like a Minecraft nerd kind of thing. Is a modified jungle edge, is that something special and cool? I don't know. And I'm not really sure why he pointed that out anyways, because after saying that, he breaks this wood block, digging down, revealing the legendary overworld end portal spawn. Holy cannoli. I never thought I'd live to see this day. This is more iconic than the time I forced myself to play the Gollum video game. And yeah, the speedrunner starts typing in chat again, a bunch of lame mumbo jumbo, OMG, so lucky. So he fills the end portal with eyes, going into the not again. Going into the end. And of course, this guy was so clever that he forgot to give himself a pickaxe, or build a pickaxe, or really do anything to help his progression in the speedrun. So with no shame left, he just goes into creative. All right, so we're really, the bar is that low, huh? So the speedrunner is in creative mode, and before they start breaking the end crystals, they go right back to the chat, typing a /kill command. Come on. Dude, really? But I don't think they know how the /kill command works, because they hover over all entities and then they realize, no, that's gonna kill me. I don't think I should do that. But then they hover over all players and they go, I think that's gonna kill me too. Well, this is a speedrun and they don't have time to look this up on the internet. So they end up just killing everything, including themselves. But it's okay because the clock is still ticking, even though they don't actually have an official timer on the screen. So they go back to their end portal, returning to the end, putting themselves back in a survival mode. Sorry, this guy sucks at spelling. Survival mode. And even though time is of the essence, the speedrunner goes right back to the chat box saying, OMGs, beat it one hit. Oh man, I don't got the patience for this anymore. This speedrun, there is just so much happening. And I think like me, you're gonna find it really goofy and silly, and towards the end, you're gonna find it really annoying and irritating. Now, if you couldn't tell, this speedrun was clearly made by Hayden Games, because they slapped a ginormous watermark right on the front of the video. And it also says connecting to the server. This speedrun, it's not real. But they do have a timer, so plus 10 points for that. They also have some sort of weird keyboard keyboard mod right in the middle of their screen, which is extremely distracting. I don't know why they have it there. And in the first 3 seconds, there is a ginormous structure coming from the ground. On top of that, their friend Zaki also asks them, bro, you recording now? And yeah, the speedrunner has a microphone. Big warning to the headphone users here. This guy's voice is ear-piercing.
Oh my god! The new upgraded feature!
So according to the sign in front of them, the speedrunner gets enchanted netherite axes. Is that the plural of axe? I don't know. Axi? I don't know. From God. They also find a ruined nether portal, a netherite village house with just an amalgamation of random items. I don't know what this is supposed to mean. I have never in my entire life seen a speedrunner so excited about dried kelp.
Let's go! Dried kelp! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god!
And next to this miraculous village house is a large hay structure with signs on it that say, dig in here please. New 1.18 feature. Buddy, get with the times. 1.18 is old news. The newest update is 1.20 and Mojang has added a few types of wood. This is old news. The entrance to this large hay structure is blocked off by bedrock. So listen to what the speedrunner is saying in their microphone.
Holy Dude, it's bedrock. Quickly, break it. Dig in here, please!
Very clearly, he's whispering to their friend. Their friend slyly replaces the bedrock with dirt, and what they find inside is going to shock you. Listen, guys, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to cut this segment short. I really can't afford to get demonetized, especially after spending all my money on playing the Golem game. All jokes aside, this is the point where I just start to get irritated by this speedrun, so I'm just gonna quickly skim through all the irritating stuff. The speedrunner finds Jesus, literally, which is fantastic for them. Then they encounter the newest 1.18 feature, the corner night, whatever that is supposed to be, I don't know. Then they go outside and they find an emerald pathway that leads to a ruined nether portal. And you could see what I'm getting at here. This speedrun ends up just being a showcase for this guy's very abrasive screaming voice.
Oh my god, I just realized! The netherite portal!
So they enter the nether, there's command blocks, there's more gifts from God. There is so much going on that their game actually glitches. Then when you know what, I know I usually call them speedrunners, but I'm not calling this guy a speedrunner. This guy's just a goofball. He returns to the overworld, types in a /locate command to find the stronghold, teleports himself to the stronghold, has another wild freak out while he's falling down a hole that leads to the stronghold. And he also expresses his deep love and fascination for dried kelp.
Dried kelp, I love you!
Oh my god.
I want to be just as done with this speedrun as you do right now. I'm so sorry. We're this far in, we've already committed. And when the speedrunner finds the portal room, they discover that God already did to portal. And big warning to the headphone users, you can imagine how excited this guy is. I'm gonna give you a second to lower your volume. Here you go.
Oh my god, no way.
So when the speedrunner enters the end, in front of them is the Ender Dragon, ready to battle. Wow. And just like that, the speedrunner kills the Ender Dragon, enters the portal, and beats the game in a world record 4 minutes and 12 seconds. And now I'm gonna go massage my ears because this guy's scream voice was like nails on a chalkboard for me. This next speedrun is truly a breath of fresh air because instead of a very loud microphone, they're just putting text on the screen. So I personally am very excited, especially after the last guy. And yeah, the speedrunner is very excited about finding a village, but it's clearly fake. They're level 7, they're selecting the 6th slot in their inventory. You know that whole baloney, I've said it a billion times now. They pick up some hay, casually getting a lot more hay than you'd expect. They get a bed, and they find all netherite gear. This is pretty unoriginal, but I'll keep on watching. What's unusual about this speedrun is that the sun is actually setting. Clearly shows that they were in this world prior to the run, wasting tons of time setting up all these ridiculous shenanigans. So the speedrunner proceeds to say, bruh, I want day. So they type in a command to change the day to morning, saying nobody will be upset if I change it, ? You know what? I'm actually really upset. Well, the speedrunner finds a ruined nether portal in the distance, and inside the chest is flint and steel. The portal's complete, so all they do is light it, and they actually tell us, and I quote, I'm so lucky today, I'm really lucky, guys, it's just luck, I'm so lucky, LOL. Yeah, right, tell it to the judge. Well, immediately after, they say, oh no, what? An unlucky spawn. There is no fortress, maybe behind this wall. Well, gee, I wonder what's gonna be behind this wall. Well, gee, I wonder what's going... Well, gee, I wonder what's gonna be behind. Why can't I speak? Well, gee, I wonder what's gonna be behind this wall. Blaze spawner. Why am I not surprised? Is that Blaze spawner ore? Oh my goodness, wow. He truly is extremely lucky. So yeah, the speedrunner finds what they are dubbing Blaze spawner ore. That's a new one. And then they proceed to change their game mode from peaceful to easy, which I'm not actually sure. Can you speedrun Minecraft in peaceful difficulty? It doesn't matter. The speedrunner shows off their innate skill at killing blazes by just knocking them back. And out of frustration, they change their game mode back to peaceful with a sudden cut that says, okay guys, I killed all the blazes. They did some off-camera killing. That does not sound right. They did some off-camera blazing. That doesn't sound right either. They cut the footage, that's all I mean. And he actually clarifies, saying, I just did cut to not waste your time. This guy really is a saint. I'm hereby awarding him the nicest speedrunner award. Well, anyways, yada yada yada. The speedrunner gets 64 blaze rods, they return to the overworld, and in the distance, there is something in the sky. And the speedrunner is very surprised by this. If you can't already tell by the text on the screen saying, what is ... What is that? Yeah, they found the end portal tree. So the speedrunner enters the end portal tree. Entering the end, having a bunch of strange commands in the chat log. I can't actually see what it is because they cut off their screen. But it doesn't matter, this speedrunner is so close to the world record because only the Ender Dragon is left. Yeah, that's right, you heard what he said. Well, the speedrunner's got a trick up his sleeve, a magic trick. So I guess he puts the enchanted golden apple in the endgame portal with flint and steel, a single blaze rod, and just like that, he beat the game. And the speedrunner's last words before he achieves this fantastic world record is 7.2 Bobucks. I don't even know what that means. This is probably the worst fake speedrun that I will ever review, but it's so unoriginal and so blatantly stupid that I couldn't help myself. There's speedrunning Minecraft in multiplayer. I don't know what Karo SMP is or Gogo Iori. I have no idea what that is. But for this speedrun, we're being graced by Ryle's Speedruns 100% verified. And would you look at that, there's already one person starting out the speedrun. Nothing like getting a head start. So the speedrunner enters the server, and in front of them is just their friend. No disguises, no tricks up their sleeves, and they're in creative mode. And there's a trail of redstone torches leading to something. At least there's some effort here for the speedrunner to conceal their cheating, so they try to put themselves into survival mode. Unfortunately, they don't know how to spell gameoid. And I love how as soon as they go into survival mode, the act begins.
Oh my gosh, guys! We found the guider!
I think maybe they meant to cut out all the fat of this speedrun footage, and then they just got lazy and never did it. Anyways, it doesn't matter. They encounter the rare and illustrious guider. Very original. But there's unfortunately not much to this. The guider guides him to what looks like a McDonald's playscape, and underneath it is a cavern with a nether portal. The speedrunner enters this cave, but oddly enough, there is a sudden cut, and now they're in creative mode. Then they by accident left click on the portal, breaking it. So they give themselves flint and steel, relight the nether portal, and put themselves back into survival. Like I said, I think they meant to cut all this stuff out. I'm not quite sure. So as soon as the speedrunner enters the nether, they find the Ender Pyrrole and Blaze Rot Trader's House, a very rare structure. Upon finding this extremely rare structure, the speedrunner proceeds to say, oh my gosh, guys, a billion times in a row.
Oh my gosh, 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 oh my gosh.
And yeah, yada yada yada. The speedrunner gets Ender Pearls, Blaze Powder, Netherite gear and weapons, and then the goofy Minecraft guide floats up into the sky. I sure hope this speedrun is entertaining for you, because I am in more pain than when I forced myself to play the Golem game. I feel like I've said this 100 times today, but again, the next few moments I really cannot put into words, so I'm just gonna have to play the clip and let you experience it for yourself. It is a fever dream.
Okay guys, so finally, oh my gosh, guys, it's the food trader. What food will he give me?
The further I get into this speedrun, the more I believe that all of this goofy nonsense was supposed to be cut from the footage. Yeah, they found the food trader, played by the same actor who plays the guide and the Ender Pyrrole and Blaze Rot Trader's House. Unfortunately, I think this production had a lower budget, so they had to reuse actors. Anyways, yada yada. The speedrunner gets cooked pork chop from the magical food trader, and this is the the part in the speedrun where I don't know if I'm gonna make it to the end of it. The level of originality is so low.
Oh my gosh, guys! We found the end portal frame trader!
Yeah, they found the end portal frame trader, also played by the same actor.
Oh my gosh, what is he gonna give me?
What is he gonna give you? Gee, I don't know. Maybe the end portal frame.
End portal frame! Oh! Give me the frames! Give me the frame! Thank you so much.
So yes, the speedrunner gets a stack of end portal frames, but as soon as they realize that they don't have Eyes of Ender, they start to experience some frustrations and technical difficulties.
Dude, why didn't you give me the... Did I? I'm still recording. Okay guys, it's just something glitched.
So yeah, there's a sudden cut, and now that I think of it, I don't even know why they made a sudden cut in the footage, because they had blaze powder and they had ender pearls, so they could have just crafted the Eyes of Ender themselves. Well, they make the Eyes of Ender, they start filling the portal, but as soon as they fill in the last portal frame, the speedrun footage just ends. I found this fake speedrun on my hard drive. I have no idea where it came from, so if anyone has any idea where this came from, and if there's a part 2, please let me know, because now I'm not gonna be able to sleep at night not knowing what happens next. I mean, the possibilities are endless. He could have found the PP trader, he could have found a gun. This speedrun, well, it says modded at the bottom left. I have so much to look forward to. The speedrunner makes their world name Rawood, and of course, they're using an annoying text-to-speech voice.
Let's go, there's a tree.
Oh boy, woohoo. Let's get into this. I am thoroughly impressed that the speedrun does have a timer, so you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this speedrun is going to be extremely promising. The speedrunner spawns in a desert, nothing looks off here, no experience points, they're selecting the first slot, and there's just a normal tree behind them. They break the tree, getting 6 logs, but then they turn around after a sudden cut, and there's just a billion logs. I've seen this trick one too many times. Haha, you got me. Again, after an extremely sudden cut, the speedrunner finds themselves right outside of a village, and the footage clearly says set on game mode to survival. I wonder if they were in creative mode. Well anyways, the speedrunner enters a village house, opening a chest. Genuinely, there's no way for me to really commentate what's about to happen next. The only way you're gonna experience this is by me showing you. Just watch. It's wild.
Guys, I heard that if you mine under here, you might ask underwear. Haha, after you ruthlessly end this stupid kid, then you mine under this belt, you will find...
I don't know if this is some sort of legendary mythical encounter in Minecraft, but just to recap, the speedrunner found underwear, murdered a villager child, rang a bell, and then mined under it, and that leads to discovering a sheep committing nefarious acts. I am very, very confused. Regardless, the speedrunner builds up from this cave, and they immediately find a ruined nether portal on the surface. It's just missing 1 obsidian, and what do you know, they open up the chest, and they find 1 obsidian. But when they try putting the obsidian down, they misplace it. So there's another sudden cut to the speedrun, and the player is now digging down again. And I sure hope he doesn't see what he saw last time he dug down. Miraculously, they find another, I'm air quoting, ruined nether portal, so they light it and they enter the nether. But instead of showing us the loading screen, the speedrunner puts on a Microsoft Movie Maker transition. And again, the next few moments are just very, very confusing. Before I show you the next sequence of events, I just want to comment on the fact that in the background audio of this footage, it sounds like this guy is playing video games on a moving train. It is so loud.
Guys, I heard that if we kill this pig boy, we get steak. Let's go, we got suspicious stew. What, it shouldn't supposed to drop this.
What in the world? They kill a pig, there's a sudden cut, and then there's just a billion suspicious stew in front of them. I don't understand, what is the joke here? No surprise here, there is another sudden cut. It says set own game mode to survival. There really is just no way for me to commentate on what is about to happen. I'm just gonna have to show you.
So there's this new update. When we say please give my rods back, there is a 50% chance of fire rods spawning under this block. Yes, it worked. Let's fricking go, man.
Yeah, so to recap, they dig straight down, finding a bunch of magma blocks with a chest. Inside the chest is 64 blaze rods, and above the chest is a sign that says please release my family? It feels like whoever made this speedrun is just coming up with random things just for the sake of being random. Or perhaps this is the first AI-generated fake Minecraft speedrun. I can't tell. I honestly can't tell. And the next step in the speedrun, of course, would be to find ender pearls, right? Well, the speedrunner words it a little differently.
Okay, now to get blue balls, we need to find Elon Musk.
Okay, so now I'm really intrigued. They have to get the blue balls and find Elon Musk. So the speedrunner is now outside of Elon Musk house. They get ender pearls. They put themselves into creative mode, revealing a lot of baloney in their chat history. Creative mode, survival mode. He was killed by a piglin. He located a ruined nether portal, changing the time, and then he just locates the stronghold and teleports himself to that area. Then says this.
I have a gut feeling that this random location will help us find the stronghold.
Yeah, buddy, I got a gut feeling that I'm not gonna make it to the end of the speedrun. The speedrunner digs down, and if I go frame by frame here, they didn't even do the teleport correctly. There's very clearly a cut to them getting into the portal room, and the strangest part about this sequence of events is they literally have Eyes of Ender and Blaze Rods in their inventory. All they have to do is turn the Blaze Rods into powder and then combine it with the eyes. But instead, they go into creative mode and give themselves Eyes of Ender. So they fill the portal with eyes and go back into survival mode, acting as if none of that ever happened. And in record time, just under 2 minutes, the speedrunner gets into the end, finding, I can't watch this. A house with a sign on it that says gift from Obama. That's great. This special gift is from your one and only Obama. Please use this wisely because it might be the cause of your loss in the speedrun, but don't worry since I got a plan. Read next page to see the plan. Well, they walk on the pressure plate, putting them into spectator mode, but unfortunately the speedrunner is not happy about this.
No way we got spectator mode. Wait, you son of a...
He really should have read page 2. You can't tell me Obama wasn't trying to help him. The speedrunner resorts to just using a command to kill everything. So after killing himself, he respawns, returns to the end, and his timer has been reset to 4 seconds. He puts himself back into survival mode, getting more suspicious stew. I don't know what this guy's fascination is with suspicious stew. Jumping into the portal, beating the game in a world record 0.52 seconds. Wow, very impressive. But there's actually 4 seconds left of this clip, and something tells me he knows he's cheating.
Just beat Minecraft. I am innocent, please don't.
Gee, I don't know what it is. But you know who didn't cheat? Me, when I speedran guns in Pokemon with guns. Yeah, I'm legit. This next speedrun is extremely promising. Let me just show you the first 5 seconds, and you're gonna know exactly what I'm talking about.
Hey guys, welcome to this video. Today we're gonna be speedrunning Minecraft.
That intro really made me feel like I was watching YouTube in 2010. The footage for the speedrun is only 28 seconds, so there's really only a few things that could happen here. But one thing is for sure, this guy is really fast.
If we're gonna be going for the world record, and oh my god, guys, look, an Ender Dragon appeared. That's world record! Let's go!
That was truly impressive. I know that speedrun was a lot quicker than the usual ones I cover, but I really wanted to take a moment to showcase the sheer skill of a single player. I'm very inspired. I'm also very inspired by what's going on in their other tab, like how they have a bookmark for Pokemon Sapphire, or their YouTube homepage, Beijing Corn Taste Failure? What is this guy watching? Alright, this speedrun, there's a lot to unpack here. There is a Wondershare Filmora Go watermark at the bottom right of the screen. There are so many free video editors to use, and you decide to use Wondershare. Probably spyware. Anyways, on top of that, it appears as if they are speedrunning on a console, or they're just playing with a controller. Either way, I don't know how people play this game on a controller. They have a very goofy looking timer at the top right of their screen. They're also giving us the courtesy of having some text on the screen saying, alright guys, don't worry, top 1 speedrun in the bag. And they say that while the timer is at 0 and they're already in a chest that has full netherite armor in it. They're just so fast that we didn't see everything that happened before. No, but legitimately, I didn't even click play yet, so I'm very intrigued to see what happens next. As soon as they collect their loot, the timer starts and they equip their armor. They walk forward, falling down a hole, and beneath them is a filled end portal. You know what? This isn't a fake Minecraft speedrun. This is just any percent. They're not cheating. So the speedrunner enters the end and they pick up an ender pearl, throwing it like a distance of 3 blocks, which really does not help them at all. But straight ahead, you can see that there's experience points all over the ground, which means the dragon is already dead. Or so I thought. As the speedrunner gets closer and closer to the middle of the end island, I catch a glimpse of the ender dragon, and wow, with the new update, it is looking more menacing than ever. So the speedrunner engages in a grisly I can't speak. So the speedrunner engages in a grisly battle with the ender dragon, and as soon as he kills it, just in case we forgot, the screen is plastered with text saying dragon down. Of course, the speedrunner wastes a bunch of time collecting experience points. Then they do a 360 into the portal saying GG too easy, 53-second world record. Yeah, I regret watching that one. But you know what you won't regret watching? My world record speedrun in Pokemon with guns. What in the world? Like all fake Minecraft speedruns, before I even click play on this one, there is a lot to unpack. Their version of the game looks so modified, it doesn't even look like Minecraft anymore. They're very clearly playing with their friend Parkour Pro 20. As soon as they exit out of the menu, we immediately see they have a ton of status effects, as well as the fact that they are using a very ugly resource pack. And when they open the chat box, they're showing all of their chat history, which is gonna give us a pretty decent idea of what's gonna happen next. There's a bunch of command block stuff that has to do with summoning lightning bolts. Then they say, hello guys, today we'll do a speedrun. Don't mind the stuff above, I totally did not try to cheat. Their friend says okay, then the speedrunner says, anyways, I will make crafting table. OMG, it's God. Hi God. Wow God. God, can you build an end portal? OMG guys, it's actually God, the newest update. Then their friend, Parkour Pro 2066, presumably is God. How dare you try hitting me? PV2 Cool died, so I'm assuming God killed them. The speedrunner clears their inventory, and then they went into creative mode. Reading all that was honestly more riveting than the Attack on Titan plot. But the plot thickens. The speedrunner starts typing, saying, hi guys, today we will do speedrun. I will get world record. Let's get some wood. So I have a feeling this is take 2, and take 1 didn't go so well. The speedrunner really shows off their speedrunning skills when they fail to successfully break this tree multiple times. But they don't give up. They get their wood and they make a crafting table, placing it down, but then they walk away and you can actually see someone in the distance. Now, I don't think I'm the smartest guy around, but if I were to take a shot in the dark, a wild guess, that could be God himself. The speedrunner immediately types, is that God? They pick up a shulker box that's labeled God Stuff LMAO, and inside of this box, I honestly don't think I can even say these things out loud. Well, they collect all this gear and equip it, and judging by the look of their character, I have no idea what incarnation kind of mods this guy has installed onto his computer. This is looking a lot more like Cyberpunk than it is like Minecraft right now. All the while, God is building the end portal. What does that even mean? Filling it with eyes, and then the speedrunner jumps into this portal. And like all good fake Minecraft speedrunners, this goofball is in the end with no pickaxe and no way to dig up. So of course, God comes to the rescue, throwing cooked pork chops at him. I'm not sure how that's supposed to help him, and quite frankly, I don't think that was in the script. Regardless, the speedrunner gets a pickaxe, they dig out of this hole. Once on the surface, the speedrunner magically has the ability to spawn wooden logs beneath them as they travel into the air. But before the speedrunner can even get to the ender dragon, God beats him to it, beating the game himself. And the dialogue between the speedrunner and God is truly heartwarming. World record, let's go. Thank you, God. Bye, my child. This honestly was more moving than the story of Christmas. This speedrun starts off very normal looking. My only comment is that while they do have a timer, it starts off at 0.75 seconds, which is suspicious. But there's only one way we're gonna find out if this is fake or not. Well, the speedrunner turns around and immediately starts breaking this tree for wood. They turn the wood into planks. Like I said, everything here is looking very, very normal. Now, wait a second though. I don't think you noticed a few things. If I rewind the speedrun, you can see at the beginning of the footage, there's actually a village far off into the distance. And then after breaking the tree, when they turn around, there is another one right behind them, which is very, very lucky. But this is where things start to get very, very suspicious. You can see there's a flower on the ground, and listen to what the speedrunner says about it.
Oh, there's a poppy on the floor. I bet I could use that for something.
Okay, they're gonna use it for something. I am terrified. Well, the speedrunner continues to explore this village, and they found a blacksmith. You're never gonna believe what they do. They give the wooden planks to the villagers for a trade, and yeah, the villager takes the planks and then starts throwing glowstone blocks at the speedrunner. And a water bucket? How is this possible? So the speedrunner starts building a Timu nether portal with glowstone, putting water in the middle of it, and nothing happens. Now, of course, this speedrunner was trying to get into the ether, but I don't think they realized you need mods installed to go there. Oh, brother. And their damage control is giving a flower to this villager. Come on, how stupid can you get? Giving a flower to a villager is not gonna do it. What in the world? Yeah, the villager starts building a nether portal. I must have missed a few updates. And if you think things can't get any worse, they get worse. He goes into the blacksmith house, opening this chest, and yep, it goes from 0 to 100 real quick. So the speedrunner crafts flint and steel, and then they light their nether portal that villager completely legitimately just created, and something tells me that villager is going to be back for more acting. So the speedrunner enters the nether, and again, everything looks very, very normal. But hang on a second, I don't think you noticed what just happened. Right now, there is a piglin right in front of them. But if I rewind the speedrun footage, in the same spot, it was the villager from earlier. So clearly he just walked around and wasted time for the shape-shifting villager to change its form. So the speedrunner finds some gold, they get a single gold nugget, and they return to the piglin. They throw the single gold nugget at the piglin, I think in an attempt to distract the people watching the speedrun and speedrun moderators. They open up their inventory and pretend to organize their items, and while that's happening, they get 64 blaze rods thrown on the ground. Buddy, you're not slick. Now, if things can't get any worse, listen to what the speedrunner says again.
A stack of blaze rods, thanks. I just need an enderman.
I just need an enderman. And look at that, they found an enderman. If I rewind the footage, take note of where this piglin is. He's right next to this tree. Then when I fast forward the speedrun footage, the enderman is right next to that same tree. So again, I could be wrong, but I think it's very safe to assume this is just his friend shape-shifting into random Minecraft mobs. I don't know. Well, when the speedrunner approaches the enderman, oh man, you are not gonna believe what he says.
Yo, give me your balls.
Yeah, and then the enderman gives him his Eyes of Ender. These are very unorthodox speedrunning methods, but clearly they're working. So at a world record pace, 3 minutes and 20 seconds, the speedrunner has as many Eyes of Ender as he could possibly need, and he exits the nether. Well, the speedrunner returns to the overworld, and they start throwing their Eyes of Ender in order to locate the stronghold. But this speedrun has more twists and turns than a roller coaster at Six Flags, because while they're throwing the Eye of Ender, a pig with a saddle approaches them. If I go frame by frame, the pig is cycling through the items in its inventory. It's holding flint and steel. It's holding whatever in the world this ball is. I cannot figure it out. And then it starts creating the end portal. You know, I haven't played Minecraft in a while, but I think I've missed a few updates, guys. I don't know. Now, this is all fantastic news for the speedrunner until he realizes that the very friendly miracle pig doesn't know how to build an end portal. This is so goofy. Well, the speedrunner fills the brand new end portal with Eyes of Ender, entering the end. World record time, there's just one problem with this speedrun. Despite all of this ridiculous cheating, they forgot to bring blocks with them. And they used all of their ender eyes, so they can't use it to teleport into the middle of the island. And the speedrunner himself actually realizes this.
Oh, I didn't bring blocks.
But that's when it gets really crazy, because the pig with the saddle on puts a sign down, and the sign says, "Get on." Oh, so that's why he has the saddle on. Yeah, so clearly they're having some technical difficulties because they kill themselves by accident. But despite dying in the middle of their speedrun, there is a very blatant and shameless cut in their footage, and the speedrunner starts taking hits at the Ender Dragon while on this flying pig. Unfortunately though, the Ender Dragon flies away. But this is where things get really weird, as if they aren't already weird enough. The speedrunner starts throwing all of their items on the ground in an attempt to get the Ender Dragon to perch, and then their timer says error, which I'm not sure why. Maybe it's malfunctioning because of all the crazy mods they have installed. Somehow it works. The Ender Dragon comes down, and out of nowhere, it's killed in one hit. So the only thing I can assume is that the pig killed it in one hit. So technically, this speedrunner didn't get the world record. The magical flying pig did. I love how this flying pig just floats away into the sunset after absolutely carrying this horrible speedrunner. It is just the icing on the cake. What a goofy speedrunner. speedrun.
I conveniently spawned facing a tree, let's go!
Yep, nope, I am not reviewing the speedrun. The quality of this video looks like this person recorded their speedrun with a toaster oven, uploaded it to YouTube, downloaded it, and then repeated that process 1,000 times. Honestly, this speedrunner should get the Guinness World Record for worst video quality of all time. But I was curious, so I skipped through the speedrun, and holy cow, I am so glad I did not waste my time watching this. I'm sorry, but imagine waking up and this is what you see at the foot of your bed. This is like one of those sleep paralysis demons.
Yes! We beat Minecraft in a one singular minute! Ah, team, no! We did it!
Yeah, anyways, the speedrunner beats Minecraft in a minute. Just horrible quality. I just thought it was funny, so I would at least talk about it for a minute. This speedrun seems normal right off the bat, but my only comments are that they have this keyboard thing at the bottom right of their screen, which is just obnoxious and distracting. But I suspect they have that on the screen to distract you from the fact that they are using Feather Client, which immediately disqualifies this speedrun. You are not allowed to use third-party clients when speedrunning a game. Well, the speedrunner creates their new world, calling it Speedrum, and their loading screen looks very legitimate until this happens. Just wait. Yeah, did you see that? Let me rewind it and show you frame by frame. It goes by very quickly, but you can very clearly see that the speedrunner spawns in what appears to be a jungle biome. Then there is a very sudden cut where they're just in a completely different place, which is definitive proof that they are using a set seed, but you know, whatever, they're just not going to tell anyone that. What a sloppy way to cheat. So the speedrunner turns around and wow, a ruined nether portal. What a coincidence. I'm sure that has nothing to do with their very strange cut earlier. They open the chest attached to the ruined nether portal and they literally get everything they could possibly want to need. Extra obsidian, a fire charge to light the nether portal. How convenient. But keep in mind here, the ruined nether portal wasn't even ruined. I'm not actually even sure if it can spawn this way, completely filled. I don't know. Regardless, it's lucky, I'll give them that. So the speedrunner enters the nether, and hang on a second, did you see what just happened? Let me play it again and tell me if you notice it. Yeah, that's right, very suspicious. As soon as they enter the nether, not only is the loading screen just not present in the footage, all of the items in their hotbar are just gone. What happened? Where did they go? Well, the items are in their inventory, just removed from the hotbar, which means clearly the speedrunner was doing some nefarious thing behind the scenes and cut it out of his footage. Well, the speedrunner finds a nether fortress, and hang on a second, did you catch that? There are so many sudden cuts in the speedrun. As soon as the speedrunner hits the ground on the nether fortress, there is another sudden cut, and the chat history makes it very obvious, saying set on game mode to survival. After the sudden cut, they approach a chest, which again has every item they could possibly need. Enchanted golden apples, armor, a weapon, and the armor and the weapons have unusually good enchantments to them. I'm gonna be honest, I don't actually know if it's possible to find an iron helmet with protection 4 in a random chest. The only thing I can assume is that they created this behind the scenes and cut it out of the footage. So the speedrunner wastes a bunch of time destroying these skeletons, and if I go frame by frame here, they're suddenly in a completely different location. And on top of that, where did they get these wooden planks? Well, it's pretty obvious that this speedrunner went behind the scenes, located a blaze spawner, and then cut all of that out of their speedrun footage. And that seems to be the motto for the entire speedrun, because again, there is a very sudden cut, and the chat log says that they added looting 3 to their item. Come on, buddy. At least try to hide the fact that you're cheating. Well, after their golden sword is magically enchanted with looting 3, they kill 2 blazes and get 5 blaze rods. And after these miraculous series of events, the speedrunner actually returns to their nether portal to go back to the overworld, which is very confusing because usually a professional speedrunner would, oh, I don't know, go to a bastion and try and get Eyes of Ender. On their way to the overworld though, tell me if you noticed what just happened. There is no loading screen, and if I go frame by frame, they actually return to the overworld in a completely different location, but there's a sudden cut and they're back to the jungle once again. Well, at 1 minute and 50 seconds, the speedrunner has as many Eyes of Ender as they could possibly need, so they throw it up into the air to locate the stronghold. The speedrunner jumps into the ocean and they attempt digging down. Wow, for a Minecraft speedrun, this is just embarrassing. The speedrunner very quickly realizes how slow it is to break block box underwater, they waste an absurd amount of time just trying to get underground underwater. They run out of air, put down a crafting table, and try to make a pickaxe, but they by accident just put all oak planks down. Then I think they realize, oh, I need sticks and I need cobblestone and, you know, I need all this stuff. So while they are literally dying, they make a wooden pickaxe. And again, oh my goodness, it takes so long to break this stone block. But luckily, after breaking that first block, they do build above them. Finally, we don't have to sit through that torture anymore. So the speedrunner continues to dig down. They even throw an Eye of Ender to verify that they're actually going to the correct place. And then they go in their inventory to craft more tools. But hang on a second there, buddy. I don't think you caught what just happened. If I go frame by frame, there was a very suspicious cut. And well, would you look at that? They suddenly have cobblestone in their inventory, which they use to craft a stone pickaxe. But even cheating this much, the speedrunner still selects the wooden planks and attempts to make a pickaxe with just wooden planks. And then I think they realize, wait a second, I forgot how to craft things again. But it's okay, they redeem themselves and they make a stone pickaxe. Would you look at that? They dig directly into the stronghold. But hang on a second, what's going on here? Somehow the speedrunner is clipped into the wall and straight ahead they can see the end portal room. This guy must have cheated during his speedrun and paid someone with food to edit it. Oh, you know, I'll give you a double cheeseburger if you edit my fake speedrun and cut out all the bad cheating stuff. Clearly the editor didn't do his job well. The speedrunner enters the end portal room, filling the portal with eyes and entering the end. But surprisingly, there are no strange cuts here. Well, wait a second, did you just see that? I spoke too soon. If I replay the speedrun footage frame by frame, you can actually see the chat box is open, but it's only for a split second. And unfortunately, there is no way to really tell what the speedrunner did behind the scenes here. There is only one way to find out though. Clearly though, what they did behind the scenes wasn't good enough because there is another sudden cut where their hotbar just completely changes full of beds. Is there no way he could have been more subtle about cheating? So the speedrunner starts placing down all their beds in the middle of the end island. While they are actively almost about to die, you can tell they know nothing about speedrunning Minecraft. And before the dragon even finishes perching, they blow up their bed, which blows up all the other beds. That is not how to speedrun Minecraft, buddy. And listen, I've done it before. It is really not that difficult. There's save files you can download on the internet where you could practice one cycling the dragon with beds. It is really not that tough. Well, anyways, after a very sudden cut, the Ender Dragon's health has decreased substantially. Then the speedrunner puts a bed down directly in front of him. The wooden block that's acting as a barrier glitches and becomes invisible. I have no idea what's going on here. But regardless, somehow, by some miracle, the speedrunner kills the Ender Dragon, beating the game in a world record 4 minutes and 41 seconds. My only suggestion to the speedrunner is to get a better editor. The best way I can describe this speedrun is amateur. They're using a video recording program that has slapped this ginormous watermark at the bottom right of their screen, and then they window out of Minecraft during the speedrun to start a 5-minute timer. Buddy, I hate to break it to you, but I don't think that's how speedrunning works. Unless this is some sort of flex that they're gonna beat the game in less than 5 minutes, there's only one way to find out. And oh yeah, I forgot to mention, they have this crazy electronic hype music playing in the background, which is very hilarious to listen to while they are doing the most mundane task like breaking a tree. Wait a second, what is he doing? Why is he opening his world to land? Yeah, okay, so 15 seconds into the speedrun, he wastes a little bit of time trying to get our attention breaking a tree. Then he shamelessly goes into creative mode to give himself a netherite axe. And you know what, it's fine. He went back into survival mode. Yeah, it's no big deal. Wow, he really goes wild with that netherite axe, showing off his skill and agility, barely being able to break the blocks in front of him. So he makes a crafting table to make a wooden pickaxe and a wooden axe. Even though he has a netherite axe, did he forget that he just went into creative mode to give himself a netherite axe? Well, despite these things, the speedrunner goes back into the chat box. They start typing /gack. What is a gack? I don't know. Well, they were trying to go into creative mode again. And now that they're back into creative mode, they give themselves a lava bucket and a water bucket. They use that to create obsidian, and somehow without breaking the obsidian block, they just magically have obsidian in their hands. Even though I'm confused as to what just happened here. If you're gonna go into creative mode and give yourself a lava bucket and a water bucket to get obsidian, why didn't you just give yourself obsidian? Well, it doesn't matter. The speedrunner attempts to build a nether portal. They are having a very difficult time. Just struggling a lot to create a rectangle, and then they give themselves flint and steel. Honestly, I am very surprised they didn't go through some sort of 10-minute journey to create a flame to light the portal just to make this run seem somewhat legitimate. Now, as soon as the speedrunner enters the nether, they press F3, they're looking around, they're trying to find maybe a nether fortress, maybe a bastion, but after about 20 to 30 seconds of looking around, they just shamelessly go into spectator mode. And oh my goodness, it is just hilarious to see this goofy goober floating around in spectator mode with this hype beast electronic music playing in the background. And the icing on the cake is this ridiculous watermark at the bottom of their screen. But then things get even crazier. They start typing in the chat box /place. I feel like a big dummy because I didn't even know this was a feature in vanilla Minecraft. Like, is this a mod or is this vanilla? Because supposedly you can just place an entire nether fortress. And it's at this point where the speedrun just goes downhill so quickly. The speedrunner goes into creative mode once they reach the nether fortress that they just created out of thin air. Yeah, that's right. They don't go into survival. They're just in creative for the rest of the speedrun now. Then they give themselves strength 9 billion gillion. They give themselves blaze spawn eggs, but while they're killing the blazes that they just spawned in, their frame rate drops to like 1 FPS, so it is just impossible to tell what is happening on their screen. And after taking all that time to be playing the game at 1 FPS and get 11 blaze rods, they still just end up going into creative and giving themselves 64 blaze rods. Okay, this is just a little frustrating at this point. If you're gonna cheat, you're spending so much time for theatrics, just give yourself the blaze rods. Well, they give themselves ender pearls as well, and then, okay, wait a second, why are they turning keep inventory on? Yeah, that's right, they kill themselves. Okay. When they respawn, they shamelessly give themselves end portal frames, and they shamelessly build the end portal. They attempt to build the end portal. Oh man, this is painful to watch. And then they try filling the end portal with ender pearls. Man. I don't know if I'm gonna make it to the end of the speedrun, I'm gonna be honest. Well, at this point, the speedrunner tries to make amends. He tries to go into survival mode, but unfortunately, the first time he types game mode sir, and then the second time he does the same thing, game mode sir, then he types game mode sus, but the fourth time he is now in survival mode. So the speedrunner crafts their eyes of ender, then they enter the end. Unfortunately though, like every other Minecraft speedrunner who cheats, they didn't bring any blocks with them. Now keep in mind, they have ender pearls in their inventory, but instead of just throwing one on the end island to get them there, they go into creative mode again. So yada yada yada, they float around, they break the crystals. I just realized they must be speedrunning Minecraft on a potato PC because their render distance looks like it's maybe 1 or 2 chunks at most. Oh man, what is this? Alright, as if the speedrun wasn't already horrible enough, you tell me why in the world they are giving themselves a command block. They place the command block, and in the console command box, they type data. I'm not really sure what that's supposed to mean. Then they type kill that stupid ender dragon. And you will not believe it, it works. No, I'm just kidding, it does not work. Yeah, they put a lever down and they are just so frustrated now. They try again actually using the correct command to kill the ender dragon, but somehow it doesn't even work. I have no idea how. So out of frustration, the speedrunner breaks their command blocks, then they give themselves a bed and just start placing a bunch down, exploding everything. They do actually do a decent amount of damage on the ender dragon. They just keep on exploding the beds until they realize that he flew away actually quite a while ago. So they try plan A, plan B, plan C. After all those plans don't work, they eventually just do the kill command in the text box, and the dragon's gone. Wow, that was a riveting battle. And just like that, they beat the game in world record time. This speedrun, it is so wildly fake and stupid.
Hey you guys, today we're doing Minecraft speedrun. So let me just make this conveniently back for no reason.
Oh, brother. Yeah, that's right. The speedrunner breaks this very conspicuous looking dirt block, and underneath it is a chest with 66 obsidian. with 66 obsidian blocks and a very lightly used flint and steel. Wow, how lucky are they? Well, this very legitimate speedrunner takes their obsidian to build a nether portal and light it. Unfortunately, I think this is their first time ever placing blocks. They proceed to have this like Gollum style freak out.
Why did it work?
And yeah, then the footage just cuts and their portal suddenly works. Now, this speedrun really ramps up. As soon as they get into the nether, they run into the illustrious God Villager, closely related to many traders. And again, the speedrunner is very excited about all these things. He continues to sound like Gollum.
Thank you, God Villager.
Now that the speedrunner is back into the overworld, there is a chest right in front of them with 64 Eyes of Ender. So they toss an Eye of Ender into the sky.
Okay, wait. This is taking too long. This is just something that, like, it tells me that it spawns. The chest spawned, okay? Wait, why isn't it working? So I found a stronghold.
Yes, the footage just cuts to them immediately being in the stronghold. Not conspicuous at all. Well, now that the speedrunner found the portal room, they are filling the portal with eyes. But they jump into the portal before they fill it, so they're just slowly dying in the lava. Luckily, though, they do redeem themselves and they enter the end. They are still burning. And yeah, that's when the footage cuts again very suddenly, and the God Villager is making his second appearance in Act 2. Totally just gonna ignore that villager spawn egg in their hotbar there.
Guys, you can be creative! Thank you, God Villager! But you don't know.
Yeah, that's right. The God Villager grants this speedrunner with creative mode. And now that the speedrunner has creative mode, they have no use for this villager anymore. So they start digging a hole into the void to push the villager down there. But despite popular belief, the villager is actually a lot smarter than that. And that's when the speedrunner falls into the void. Did they forget they are in creative mode? But this is my favorite part of the speedrun. This is when they have their final freak out. This entire time, we've been seeing Smeagol. This is where Gollum comes out.
God, no! This is unfair!
This speedrun is actually Super Mario 64. Mario enters the castle with a fishing net, and he's driving a sports car in the Mushroom Kingdom. I don't actually remember this part of Super Mario 64. Oh, and there's Bowser. Hey, he defeats Bowser. Wow, that was so impressive. Yeah, this is fake, I know. This speedrun is extremely unusual because they're calling their world name Minecraft Speedrun in 5 minutes, 58 seconds, and 71 milliseconds. Buddy, I hate to break it to you, but that's not how speedrunning works. How are you naming your world the time that you're gonna complete the game in? Well, they create their world, and their world creation screen does look normal. But as soon as they spawn in, oh, come on. The timer isn't even started. It says set on game mode to survival. I feel like I've been bamboozled. They spawn right next to a ruined nether portal on the beach. Opening the chest, there's a lot of gold, weapons, and a fire charge in the chest. So they use the golden axe they just got out of the chest to break this tree, and they make a crafting table. Right next to the ruined nether portal is a desert temple, so they go inside. And they actually do look like they know what they're doing. They don't trigger the pressure plate like a goofy goober. They collect the TNT beneath them. But here's where things really start to go downhill. They open up the chests, and there are just so many enchanted golden apples. This is not possible. I hate to break it to you. They break open more chests. There's just more golden apples. In your dreams, buddy. So they exit the desert pyramid, and they go back to their ruined nether portal, which, by the way, isn't even ruined. It's complete. The speedrunner uses the fire charge to light the nether portal, and they enter the end. Hold on a second. What's going on here? I don't know if you caught just what happened. I can't speak. I don't know if you caught what just happened, but if I go frame by frame, there was an extremely sudden cut. The speedrunner suddenly has 1 level of experience points, there's items all over the ground, and when they turn around, there's just this casual meeting of piglins in a ditch. Gee, I wonder how they got there. The speedrunner throws 32 golden ingots into the pit of piglins. They waste a hilarious amount of time just organizing their inventory, and they end up getting 23 ender pearls from their trade, which statistically is impossible. And from this point forward, they jump off of this ledge, seemingly jumping into the pit of lava, but beneath them is water, which I'm pretty sure is impossible. Like, I'm 99% sure you can't put water down in the nether. Then they just waste so much time awkwardly swimming around on this obsidian platform until a nether fortress just appears out of thin air. I have so many questions. They now have to waste a ton of time building back up to where they were in order to get into the nether fortress. Why did you jump off in the first place? Eventually though, the speedrunner does find a blaze spawner, so they consume their potion of fire resistance and their enchanted golden apple. Yeah, you're gonna need it, given the way you've been playing. After just wasting so much time, being horrible at aiming, hitting things, just smacking the blaze far away so that they can't touch them again, they do kill 2 blaze and they get 7 blaze rods from them, which means their sword must have looting a bajillion schmillion. There's no way for that to statistically happen. And hang on a second, did you notice what just happened? If I rewind the footage, there is a very obvious cut where the speedrunner suddenly has TNT and they're building up to the nether portal. But if I go back, they had plenty of blocks in their inventory. Why did they go into creative mode to give themselves more blocks when they already had some? Oh, brother. They're back at their nether portal and they are returning to the overworld. The speedrunner crafts Eyes of Ender. They throw it up in the air to determine the location of the stronghold, and not far from where they spawned, they dig down. Wow, would you look at that? They dug directly into the portal room. Coincidence? I think not. The speedrunner fills the portal with eyes and they enter the end. So clearly on the screen, they're using beds to defeat the Ender Dragon, right? They beat the game and that's that. They got the world record. But hang on a second. Look closer and tell me if you notice it. Yeah, they got this low quality health and hunger bar and slapped it onto their screen. For a while, I didn't even realize they have been in creative mode this entire time, which explains why they're not taking any damage. Have they just been in creative mode this entire speedrun? And just like that, they beat the game in exactly as much time as they said when they created their world. That takes some serious skill. This speedrun, well, the speedrunner starts off by breaking a tree, and then they make a crafting table, and they make a Dyson fan. Now it looks like the speedrunner is entering into a new dimension, the dimension where he kills a light bulb with a blue paintbrush, and then he got his golden french fry, and it looks like he actually just broke it down into some particles now, the french fry particles, and now he has a dirty penny. The speedrunner is entering the purple Dyson fan territory. This dimension is that of blobs. No, never mind. He's filling the end portal with eyes. I knew that. The speedrunner flies into the end portal and he defeats the purple cat. Just like that, he beat the game in 78 seconds. Wow. This speedrun may seem normal at first glance, but at the bottom left of the screen, it very clearly says modded. The speedrunner does create their world, all of their settings look normal, and the loading screen seems very legitimate. But as soon as they spawn into the world, they are level 8, so I'm not sure how they're gonna explain this one to the judge. They also spawned right next to a lava pool and a village. And this speedrun is very basic, exactly what you'd expect from a very normal and typical Minecraft speedrun. They break the blocks on the house to get wood, they make a crafting table, they make a wooden pickaxe, using it to collect some stone. At this point, the speedrunner is completely geared up, so they collect some hay, flint and steel, and then they start killing this golem, getting 4 iron ingots from it. So the speedrunner is now able to craft a bucket, they steal some water from the villagers, and they start creating their nether portal. And while the speedrunner is very slow at creating a nether portal with a bucket, they don't mess up and they're right into the nether. And wow, would you look at that, as soon as they're in the nether, it turns out that they spawned right next to a bastion. They use a boat to drop to the bottom of the bastion. All of this looks like a very typical Minecraft speedrun. That is, until they open the chests. There is enough obsidian in this chest for them to craft a billion nether portals. At least they tried to hide the fact that they were cheating. They spread out the obsidian a little bit in the chest, but when they select all of them, it perfectly adds up to a stack of 64 blocks. I don't know what can make it any more obvious. I mean, come on, the proof is in the pudding here. Well, the speedrunner runs into piglins and he starts trading with them. The speedrunner drops maybe 10 golden ingots and they get 16 Eyes of Ender. Now, while the likelihood of this actually happening is very, very low. It's possible. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt here. That is until they exit the bastion and they open their inventory. That's when I realized that they didn't get 16 ender pearls. They got 128 ender pearls. Yeah, that's not possible. Well, after wasting a lot of time and aimlessly walking around, the speedrunner does eventually come across a nether fortress, and building up to the surface is very easy with their 64 blocks of obsidian. The speedrunner does eventually come across a blaze spawner, and they end up killing 2 blazes. One blaze rod they pick up, but keep an eye on this blaze rod that fell off of the edge here. It's definitely gonna come into play later, that's all I'm gonna say. They kill another blaze, totaling 2 blaze rods in their inventory. And it's at this point when they create a nether portal to help them determine how they're going to get to the stronghold as quickly as possible. And I'm gonna tell you how. The speedrunner, when in the overworld, crafts their Eyes of Ender, and they throw one up into the sky. They zoom into the Eye of Ender, pressing F3, displaying information like the angle, which in this case is about -65, and then they leave the overworld. Now, the only thing I can imagine what's happening here is that they have something like the Ninja Brain Bot running on a second monitor, or they're just cheating. There's really no way to tell, because typically speedrunners have that calculator on the screen. Regardless though, throwing that Eye of Ender would be able to provide information to the speedrunner as to where the stronghold is in the overworld and the nether coordinates. So the speedrunner kills 3 more blazes, getting 5 total blaze rods, and then they drop down to those blaze rods from earlier, giving them a total of 8, which is extremely lucky. It's at this point where it seems like the speedrunner is just aimlessly wandering around, but in reality what I think is going on is he is going to that location that he got from his calculator. See, the problem is that he never presses F3 to display his coordinates. How does he know where to go? Does he just have a really fantastic sense of cardinal directions? I think not, buddy. Regardless, once they get to their end destination, they do create another nether portal, and as soon as they enter the overworld, they immediately start digging down. And would you look at that, they dig right down into the stronghold. And it seems as if the speedrunner knew exactly where the portal room was too, which only further proves that this guy is trying to make it look like he's doing all sorts of fancy strategies and calculations, but I think he just memorized what to do. I don't know, it's just a hunch. Well, the speedrunner crafts more Eyes of Ender, filling the portal with eyes and entering the end. Hold on a second, did you see what just happened? As soon as they spawn in, they're just falling into the void, then they get teleported back onto the platform, and out of nowhere, the Ender Dragon loses all of its health, but 1 HP. As if that is not goofy enough. With 1 HP left, the speedrunner misses the dragon with their bow and arrow so many times. Oh, he almost had it on that one. Eventually, after missing just so much and making an embarrassing fool of himself, he does kill the dragon, beating the game. This speedrunner starts off spawning in a village. The speedrunner is so tall he actually can't fit under doors, so there was a sudden cut to the speedrun, and just like that, he found a diamond sword in a villager house, which we all know, that's not possible. Well, the speedrunner starts attacking the villagers. I don't know what's gotten into him, and he continues to explore the village. Wow, would you look at that? He got a diamond pickaxe too, so he's mining the cobblestone, which is exactly what you do with a diamond pickaxe. The speedrunner continues exploring the village. He finds a painting that's secretly hiding an underground tunnel system with minecart tracks. This is something else. I've never seen this in a speedrun before. Then they get the special Minecraft suitcase, Minecraft's newest update in the suitcase update. He starts flying. Oh my goodness, he's in creative mode. He's cheating. I cannot believe him. This immediately disqualifies his run. He starts mining this cobblestone wall in creative mode. Can you believe it? And he finds the end portal. The end portal's filled completely. I mean, that's a 1 in a million chance. He enters the end, breaks the end crystals. He starts walloping the Ender Dragon. Oh my goodness, this fight with the Ender Dragon was truly breathtaking. The sheer skill and determination that the speedrunner has is unbelievable. Wow, dragon down, rest in peace. Just like that, the speedrunner beat the game in world record time. Wow, I am so grateful to say it starts off normal. There is nothing fishy going on here. The speedrunner walks forward, breaking this tree, so they take
take those logs and they turn them into wooden planks. And wow, holy cow, they spawned right next to a lava pool. This is a very lucky start. They explore the forest a little bit more and they find a village. They go into a villager house and they open a chest, getting some bread, a potato, an emerald, a couple more logs. Nothing unusual yet. They break the bed, picking it up, but clearly I spoke too soon about, oh, everything looks normal. Now, wait a second there, buddy. Did you see what just happened? There was a very sudden cut, and on the top right of their screen, it very clearly shows that they've given themselves a status effect to make them very, very strong, which explains why there are these particles in the air and explains why they're able to kill this golem in a single hit. So yes, the speedrunner gets 4 iron ingots from that golem. And while they are clearly cheating, this is not one of the worst defenders. At least they're not riding like a flying golden pig, right? But unfortunately, things just go so downhill from here. They turn back to where they killed the iron golem, and now there's just a bajillion, schmillion, jillion iron ingots on the ground. Yeah, this went from 0 to 100 real quick. So the speedrunner returns to the lava pool that they spawned at earlier, and they attempt making a nether portal. And wow, I am actually so impressed. This speedrunner is really good at making a nether portal. Oh yeah, never mind. Yeah, they messed up making the nether portal, made a cut. At the top left of the screen, it very clearly says set on game mode to survival. Come on, buddy. But again, wow, they are just going at making this nether portal. Never mind, they messed it up again. What in tarnation? They went into creative mode again, fixed their nether portal, and now they are in the nether portal waiting for these wooden blocks to light it. So despite the fact that this guy is clearly cheating, he actually has some of the basic skills of a Minecraft speedrunner. Well, the speedrunner spawns into the nether and they spawn right on top of a bastion. This is so unlikely to happen. And on top of that, there's just a hunk of golden blocks on the top of the bastion. You know what? I'm not gonna get frustrated about this. Maybe this is legitimate. Maybe this is just all in my head. Well, anyways, the speedrunner breaks the golden blocks, which will definitely come in handy for when they decide to trade with piglins. Then the speedrunner turns around and there's a nether fortress right there behind him. Well, while exploring, the speedrunner runs into an angry horde of enemies and he almost dies. So the speedrunner runs away and then they put their game mode into peaceful. And that's all fantastic because he didn't die, but that immediately disqualifies his speedrun. So now that the speedrunner is not going to be attacked by any of the angry mobs, he finds a piglin that is conveniently stuck in a hole. So the speedrunner decides, oh, okay, I'm gonna trade gold with the piglin. So the speedrunner goes back into normal difficulty, then he starts getting chased again by the angry horde. He's on fire, he's getting shot at, and then he falls down a ditch and he dies. But it's okay because the timer's still going, they still have plenty of time to redeem themselves. That is until they respawn and put themselves in the creative mode. So they go back into the nether, wasting tons of time trying to locate all of the items that they just lost. And finally, they are back into survival mode, the difficulty is on normal, and they are once again about to die. They're being chased by wither skeletons, they are on fire. That's when they open up the chat box and they start typing /effect. And what I think is going on here is they're gonna give themselves maybe strength, maybe fire resistance, but I think they forgot what the command is and they have this like freak out in their microphone.
Come on. Oh, give me fire resistance. Jeez. What the I can't fight in this condition.
Even though it literally gives a suggestion on the left side, it says fire resistance. Just type that, buddy. He types fire resid, fire resiste, fire resists. Finally, I don't have to sit through that torture anymore. They finally have their fire resistance.
We have fire resistance. Out of thin air.
You got fire resistance out of thin air? It sounded like you were giving birth while you were trying to figure out how to type resistance. What do you mean? Well, anyways, it doesn't matter. The speedrunner gets 2 blaze rods, and then all of a sudden their footage cuts to them looking at a corner of the nether fortress that just has, again, a bajillion schmillion blaze rods on the ground. So just to recap here, they did not end up trading with the piglins. They have more blaze rods than they could ever need. And they return to the nether portal, returning to the overworld. As for what they're gonna do about ender pearls, I have no idea. The footage immediately cuts to a bunch of cooked steak on the ground while it says set on game mode to survival on the top left of the screen. And again, the footage cuts another time where there's just this hulking mass of ender pearls on the ground. Well, that answers my question from earlier. So they craft Eyes of Ender, they toss one, and would you look at that, the stronghold is directly beneath them. The speedrunner gets into the portal room, filling the portal with eyes,
guys, and they enter the end. And while they are digging up, they are about to die, and once again, they go into creative mode. At this point, this goober has completely lost me. He is wasting so much time just cycling through all of his old commands that he's entered before. He gives himself strength and tries to one-shot the Ender Dragon with no weapon, still wasting so much time because the Ender Dragon clearly still has a little bit of health left. And then I'm not actually sure what happened. It just died to nothing. Yeah, this one was painful to get through. The speedrunner spawns into their world, and they are selecting the last slot in their inventory. As well, they're in creative mode. Buddy, how obvious can you be? They even approach this tree and break it in creative mode. Then they realize, oh, darn it. Okay, no one's gonna believe this. I'm gonna have to reset everything. So there's a sudden cut. They have a block of wood in their inventory. They go up to the tree again. They're still in creative mode. So they break the grass beneath them, put the block away, and then with no cuts whatsoever, they put themselves back into survival mode, and now the speedrun begins. Yeah, this is gonna be painful to watch. So the speedrunner breaks the tree in front of them, getting 2 logs, and when they turn around, there is a ruined nether portal directly behind them. At which point, the speedrunner says something very suspicious.
Wait. If my calculations are correct, the chest should be right here.
If my calculations are correct, the chest should be right in here. This guy is full of baloney. I don't know why a chest would be behind dirt blocks. That is just ridiculous. Yeah, so they find a chest, and there is a lot of stuff in it. A golden sword with more enchantments on it than I have videos posted on my YouTube channel. Enchanted golden apples, armor, a flint. So they get their loot, and come on, are you kidding me? There's a village right next to them too? This is very unbelievable, but you know what? I'm gonna give him a chance here. I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. I don't think I've ever seen a staircase like this in a village house, but I could just be acting paranoid. I'm honestly not sure now. They go into this house, they get spruce logs, potatoes, bread. So with some of these new materials the speedrunner found, and after breaking some beds, they make a crafting table, they make an iron pickaxe, and they make a shield. Then the speedrunner says this.
I think we have to mine down, guys, to get stone.
I think we gotta mine down so we can get some stone. Yeah, you know what? That seems pretty reasonable. Nothing conspicuous about that. Yeah, it's Diamond Palooza over here. This is not possible. Sorry to burst your bubble. So the speedrunner uses their newfound diamonds to make a diamond helmet and a diamond chest plate, and leggings, and booties. At which point, the speedrun footage suddenly cuts. It says set own game mode to survival, and there is suddenly 2 iron golems in front of them. Out of nowhere, the speedrunner has the strength status effect, and they one-shot both of these iron golems with their bare hands. So the speedrunner uses their new iron to craft a bucket, even though they already had a bucket. Yeah, this is definitely one of the sloppiest fake speedruns I have ever witnessed. Well, it doesn't matter. The show must go on. The speedrunner goes back to the ruined nether portal. They place their single obsidian block in the portal. Yeah, I'm honestly not sure what they were intending here. You are not gonna believe what happens. Let me just show you. Yeah, the footage is cut to them having obsidian blocks in their inventory, and they're just building a nether portal. But the speedrunner, even though they are cheating, still does not understand what the correct shape of a nether portal is. Buddy, there is a big difference between a square and a rectangle. I'm just putting that out there. Also, who is Cleesus?
Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ!
Who in the world is Cleesus? Okay, yeah, this is painful. So the speedrunner fixes their nether portal, they light it, and now they're entering the nether. Everything seems normal. They're walking around, they're trying to find something. Maybe a nether fortress, maybe a bastion, right? Until you hear them say this.
Jesus Christ, John, I thought you knew where the bastion was.
Yeah, now I got some serious questions. Who is John? Well, after exploring for a while, the speedrunner reaches a dead end, and in their frustration, they say this.
If you can't do it, I will. And make this look real.
Yeah, if you can't do it, I will. So the speedrunner is typing /game mode creative, but the footage cuts to behind the scenes footage that I don't think we were meant to see. Yeah, the speedrunner is in spectator mode, floating around trying to find a nether fortress.
Oh, it's literally right here. What are you doing, John?
Whispering under his breath, what are you doing, John? I don't think that part was meant to be in the final cut. There is another sudden cut, the speedrunner digs down, and they drop right
right into a blaze spawner. The speedrunner kills one blaze, they get 3 blaze rods. This is very outlandish. They kill a second blaze, they get 3 more blaze rods. And 6 blaze rods is more than enough. In fact, it's perfect. But the speedrun cuts to this hulking mass of blaze rods directly in front of them. Come on, buddy. But it gets worse. When they turn around, there is an army of blaze in front of them. Alright, so the speedrunner gets as many blaze rods as they could possibly desire. And if I fast forward the speedrun here, you can see that not walking a very long distance, they are able to find a bastion very quickly. So the only thing I can comment about this is that this seed must be very, very lucky. At this point, we are just about to witness the speedrunner getting very frustrated about being unable to make a crafting table.
I've done so, guys, so we need to get in there. Oh, and then the crafting table. Ah, fuck.
Yeah, crafting dysfunction. It happens to the best of us, buddy. The speedrunner puts themselves into creative mode, angrily muttering under their breath about John.
Jesus Christ, Michael, can't do. You do one gosh dang job. Flip. I can't speak. Oh, where's the flip? Is that you get in? How do you get in, guys? We found the gold blocks. This is gonna be easy peasy speedrun.
And then, yeah, just like that, out of nowhere, the footage is cut and they're in the bastion. So the speedrunner mines these golden blocks, and then after exploring more of the bastion, they find a piglin to trade with. They give this piglin 81 gold ingots, and the speedrunner gets 80 ender pearls in return for their trade. And let's be real here, we know this is extremely fake. I'm not even gonna waste my time doing the math here. This percentage, that percentage. This guy is a phony baloney. The percentages do not matter. The speedrunner tries making blaze powder. I don't even think they know how to do that. And you can see in their inventory, they have 4 blocks of obsidian right now. But then there is an extremely sudden cut. They have a full stack of obsidian, and now they're making a nether portal. After creating this nether portal, they go into their inventory trying to find a flint and steel, and just listen to this freak out where they think they don't have flint and steel, but they do. It's just goofy.
Okay, skit! Oh, I do. Okay.
Alright, well anyways, the speedrunner lights the nether portal. They return to the overworld. Somehow, by some miracle, they find a way to create blaze powder, and they make their Eyes of Ender. Now that the speedrunner has Eyes of Ender, all they need to do is throw the ball in the sky and follow their balls. But the speedrunner says this.
Okay, we just need some triangulation.
They need to do some triangulation. Now, for anyone who isn't aware, that is actually a professional speedrunning strategy. And it's not important because this guy tries to do it, and it is the funniest thing in the world. They start changing the brightness in their game. They open up the Minecraft store by accident. They change their field of view.
Oh, fuck. I'm gonna need some triangulation here. If I throw this pearl. Oh, yeah. 3 plus 45. Okay.
And then, yeah, they say 30 plus 45. Okay. Yeah, that math checks out. That sounds about right. Sounds like triangulation to me. You know, isosceles, obtuse, right angle. Yeah, triangulation. Then, the speedrun footage cuts to more behind-the-scenes footage that I don't think was meant to see the light of day. I know this is painful, I know it's difficult to get through, but the speedrunner gets into the village, they toss an Eye of Ender, and it goes down. So naturally, the speedrunner begins digging down to reach the stronghold, right? Well, the next series of events are so confusing, I'm gonna need someone to help me to understand here.
Oh yeah, guys, there's a new method where I found. You can literally just mine all the way down with one punch. With your fist. Oh, look. Oh my gosh, guys, it's working. Oh, we're gonna die!
That voice crack was priceless.
Relish. Oh my gosh.
Yes, the speedrunner dies by accident. At which point there is another cut. They have tons of stuff in their inventory, and they're suddenly back in the stronghold with pants in their hands. Well, the speedrunner finds the portal room, they fill the portal with eyes, and they enter the end. Hang on a second though, why are they just standing there? Yeah, I guess the speedrunner's taking a moment for some deep breathing exercises. Or he's stalling. There's only one way to find out. The speedrunners, in the end, they're doing fantastic. They're breaking the crystals and they die. And after billions of sudden cuts, oh my goodness, is that Herobrine? Yeah, that is a floating armor stand with Minecraft Steve's face on it.
No way, guys, it's not Herobrine. It's Herobrine. No way, Herobrine. No way. Oh my gosh, guys, Herobrine's gave me creative mode.
The speedrunner's given creative mode. They are flailing like a fish out of water. With all this cheating, they are still unable to kill the dragon, even with Minecraft Stove helping them. And yeah, just like that, they beat the game. I have a migraine now. I'm gonna go take a nap.
We did it. I got COVID.
Right, so this speedrun, it's a little goofy. They're using Lunar Client, which automatically disqualifies their speedrun. The speedrunner is playing Silent Night. It's Christmas time, but I don't think Santa's coming. The Grinch is coming tonight. The speedrunner is on their way to create their new world. We can clearly see 2 worlds they've made in the past. Oij Gorge Goy Jurg and Babachu, which I think is the close relative of the Babadook. So the speedrunner creates their new save file, calling it world record, and they put the difficulty on hard, which really isn't necessary, but you know what? I got respect for them. So we have the pleasure of listening to this very beautiful music while the game is loading up, and then there is just a very abrupt cut where the speedrunner is looking down at the ground. They're selecting the 3rd slot in their inventory. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they edited this in Windows Movie Maker. As soon as the speedrunner turns around, there is an altar with an ender chest on it, and the speedrunner is looking around as if like, oh yeah, I don't see this goofy structure I made behind me. You know, what's good around here? There's some trees, there's some grass, the air. Lightning starts striking the ender chest, and then the speedrunner opens the chest, and there is a netherite sword in it named Axe Body Spray. So now I'm getting the feeling that this is one of those speedrunners who's just being random for the sake of being random. Anyways, the speedrunner gets the sword and they walk away. But hang on a second, did you see that just a split second ago? I'm sorry, but what is that? Is that one of the clouds from the Super Mario Brothers games? Did the speedrunner think that it was gonna blend in with the birch trees and we weren't gonna question it? Well, it doesn't matter. In front of them, the speedrunner finds a ruined nether portal. It's looking a little strange, but you know what? Maybe it's believable. I'll give him a chance here. Nope. Okay, so in the chest is 64 TNT blocks. They just right-clicked it, separated it perfectly in 2, and then put them in 2 different spots. This guy's a big stinky cheater. I'm not really sure why, but the speedrunner uses the TNT blocks to build a staircase up to the nether portal, which is like literally playing with fire. That is the stupidest thing someone could do, but okay, I'm gonna roll with it. They use their flint and steel to light the nether portal, and the fire is just like glitched. The fire is not firing right now. And then out of nowhere, I hear the speedrunner say,
Herobrine!
He calls out to Herobrine. Well, it turns out that the nether portal had 1 crying obsidian on its frame, and then it disappears and turns into real obsidian. And now the nether portal works. So when the speedrunner enters the nether, there is no loading screen. This is very goofy. But if I freeze frame here, tell me if you notice anything unusual on the screen. Yeah, that's right. There is a second nether portal. What's going on here, buddy? I think you got some explaining to do. And then just playing the speedrun a few seconds more, they are directly above a nether fortress. So I'm just trying to put 2 and 2 together here, but it's possible they spawned into 1 nether portal and made it look like they spawned directly above the nether fortress. I don't know. Well, the speedrunner's next dilemma here is that the nether fortress is right there, blaze rods ripe for the picking. The problem is that if they drop down there, they are going to die. And that's when the speedrunner opens up the chat box. Creative mode, survival mode, invisibility, leaving and joining the game. Aren't they speedrunning on a server? And that's when this happens. Yeah, they're just slamming on their keyboard, going into creative mode, then going into survival mode. And the footage cuts to them being next to a blaze spawner. If you can even consider this a blaze spawner. Yes, that is in fact their friend with a blaze skin on, goofing around. So you know what? Maybe there's a reasonable explanation for this. The blaze gives them blaze rods, and then in true fake speedrun fashion, they fly off into the distance and disappear into the lava. But then there is another sudden cut, and come on. A player with the same username approaches them, but this time with a piglin skin. You couldn't have, I don't know, put in the effort to just hide their username? Well, the speedrunner gives them a single golden nugget, and then the piglin starts shaking its head, saying no. The piglin throws the 2 golden nuggets back at the speedrunner, then the speedrunner gets mad, they hit the piglin hits the speedrunner with their sword, and then you are never going to expect this twist of events. The speedrunner gets out the Axe Body Spray and massacres the piglin, and there's ender pearls all over the ground. That was more dramatic than one of those popular dating TV shows. After another sudden cut, the speedrunner suddenly has a full stack of obsidian blocks, and then they attempt to create a nether portal to return to the overworld. But like every bad fake speedrunner, they create a true abomination. Well, anyways, it just gets weirder. The speedrunner returns to the overworld, and in front of them is a marble staircase leading up to the sky, I have no idea what to expect here. After the speedrunner goes up the staircase, there's a sign in front of them that says low budget with a sad looking face. Could not finish house. And behind them is their friend, playing the role of Herobrine now. So I'm not really sure what the point of this is, because Herobrine just starts tossing netherite blocks at the speedrunner, and then the speedrun footage cuts to them being in a village. The speedrunner approaches a villager with a very large unibrow, and somehow the budget for this fake speedrun really ramped up because there's voice acting now.
Welcome to my loving, beautiful village. Isn't it beautiful? Enjoy your stay.
Well, the speedrunner breaks out the Axe body spray, kills the villager, and there's a sudden cut to them destroying the village? I don't know what is happening here. After completely destroying the village, the speedrunner is searching the rubble, and beneath them, they find a hole. The speedrunner drops down into this hole, and oh my goodness, I cannot believe it, they found the stronghold. No, this is the Walmart Great Value version stronghold. Now, maybe to the untrained eye, you wouldn't see the difference, but me, I'm a professional, and this is painful. At which point, the speedrunner says this.
Bro, how am I gonna take out the crystals?
How am I gonna take out the crystals? Then this goofy sounding music starts playing, and their friend disguised as Herobrine starts running around, flying in the sky, breaking the end crystals for them. After that, the speedrunner says this.
What am I gonna do about my time?
What am I gonna do about my time? At which point, the speedrunner is led by Herobrine to a structure I have never seen before, a time machine. So they go inside of this structure, their timer disappears, they got a goofy video effect on the screen, and now their timer is reset to 0. Even then, with all of this cheating and being so bad at the game, having this wildly overpowered sword, the speedrunner still cannot kill the Ender Dragon. Yeah, it flies away before they can get anything more than 2 hits in on it. So the speedrunner hands over Axe body spray to Herobrine, at which point Herobrine is flying around in the sky, chasing down the dragon like Tom and Jerry, and the speedrunner beats the game in 44 seconds. I don't know what it is, but that wee gets me every time. This speedrun, you are in for a wild ride. I have no idea what Vlogstar is, but it's probably some sort of goofy third-party recording app. Their timer is cut off. They've clearly already been playing in this world. As soon as the speedrun begins, who is this man? When the speedrunner looks away and they look back, the guy is just gone. Then, when the speedrunner enters this villager house in front of them, in the corner of their screen, there is a tank. Well, immediately after that, they look away, opening the chest, and there is just a very large amount of obsidian and a single flint and steel. Way to be subtle, buddy. Then the speedrunner moves over to the next house, and in that chest is a stack of golden apples, a lightly used diamond pickaxe, and a shield. But hang on a second, while the speedrunner is equipping their shield, what kind of haircut did Minecraft Steve get? Look how they massacred my boy! The next few moments are just stimulus overload, so let me break it down piece by piece here. The speedrunner very casually walks by a tank. Then there is just a cavern full of diamond ore blocks, and when they enter the cavern, it is completely lit up with billions of torches. At the bottom of the cavern, there is even more diamond ore, so naturally, the speedrunner casually mines this ore. My question is, the speedrunner already has basically everything they would need. They waste so much time mining this diamond ore. What is the purpose here, buddy? After that, though, you can hear the speedrunner whispering under his breath, saying, I need a sword.
I need a sword.
Immediately after, there is a sudden cut where there's a netherite sword on the ground, and then in the corner of the screen, you can see the mysterious person from earlier just floating away into the sunset. This is so goofy. Well, the speedrunner now decides they're going to create a nether portal. In a very strange way, a very inefficient way, some would say. There is no reason at all to make it so tall. They took so much damage in the process of creating it, but anyways, they light it with their flint and steel and enter the nether. Once the speedrunner spawns into the nether, though, there's really no good way to see what's happening on the screen, but somehow they just burn to death by accident. And then when they spawn back in, their computer is so slow that the only thing that has rendered on their screen is the tank. This is too painful to push through. Well, yada yada yada. The speedrunner gets items again, they return to their nether portal, and they're back in the nether. And again, you can see their friend just floating in the corner of their screen. On top of that, how did a cow get here? I don't even know. The speedrunner just aimlessly aimlessly walks around, wasting so much time until they get hit by a gassed fireball and they die again. Well, the speedrunner spawns back in, they're in the nether, they've got nothing. It's 5 minutes into the speedrun. At this point, a professional speedrunner would have been in the stronghold by now, I don't know. There is a stone bridge in front of them. How much more ridiculous is this gonna get? And wow, would you look at that, the stone bridge leads right to a nether fortress. How lucky. There's only one problem. The speedrunner cannot get up to the nether fortress. So their friend comes back to the rescue, giving them a variety of random blocks, at which point their friend hits them off of the bridge by accident, almost killing them again. So the speedrunner builds up to the nether fortress. Somehow a netherite sword just appears in their inventory. I have no idea how, and they die again. How much more of this speedrun do I have to watch? Come on, guys. So the speedrunner spawns back in. They're in creative mode. They look around, and there's just blaze rods all over the ground. I am in physical pain at this point. There is so much time being wasted. You're in creative mode. Why not just float on back to the nether portal? I don't know. They put themselves back into survival mode, but after that happens, all of their items just suddenly multiply. At which point, if you were thinking this couldn't get any worse, it does. They walk forward, they find a chest. Inside the chest is an AK-47 and P90.
In an instant.
Items in this chest are just magically appearing out of thin air. A used pair of pants, a sword, a pickaxe, a desert eagle, RPG ammo, a prison shank. What is happening here? Then suddenly the speedrunner is just in creative mode. Very casual. So the speedrunner gives the desert eagle to the piglin, while you can very clearly see their friend in frame on the screen here, and they did a horrible job at attempting to crop their friend out. Their friend throws golden ingots onto the ground. The speedrunner wastes so much time tossing these golden ingots at the piglin. I don't know if their game is broken at this point, but the piglin is just not taking the bait. They are not picking up these ingots. I don't know if I'm just exhausted from watching this speedrun, but I genuinely cannot figure out why the piglin won't take the gold. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Their friend just starts pooping out ender pearls in front of them. And now that the speedrunner has blaze rods and ender pearls, the next logical step here is to craft eyes of ender, right? No, well instead they're still in creative mode, and they search Ayai and Ayer, and despite having all the necessary items to craft eyes of ender, they just give it to themselves from creative mode. That's when you hear them say this.
I'm gonna cut this out, okay?
I'm gonna cut this out, okay? Buddy, I am witnessing the final cut. This was not cut out. And I'm sorry, wait a second. While they are browsing in creative mode, what in tarnation is that? Is that a bird? A pufferfish on a stick? Yeah, just like that, they're back in the overworld. The speedrunner returns to the surface, they throw their Eye of Ender, their friend floats up into the sky, all normal things here. They walk by a full-sized tank, like I said, all normal Minecraft things. After throwing an unnecessary amount of Eyes of Ender, the speedrunner just magically goes into survival mode out of nowhere, and things just continue to get worse. They start typing in the chat box a question mark, then just /locate structure stronghold, which clearly did not work, and after trying to use commands to locate a stronghold, you can very clearly hear the speedrunner say this.
Anyway, guys, I gotta chant the special theme song.
That they have to chant a special theme song? What?
End portal, please spawn beneath me.
That's very interesting. I've never heard that theme song before. That would be a miracle if that hey. Yeah, they dig down beneath the diamond ore block layer, and underneath them is an end portal. I don't think I'm gonna make it to the end of the speedrun, I'm just gonna be honest. At a world record time of 5 minutes and 50 seconds, the speedrunner is now in the end. There is an obsidian bridge leading the speedrunner to the end island. You can very clearly see their goofy friend building this bridge right in front of them in plain sight. It is hilarious seeing this horrible speedrunner using an assault rifle up against the ender dragon. Yeah, they die. Am I surprised? No, not at all. Yeah, well, the speedrunner spawns back into the overworld, they return to their completely legitimate end portal, and now they're back in the end. This time, though, the speedrunner is in a tank.
Yeah, I wasn't really surprised by this one. Unfortunately though, the speedrunner is just so bad, even assault rifles and tanks will not help them to beat the game. Their speedrun timer reset to 0 seconds out of nowhere. I don't know what happened. And now they are at an all-time new low, floating around in creative mode, unable to even hit the dragon. And the way they kill the dragon is with a pickaxe. I refuse to believe this speedrun is real. I just refuse to believe it. But here's the real kicker. After they beat the game, in what time, I don't actually know because their timer malfunctioned, the speedrunner put text on the screen saying, "Don't forget, watch the credits." So if I skip through and listen to all the credits, it sounds like they brought their microphone into the bathroom by accident. It is repulsive.
Oh, Jesus Christ, it's coming along at a
That is disgusting. Yeah, it just cuts off like that. This guy should honestly be banned from ever submitting a speedrun again in the future. Now listen, before I start this next speedrun, I'm just gonna preface by saying I am terrified. They're playing in windowed mode. They're speedrunning Minecraft 1.7. They've got a mini-map on the screen. These are red flags. This guy is up to no good. As soon as I start the speedrun, they are already on their way into the nether. Okay, I'll just roll with this. Let's see what happens. Their computer must be a potato PC because it just takes such a long time to load. When the speedrunner is in the nether, even though they're in survival mode, they are flying around, which I have no idea how, but they come across this chest. And in the chest, they find an M42 nuclear catapult. This one was legit. I am not messing with this speedrunner. This speedrunner spawns right in front of a village. You will not believe it. The player is walking towards the village. Fantastic spawn. Then they say this.
Strong focus on what I want.
And wow, face to face with a golem. This speedrunner's got some real gabagools on them. They say I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye. They kill the golem and get iron ingots. And then at a world record pace of 20 seconds, they dance with the iron ingots, craft it into a water bucket, and I personally have never seen this technique before in Minecraft speedrunning. They throw their water bucket at a lava pool, and holy cow, it turns into a nether portal. That was amazing. So the speedrunner enters the nether at a world record pace of 30 seconds, and then from there, they use never before seen techniques to traverse across the nether, and the speedrunner literally falls into a nether fortress.
My back!
How lucky is that? This speedrunner is so good, they're killing the wither and the blaze without even needing to touch them. How is this possible? I don't know. They get their blaze rod and sprint back to their nether portal. And from there, now that the speedrunner is in the overworld, somehow, I don't know how, someone's gonna have to explain this to me so my peanut-sized brain will be able to understand. They summon a stronghold in the middle of the sky. The speedrunner explores the stronghold with just so much swagger. The speedrunner says door, the door opens, then they find the portal room, and oh my goodness, it's a 12-eye? That is unbelievably lucky. So they jump into the portal, entering the end.
Damn!
The speedrunner breaks the end crystals, and with the power of James Brown, they defeat the Ender Dragon.
Now dig on this.
Now wait a second though, what does that mean? Dig on this? They're somehow turning back their speedrun timer. How is this possible? And just like that, the speedrunner beats Minecraft in a world record 1 minute and 0.78 seconds. And no, this was not the wrong footage. This speedrun is definitely promising. They're in survival mode, nothing fishy going on here. There is a CapCut watermark on their screen, and they are playing in windowed mode, which definitely makes me doubt if they are a true gamer. Who plays in windowed mode? Come on. But the speedrunner does say this before they begin speedrunning.
This is not fake. Trust me.
Yeah, this is not fake. I'm sorry, but if anyone says trust me, I'm automatically not gonna trust them. As soon as the speedrun starts, their timer starts at 1¼ seconds. Why it doesn't start at 0, I don't know. So the speedrunner jumps down, taking tons of damage, and they immediately start attacking this iron golem, and then they die. But you know, it's fine, their timer's still going. When they respawn, it's very clearly cut because they've already taken damage, they already have experience points. Oh brother. So the speedrunner begins attacking the iron golem again, and they die again. Whoop-de-doo, I am not surprised by that. Again, there's another very sloppy cut. The speedrunner cannot spawn at an angle like this. Why are they cutting the footage? Also, I gotta say, while they are breaking this wood, I love how they have the most dramatic cinematic music playing in the background.
Alright, here we go. Hurry!
You're breaking wood, buddy. This is not anything earth-shattering. Anyways, the speedrunner creates a crafting table. Then the speedrunner creates a wooden axe. But while they're doing that, take a look at the top left corner of their screen. Their speedrun timer is not actually a real timer. It's just a screen recording of a YouTube video of a speedrun timer. So every time their speedrun timer gets to 1 minute, they just replay the same screen recording every minute. This is so goofy. I cannot bring myself to believe that this is real. Anyways, the speedrunner jumps back down, they start attacking the golem again, and after showing their lovely skill and agility by missing the golem, and surprisingly not dying, they do actually end up killing the golem. But as soon as they drop down to pick up their 4 iron ingots, there is the most obviously hilarious cut, where after the cut, there's just this sloppy pile of random nonsense in front of them on the ground, and they didn't even take the time to cut out the segment where they're switching to survival mode. So yeah, they got iron ingots, they got a netherite sword, a netherite chest plate, and eyes of ender. Oh my Lanta, you're not fooling anybody. Well, the speedrunner tosses one of their eyes of ender, and then they approach this large pile of hay. After breaking 2 blocks of hay, you can hear them slamming on their laptop keyboard switching into creative mode.
But first, we need to get some hay bales.
And I guess they just forgot to cut this part out where they're shamelessly in creative mode, giving themselves a stack of hay. All the while, their speedrun timer has reset and it's now just showing YouTube. And it's like they're following a script. He goes right back into it saying, okay guys, we got our hay bales.
Alright guys, we just collected the hay bales.
This is probably some of the worst editing I have ever seen, ever. Well, their 1 minute speedrun timer is back on the screen. They throw another eye of ender and all of a sudden the speedrun footage is just in fast forward motion while the timer is still going at the same pace. The speedrunner approaches a tree with beehives on it and they start attacking the beehives. Why? I do not know. I cannot tell you. They get very close to dying until there is just another shameless cut where the hive is gone, the bees are gone, they're in creative mode, and there's more netherite gear just hanging out on the ground chilling. While the speedrunner goes back into survival mode, revealing that they have 1.5 hearts, and then they're back on their script. But their game audio is so loud, you can't hear a single word that they are saying. It is hilarious.
Oh my god! Oh, look at it!
I am so genuinely confused. The speedrunner then puts down a crafting table and they start making bread in the slowest way possible. This is so wildly inefficient, but okay, let him cook. And then I guess to make up for the fact that he just wasted so much time being inefficient about crafting bread, the video is sped up again. They go into creative mode, throwing tons of eyes of ender. Then finally they break down and start typing the /locate command. Yeah, that's when you know you are desperate. They type in stronghold, but the game is saying there is no structure. Then they type in end portal. This speedrunner just cannot win. When is he gonna catch a break? The guy is throwing so many eyes of ender, it has become an ASMR video at this point. Until finally the speedrunner strikes gold. They realize, okay, I must be directly above the stronghold. They go back into survival mode and just resume their goofy script, acting like none of that ever happened.
Alright guys, somebody...
Hang on a second though, what in tarnation just happened? They were digging down, they were clearly right above the stronghold, then all of a sudden there's this random cut. It's the next day, and they have end portal frames in their inventory. Unfortunately, this segment was cut out of the speedrun. What happened in between? We are gonna go the rest of our lives never knowing. Well, anyways, the speedrunner creates the end portal, filling it with eyes, and they enter the end. And I'm not sure how or why, but when they get into the end, they full screen Minecraft. Buddy, you couldn't have done that like 5 minutes ago? This is probably one of the most cursed things I've ever experienced. Building up onto the top of the island with end portal frames. Like a true beginner, the speedrunner just starts looking at all of the endermen, and their game audio is so loud compared to their microphone audio that you can just hear their muffled screams underneath the yelling of the endermen.
Oh, why are there endermen? Oh my god.
And with barely half a heart left, they panic and give themselves creative mode. Now that the speedrunner's in creative mode, they're just flying around willy-nilly, breaking all the end crystals. You cannot hear a single thing. Their game audio is cranked up to 11 with the bass boosted to 25.
Are you enderman? I'm just trying to... This is the fastest speedrun.
And after they finish destroying all the end crystals, they shamelessly give themselves a water bucket, go into survival mode, and then they even have the gabagools to set their world spawn. So the speedrunner tries jumping off of the obelisk and doing a water bucket clutch, and they die. No surprise there. Now hang on a second. After they respawn, the set world spawn command didn't even work. If I go frame by frame, they clearly spawn in the overworld. So now the speedrunner is magically back in the end. They put themselves into survival mode and they pick up all of the items that they lost when they died. Well, this is it. No more fooling around. The speedrunner is locked and loaded. They're on their way to the Ender Dragon to destroy this thing legitimately, and they're in creative mode again. Just spamming beds, and their game audio is so loud that you cannot hear a single thing. It is hilarious. After the Ender Dragon dies by completely natural causes, the speedrunner puts themselves back into survival mode, and you know what? What's a creative mode? I didn't see anything fishy about this speedrun. Alright, this speedrun, their microphone is absurd. What are you using? A toaster oven to record? Anyways, if I freeze frame here, there is a lot we need to talk about. The first thing is their world loads unbelievably quickly, and their timer is starting even though they didn't begin their speedrun, which is weird, but whatever. But wait, there's more. Top left of the screen, I'm sorry, but is that a farmer just looking directly at the ground? What in tarnation? And then this is the last thing just for now. That tree has different kinds of leaves on it. All of those weird things aside, everything else looks very normal. So the speedrunner approaches this tree in front of them, they break it, and then they make a crafting table. And then they make a hoe to break the tree. Buddy, have you ever heard of an axe?
This is the most efficient, don't question me. Otherwise I'm gonna hit you in the head with a potato.
I'm sorry, did he just say I'm gonna hit you in the head with the potato? Alright, I'm confused, but let's move on. Is this guy okay? Well, after the speedrunner spends a good 10 seconds clearing their throat, they approach, I'm not sure what this is. Well, what is this, a mini beach biome? I have never in my entire experience of Minecraft seen sand just hanging out.
Some sort of beachy structure here.
Yeah, so the speedrunner says this is some sort of beachy structure, and then they begin to dig down into the sand. And they find a boat with a chest on it. Their reaction to it is so funny.
We're just gonna, oh my goodness, a boat? What?
They find cooked salmon, they find a leather tunic, iron ingots, diamond, and iron sword. While this is legitimate loot for a buried chest, it would not show up in an oak boat with a chest. Yeah, dum-dum. Well, the speedrunner takes their newly found loot and then they say this.
I need this boat later, just a hunch, I don't know.
Yeah, I might need this boat later, just a hunch, I don't know. I am scared to find out what they're gonna use that boat for.
Sorry guys, my pet goldfish was going for a walk and I had to stop him.
I'm sorry, did the speedrunner just say my pet goldfish was gonna go for a walk and I had to stop him? I'm so confused. Let's just move on. After that, the speedrunner finds a ruined nether portal, which is very, very lucky. They open up the chest, there's 2 axes, golden ingots, golden blocks, fire charges. This is fantastic news. But hang on a second there, buddy. Tell me if you just noticed that. I'm gonna play it again, I'm not gonna point it out, just tell me if you noticed it.
Yeah, that was good stuff in the chest.
Did you see it this next time around? You still didn't? Okay, let me help you out. If I go frame by frame, there is the most subtle cut where the amount of obsidian that is in front of them just multiplies magically. And I gotta say, that cut was so subtle, I barely noticed it. Well, anyways, then the speedrunner crafts a diamond pickaxe so that they can mine this obsidian and complete the ruined nether portal. But hang on a second. You tell me, how did they just make a diamond pickaxe? Because if I rewind just a minute ago, the speedrunner had 2 diamonds. So the only thing I can assume is that during that very slight cut, they also gave themselves 1 extra diamond. Yeah, you think you're slick, buddy? Well, the speedrunner legitimately wastes about a whole minute just mining that obsidian. You gotta do what you gotta do. They realize that they can use the fire charges to light the nether portal, so they do that and they enter the nether. But when they enter the nether, their reaction to what is about to happen is just so funny.
Oh my goodness, that's the most rare nether fortress bastion never before seen.
I'm not sure what it is, but the what What? Just makes me chuckle. Yeah, this is a nether fortress conjoined into a bastion. Is this possible? I don't even know. Anyways, the speedrunner creates a shield, and then they enter the bastion or the nether fortress. I'm not really sure what they're entering. After just a few seconds of exploring, the speedrunner immediately comes across a blaze spawner. Now, I don't know if you noticed this earlier, but if I go frame by frame, the golden axe they're using actually has Fortune 3, which is really gonna come in handy. After about a minute or two of fighting the blazes, they have 5 blaze rods, but unfortunately, they are at half a heart and about to die. And then the speedrunner says this.
I have half a heart, this is not looking good. I might have to put in my resignation now.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to put in my resignation. I don't know why, it just made me laugh. Well, the speedrunner bucks up, they eat their cooked salmon, and they make a run for it. They get 1 more blaze rod, and at a world record pace of 6 minutes, they run into a piglin in the fortress bastion. And these next few moments are so wildly hilarious because the speedrunner is just screaming at the piglin to get in the hole. I don't know what it is. I am crying from laughing. Just watch this.
Get in the hole. Get in the hole, piglin. Get in the hole! Get in the hole! That's what I'm talking about.
The way that it cuts to the piglin just suddenly being in a hole is priceless. You cannot make this up. Well, anyways, the piglin is now in the hole. The speedrunner gives 26 gold ingots to the piglin. And again, what you can hear from the speedrunner's microphone is so funny during this trading process.
String? Are you kidding me? I'm not a spider. What am I gonna do with string? Brick. What did I tell you about the brick? I don't even want brick. Oh my goodness, there's ender pearls down there. I didn't even see them. Why didn't you say something to me? You were just giving me brick the whole time and there's ender pearls.
The way the speedrunner just gradually gets so frustrated by their poor trades, and the footage just cuts to, oh, okay, there's ender pearls. That's fantastic news. Well, the speedrunner does get 4 ender pearls, and they craft Eyes of Ender. But they put a charge in their crafting box. Buddy, have you never created an Eye of Ender before? This is priceless. Now, hang on a second. I'm gonna show that clip to you again when they're crafting, and tell me if you noticed what just happened.
My 4 Eyes of Ender. And yeah.
Alright, you still didn't see it? Let me go frame by frame. Take a look at how I go frame by frame. On the right side of the screen, you can see their sword. But on the next frame, it's a completely different moment. It was a very subtle cut that I barely even noticed myself. But what's different here? They still have 4 Eyes of Ender. Everything seems normal, right? I'm gonna pause it here. Do things still seem normal? Nope. They suddenly have 10 Eyes of Ender. So the only thing we can assume is that there was a very sudden cut. The speedrunner decided, I want more Eyes of Ender, so they just dropped them on the ground in creative mode and cut it all out. Come on, do you think we're bozos? So with 10 Eyes of Ender, the speedrunner returns to the overworld. Then they break a tree and they jump into the ocean. But wait a second, what in the world is that? It's very clear to see that there is an ocean monument in the ocean, but above the sea level, what? Is this a new structure that I just haven't heard of? I think I missed a few updates. Well, the speedrunner swims towards this structure. Once the speedrunner reaches this beachy structure, you can hear them say this.
Luckily, I saved this boat. I might need this boat for falling down a hole, perhaps.
Luckily, I saved this boat. I might need this boat for falling down a hole, perhaps. Gee, I wonder if there's a hole beneath them. So now that the speedrunner has conveniently fallen down into this hole, you can hear them say this.
I really just needed some iron.
Yeah, I really just needed some iron. But you know what? Let's watch them mine this iron and just see what happens here.
And oh my goodness, would you look at that? The portal room?
Their reaction to falling into the portal room is just so goofy. Well, yeah, that all happened very quickly. So the speedrunner fills the portal with eyes and they enter the end. At a world record 12 minutes and 30... Yeah, that's not world record. This guy is literally slower than a legitimate speedrunner. That is just sad. And you could tell they just genuinely have no idea what they are doing. They consume a potion of fire resistance. Why? That is not gonna do anything for you. Then the speedrunner builds up to one of these obelisks to break one of the end crystals, and when they do, there's just the most ridiculous cut. Now listen, some of their cuts in the past have been very subtle, but this one was so blatant, and after this sudden cut, they open their inventory. This speedrunner never in the entire footage got a bow. You can rewind and check for yourself. I'm 99% sure they never picked up a bow, and now they just suddenly have one. And yeah, you hear the speedrunner say this.
Luckily, I got this bow from earlier, like that one time, so...
Luckily, I got this bow earlier that one time. When? Tell me that one time. But the last thing this speedrunner needs is a bow because they are horrible at using it. They proceed to miss every single shot that they take, and then you can hear them saying this.
You guys know I'm one of the best sharpshooters in the nation. Yeah, I'm ranked Diamond Platinum Double 200.
They say that they're Diamond Platinum Double 200. What is that? That's not even a rank. I have no idea what this guy is saying at this point. It's like that one friend who's a know-it-all and they just completely talk out of their rear the whole time. After just missing hundreds of shots, you can hear the speedrunner get frustrated and say that the bow is broken.
You guys know I'm one of the sharpest shooters around. This bow's broken. Come on. Stupid friend.
Despite the fact that this speedrunner is genuinely horrible at aiming, they actually are pretty good at water bucket clutches. I'm genuinely surprised. So after they surprisingly do not die from fall damage, they go up to another pillar and they're about to break another crystal. And they miss. Again, what a surprise. But on this next shot, look closely and tell me if you notice what happens.
And if I jump and I hit it, just like that, the end crystal, perfect.
Yeah, that's right. If I go frame by frame, all of the other end crystals in sight are also destroyed at the same time. What in tarnation? How is this possible? Well, after these unexplainable events, the speedrunner does another water bucket clutch. Somehow they don't die. I am actually impressed. The speedrunner goes up to the dragon. They actually do a surprising amount of damage while they're just saying the weirdest words possible. They get thrown up in the sky again, and wow, another successful water bucket clutch. I am impressed. And this is when the biggest plot twist occurs. The speedrunner gets their bow out, they take aim, but hang on a second, what are they doing? When the dragon is perched, bow and arrow does nothing.
This is speed. Just like that, the inner dragon is defeated.
What in tarnation? The dragon just faded away into dust. I have so many questions. If someone can explain this to me, that would be dandy. I'm not sure why, but this made me crack up. I can hear the speedrunners saying, he's better than Dream, he's better than his cousin Dean.
Better than Dream, better than his cousin Dean.
This guy just says the goofiest stuff ever while he is speedrunning, or cheating at speedrunning. Despite cheating and being so horrible at it though, this guy beat Minecraft at more than double what a legitimate speedrunner would be able to beat the game at. Oh brother. If you're a speedrun connoisseur like me, I'm sure you are very familiar with the Japan World Cup, one of the most prestigious speedrun events in the world. There's so many talented speedrunners in the Japan World Cup. We're just gonna have to showcase all of them. Man on horse, woman on horse, man on horse leaning back with silly hairdo, two people on a horse, person on a panda, tiny person on tiny horse, person on an elephant who's disguised as a horse. I'm pretty sure that's two people disguised as a horse in a barrel. And just like that, the speed run begins. Two people on a horse are in the lead, followed by man leaning back on horse with silly hairdo, followed by woman on horse, followed by just a regular man on a horse. Oh my goodness, never mind. The horse is dancing. Tiny person on a tiny horse is following, followed by the man on a panda, followed by the man on an elephant disguised as a horse. This is unheard of. Followed by two people disguised as a horse in a barrel. And oh my goodness, just like that, two people disguised as a horse in a barrel, they collapsed. I knew it. I knew it wasn't a real horse. Part of me was thinking it was a real horse, but I know it wasn't. And this is crazy. Regular man on horse is in the lead. The horse is dancing, but man on horse leaning back with silly hairdo is slowly catching up. And that's when regular man on regular horse starts twirling around and they do a leap into the finish of the first lap. But that's not all we're gonna see when it comes to the most extreme speed running tactics. Out of nowhere, man on panda gets launched into the sky, and then he's picked up by panda, bear hugged by him, and now they are rolling. Dream would never be able to do this. Then out of nowhere, man leaning back on horse with silly hairdo is cheating. They are in a vehicle. This is completely against the rules. Speedrun.com would not approve of this. And just like that, frame by frame, picture perfect finish, man leaning back on horse with silly hairdo in a vehicle wins the second lap by cheating. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm just messing around. This is the wrong footage. This speedrun starts off on the world selection screen, and we could see two new save files hanging out on their screen. Speedrun moment or renew and never mind. I don't even know. Should I even say that? Well, the speedrunner creates their new world, putting their difficulty into easy mode, which as far as I know is okay. But what's not okay is them enabling cheats. And then when they go on to create their world, Minecraft gives them an error saying these settings are using experimental environmental features. So now I'm kinda scared. What exactly are we about to witness here? Regardless, their loading screen does look normal. They spawn in and everything is as expected here. They spawn in front of some cows, they hit some cows, they get some beef. They actually spawn right in front of a pillager outpost and next to a village, which is very lucky, especially for random seed. So the speedrunner starts approaching this village. On their way to the village though, they just waste so much time trying to kill this chicken, and wow, this guy has horrible aim, almost as bad as the other speedrunner in this video. I mean, come on buddy, how difficult is it to hit a chicken? Well, thank goodness the speedrunner does eventually reach the village. While they are in the water, they take a screenshot by accident. I don't know if it was by accident or if they just thought underwater looked pretty. And once in the village, everything looks normal. The speedrunner enters a house, they break a bed, but hang on a second. When they're approaching this next house, the door is already open. And as far as I know, villagers always close the door behind them. So what in tarnation is going on here, buddy? There's only one way we're gonna find out. Never mind, it's just a load of apples. Nothing unusual here. But hang on a second, what is the speedrunner doing? They're just sitting there, wasting tons of time. Until eventually, after wasting almost an entire minute, there is a very abrupt cut where it says set own game mode to survival, and the speedrunner picked up those 8 apples. But hang on a second, what is this in their inventory? I am pretty sure this is not a vanilla item. Well, I don't know, there's only one way we're gonna figure out what in tarnation this item is. So the speedrunner closes the chest, they break this bed, they go into another house, they break another bed. All normal things that would happen in a speedrun here. Until the speedrunner enters this one particular house, they approach this chest, they decide to start breaking it. And tell me if you notice what just happened. I'll play it again and tell me if you see it. Okay, you still didn't see it? I'm gonna go frame by frame here. After the chest is broken, there is everything you'd expect coming out of it. Some bread, maybe some grass seed, the chest itself. What is that? I am so confused. I want to know what this item is. Hey, wait a second, what is this hole? Oh my goodness. That was just about the smoothest transition I have ever seen in my entire life. Are we still even in Minecraft? What is happening here? Yeah, this definitely looks like Minecraft. Is this Skyblock? Guys, I think I missed a few updates here. This is crazy. Minecraft has guns now. It's gory. Wheels is playing Counter-Strike 2. I'm sorry, Minecraft has a grappling hook now? What in tarnation? Alright, I'm gonna be honest, this game actually seems very cool. Can someone in the comments please tell me what this is? After the speedrunner gets a combo of which, if I said this word, I'd probably get demonetized, they suddenly just wake up in the portal room in the stronghold with tons of ender pearls and tons of blaze rods. But that does not help the fact that this guy doesn't even know how to craft blaze powder. Well, they do figure out how to make blaze powder, then they craft eyes of ender, and they fill the portal, entering the end. There's not that much more to this speedrun. I just thought that transition was really crazy, and I thought that game that they were playing was interesting, because the rest of this speedrun is really just them going into creative mode and unleashing a rampage on the ender dragon. Until they die. Yeah, I don't think anybody taught this guy how to use beds in the end. Rookie mistake. And this speedrunner is just back on their nonsense again. And then they die again. But I guess the Ender Dragon died too, so they beat the game, right? In totally world record time. I am not messing with this guy. That was legitimate. The beginning of this speedrun seems very, very legitimate. Loading screen looks good. They got a timer. They load into their world. They're selecting the first slot. But if we zoom out here, come on. They're not looking straight ahead, which is a major red flag. The speedrunner spawns directly in a village, and they immediately enter one of the houses. Inside, opening a chest. And yeah, it's very clear that the speedrun is fake. What is with fake speedrunners? He cleanly separated the cobblestone evenly into 2. So yeah, I'm aware this speedrun is fake. It's just so funny that I had to show it to you. After the speedrunner gets their very legitimate loot, there is a very sudden cut. Even though the timer is exactly the same, they've lost a ton of hunger and they have 2 hearts. So what in the world happened in between? I don't know. And I'm pretty confused here because they have full diamond gear. Why are they going up to this tree and breaking it? And that's when you hear the speedrunner say this.
This is the best tree in the game.
This is the best tree in the game. Well, come on, what are you talking about? Why is this the best tree in the game? Come on, buddy, are you serious? What in tarnation? Yeah, the best tree in the game miraculously dropped obsidian and flint and steel. I think I missed a few updates, guys, I don't know. Well, after the speedrunners encounter with the best tree in the game, they approach this pig and they start hitting it. Until again, there is another abrupt cut with no change to their timer, and when they turn around, there is a stack of cooked chicken in front of them. First off, was 3 pork not enough? Second off, chicken and pig are 2 completely different things. Well, after this strange string of events, the speedrunner then moves on to building their nether portal. But unfortunately, this is just another speedrunner who does not understand the shape of a rectangle. They actually go inside this thing and light it with flint and steel. What in tarnation? And you could hear the speedrunner say this.
Crap, screwed it up again.
Yeah, I screwed it up again. How much time has this guy been wasting building nether portals? Well, there's another cut. It's nighttime. They turn around and they figured out what a rectangle looks like. So they light their nether portal and they enter the end. I mean, the nether. Oops. At which point, there is no loading screen. There's just another abrupt cut. The speedrunner is floating around in the nether like a goofy goober in creative mode, and you can hear him say this.
This isn't cheating. This is just helping out the speedrunner.
This isn't cheating. This is just helping out the speedrunner. Buddy, do you think we just blew in from Stupid Town? This is cheating. Well, after wasting tons of time, the speedrunner does find a nether fortress. I'm not sure how the speedrunner does not die to these blaze, because he just stands in front of them point blank and whacks at them like no tomorrow. Has this guy never played Minecraft before? Oh my goodness. By some miracle, they don't die. They get 3 blaze rods, and then they dig underneath the stairs, and they find even more blaze rods hidden away. Oh yeah, this is the handiwork of Mr. Blaze. Yeah, he always hides blaze rods underneath the stairs. Well, anyways, there is another sudden cut. When the speedrunner turns around, there are just tons of piglin hanging out in a hole, just sitting there. And when the speedrunner drops into that hole, they pick up a slew of random items. Gee, I wonder if they have enough ender pearls. Well, that all happened very quickly. So the speedrunner builds another nether portal, and they return to the overworld. But once they are in the overworld, they start talking about triangulation, and now I have anxiety, considering some of the other fake speedrunners I have seen have no clue what triangulation even means.
Gotta start the epic triangulation strat. I heard if you hyperventilate, it makes you run faster in Minecraft. And we arrived at the stronghold, just like that. 2 minutes on the clock.
And yeah, just like that, the speedrunner found the portal room. What in tarnation? So they fill the portal with eyes, and then they say this.
I've got a little bit of extra eyes of ender.
Yeah, they just have a few extra eyes of ender, just a few. Yeah, just chuck those out, no big deal. Once they are in the end, there is no loading screen. They're in creative mode, and then they provide a very dramatic and fake reaction to being in creative mode, followed by this cinematic music just randomly starts playing.
Yo, wait guys, no way! Dude, there's a new glitch in the game. We can get creative mode when we fight the dragon, dude.
What is with fake speedrunners and this goofy cinematic music? While the speedrunner is just floating around like a goober breaking the end crystals, the cinematic music has a pause. You can very clearly hear that they are just playing 2 music tracks at the same time. It is so goofy.
Let's go! Sub 4 minutes, let's go!
And I'm sorry, but I must be so unobservant. I just noticed now, when did their timer start going backwards? I feel so stupid. Well, it's honestly good news to see that their timer is going backwards, because this guy wastes so much time trying to figure out how to kill the Ender Dragon with a command. It is just sad. And yeah, just like that, the speedrunner beat the game at 3 minutes and 16 seconds. And I honestly just find it so funny how they now have 3 songs playing at the same time. The credit music, this goofy cinematic song, and the stupid dream speedrun music.
I'm so glad. Sub 4 minutes.
Don't let this guy edit your videos, that's all I'm saying. This speedrun starts off and everything seems very normal here, except for the fact that they are hungry. So anything could happen. Beyond that fog could be Herobrine lurking, I don't know. Well, the speedrunner starts breaking this tree in front of them, turning the logs into planks, until the speedrunner starts shaking their head and they just stop. Typing in the chat, guys, I'm a sped broad pro. Can someone translate for me here? I have no idea what this goober is saying. They proceed to attempt speed bridging, failing at it. Now I understand what they were trying to say. OMG God, guys, I'm so good. Yeah, I hate to burst your bubble, but you are not good. The speedrunner makes a crafting table. Then they kindly announce to us in the text box, guys, I'm going to the bathroom. And despite them saying they're going to the bathroom, they start moving forward, at which point there is an extremely sudden cut, and they have a full inventory of tons of items. The speedrunner says all right in the chat box, at which point there is another sudden cut where all of their items are just gone, and the sun is setting. What happened here? I have no idea. There's only one way to find out. Guys, I need to go to the bathroom. Buddy, where I think you need to go is the doctor. Do you have a bladder problem? Well, there is another cut, and the speedrunner says, guys, I'm back. Let's start mining. So the speedrunner puts down their crafting table, and they make a wooden pickaxe. What happened to their diamond tools earlier? I have no idea. So they start mining down into the ground, and they find a chest. OMG, guys. Okay. Now I know where all their diamond tools went. We just won the lottery. Buddy, you just won the lottery. I lost by having to sit through this nonsense. Well, the speedrunner wastes just so much time showing us how bad they are at melee in Minecraft. What in tarnation? Until they say, guys, and just wait for it. Guess what's gonna happen? I need to go to the bathroom again. I am seriously concerned about this speedrunner. I genuinely think we should start a GoFundMe for their medical condition. Excessive pee syndrome. Guys, I'm back. Wait, how's their Eyes of Ender? Yeah, they gave themselves a full stack of Eyes of Ender while they were going to the bathroom. This speedrun is so goofy. They go into creative mode to set the time to day, then they go back into survival mode, and then they realize, wait a second, I'm kinda hungry. So they go back into creative mode, giving themselves 64 cooked steak, and they are back into survival mode. The universe is once again in balance. OMG God, guys, we got food and it's morning. So I'm getting the vibe here that this guy meant to cut all of this nonsense out and they just didn't do it. The speedrunner starts throwing their Eyes of Ender, at which point they go on a 10-year-long expedition to find the stronghold. This goofy goober wastes so much time trying to find the stronghold, at which point there is a very abrupt cut, and the speedrunner looks like they are lodging in the hold of a ship. The speedrunner starts saying, guys, and then they stop typing because they realize they are in creative mode. So there's another cut, they're back in survival, and they say, guys, I'm back, exclamation mark 1, exclamation mark 1. They dig down, revealing they are in the stronghold, and then the speedrunner just does this kind of like flailing screen shake. Now hold your horses here. Before the speedrunner can fill the end portal with eyes and enter the end, they engage in a vicious and grueling battle with a single silverfish. Yep, you cannot make this up. This speedrunner almost died to a single silverfish. This is priceless. Then the speedrunner begins filling the portal with eyes. Nope, never mind. They almost die to this too. This guy cannot catch a break. It's like he's allergic to air. If anyone needs to cheat, it is this speedrunner. So the speedrunner spawns into the end. There is a very sudden cut, and they say, guys, OMG, I'm back in survival, no. And they're saying no because they understand that they will die in 0.2 seconds. Yeah, this speedrun is just sad to watch. This guy is getting tossed around like a boxing bag in the same room as Mike Tyson. They are in creative mode and have unlimited beds, and I could literally do more damage on the dragon with my eyes closed and while I am sleeping. The speedrunner has exhausted all of his options for cheating, so they go into their video settings, they click on skin customization. What are you gonna do, buddy? Turn off the left pants leg? Just accept the fact that you are bad at this game. They literally have beds in their inventory and they are hitting the Ender Dragon with an axe. Listen, I think on top of the GoFundMe we're gonna start for this guy's medical condition about peeing, I think we should also start a fundraiser to help educate them on how to beat Minecraft. And yeah, just like that, they're in creative mode and the Ender Dragon is dead. I know this one was fake. It was just so stupid that I wanted to show it to you. This speedrun is pretty goofy because their timer is just smack dab right in the middle of the screen. I'm not sure why they put that there, if they're trying to hide something or they just don't understand how speedruns work. There's only one way to find out. On top of that, their speedrun timer begins before they even start playing. Buddy, what are you doing here? And they're already level 7. This is not looking good. And oh my gosh, I don't know if I'm tired, but I just noticed now that it's nighttime. Let's just get this over with. The speedrunner immediately runs towards these trees and begins breaking it. But in a very sudden cut, going frame by frame, the speedrun footage skips ahead by 3 seconds, and there is an extremely inconspicuous chest in a hole. And inside the chest is 64 oak planks, And a treasure map? Oh wow, would you look at that? How convenient. There's an X marks the spot on the beach right next to them. So the speedrunner goes over to the X marks the spot and they dig down for a very long time. What in tarnation? After wasting a whole 15 seconds, they finally find the chest and inside is full netherite gear. Whoop-de-doo-dah. What a surprise. How convenient. And wow, would you look at that? It's the red wool that they used to build all of this in the first place. Buddy, how obvious can you be? Then the speedrun just immediately cuts to them running towards a nether portal that is fully completed. No sign of, oh, I don't know, maybe like a ruined portal structure. Are you even trying to make this believable? Yeah, well, it just gets worse. The speedrunner, when they enter the nether, they find a mini nether fortress. And the spawner on the mini nether fortress is a sheep spawner. In the chest next to the sheep spawner is a single ender pearl and 2 blaze rods. So naturally, the speedrunner takes their newly found materials and creates an Eye of Ender. That is not how you create an Eye of Ender, buddy. Did you just blow in from Stupid Town? Oh my goodness, then they make a crafting table to make Eyes of Ender? This could not get any worse. After wasting an appropriate amount of time, they finally figure out how to create blaze powder, and then they make their Eye of Ender. Congratulations, congratulations. When the speedrunner returns to the overworld, they show their extreme skill at Minecraft by just spam clicking all the enemies in front of them. After witnessing such raw talent and skill, the speedrunner runs across the beach, and there is just this like pillar emerging from the ocean floor. So the speedrunner dives into the ocean to discover what is going on here, and it's the stronghold portal room. Why am I not surprised? Very convenient. They have 1 Eye of Ender. The portal is missing 1 eye. Well, the speedrunner fills the end portal. They enter the end at a world record pace of 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Holy cow, holy cannoli. I am so impressed and so proud of this speedrunner. Wait a second, why are they typing in the chat box? Yeah, they went into creative mode. Then they give themselves an elytra and a rocket, even though they are already in creative mode. And for someone who is in creative mode and cheating to this degree, they are really bad at being in creative mode. The speedrunner wastes a whole 2 minutes trying to beat the game. The dragon's health has not even reached 50% yet, and then their timer just stops working. What is with cheating speedrunners and malfunctioning timers? After wasting even more time, the speedrun footage just cuts to the dragon being dead, and the timer is at 40 seconds. And just like that, they beat Minecraft in a world record 50 seconds. Nope, never mind, hang on. For the last like 2 seconds of the footage that I have, their speedrun timer just starts running again. This is so goofy. This speedrun is pretty breathtaking, but it goes by very quickly, so I'm gonna have to watch it frame by frame here. The real question is it legitimate? Is it fake? I don't know. You're gonna have to tell me. So the speedrunner spawns into their world and everything is looking good. They got a timer at the bottom. They press escape, going into the game menu, changing their difficulty to easy. From there, the speedrunner approaches this very specific grass block and they break it. And just breaking a few blocks, they fall into a cavern system. And the speedrunner gets very lucky because there is a library with cobwebs and they use that to break their fall damage. And wow, would you look at that? They landed directly into the stronghold. And while the speedrunner is falling, they open this chest and take this iron pickaxe. So they definitely mean business if they're not grabbing that armor, I'm just saying. There is a creeper and 2 skeletons in front of them. The speedrunner has 6 hearts and they use an iron pickaxe to break the skeleton on the right. The speedrunner gets very lucky by getting this bow that has probably 1 shot left in it and 2 arrows. So the speedrunner opens up this door and directly in front of them is the stronghold, which is extremely lucky. Now the speedrun footage does not show it, but it's very clear that the end portal is completely filled. So the likelihood of something like this happening is very, very low. I am more likely to get a video sponsored by Opera GX, for example. For some reason, they're just not responding to my messages. Come on, guys, sponsor a video. So as soon as the speedrunner enters the end, they press escape and they change their render distance, increasing it. So the only reason I can guess why they would do this is to make sure that the Ender Dragon is spawning in and operating correctly. I don't know. Well, the speedrunner mines 3 very specific blocks of endstone, climbing up onto the top of the end island and mining more blocks. They put 2 endstone blocks on the ground, dig a hole behind it, getting into that hole and readying their arrow. And as soon as the Ender Dragon approaches them, they shoot their arrow at the dragon. And with the speedrunner themselves having 1.5 hearts left over, they somehow one-shot the Ender Dragon. How is this possible? Is this fake? Is this real? Let me explain.
explain. This is actually an any percent set seed glitchless Minecraft speedrun. And the way the speedrunner just one-shot the Ender Dragon, as basically as I can explain it, is that while the speedrunner was getting knocked back by the dragon, while also being as close as possible to the center of its hitbox, the more speed they are gaining from being knocked back. So they shoot their arrow while temporarily having that high speed from the knockback. Their arrow also has this velocity, and the arrow's damage is proportional to its speed. After beating the Ender Dragon, the speedrunner does have 1.5 hearts left over. I thought it would be funny if they died by accident, but they didn't, and they actually beat the game in 54 seconds in game time, which is pretty impressive. I just thought it was cool, so I wanted to share it with you. The speedrunner creates their world and everything is looking normal. World creation seems legitimate. They're selecting the first slot, they're looking ahead, but hang on a second. As soon as they start moving, they are using a timer, not a stopwatch. Buddy, that's not how speedruns work. So the speedrunner spawns in what seems like the middle of nowhere. I'm not sure why, but they run around this tree. A little suspicious, but let's just roll with it. Well, nothing looks different. So the speedrunner jumps into the ocean and they're swimming. And would you look at that, straight ahead is a village. How lucky is that? So the speedrunner enters this village and everything seems very normal. But hang on a second. This house on the right, the door is already open. Totally legit. Inside this house, the speedrunner opens up the chest and they do find items that I believe to be legitimate. Some snowballs, an ice block, some seeds, some bread, a potato. But the speedrunner only takes the blue ice, the bread, and they break the bed. Then the speedrunner puts the blue ice down in a very specific spot. Weird, but okay. They go in another house, opening the chest and only taking potatoes, 2 emeralds, and they break this bed. They go in another house, take more potatoes, take more beds, more potatoes, more bread, another one, another one, another one, another bed, more bread, another bed. Hang on a second. This village is the size of New York City. How many beds are there? I'm trying to figure out why this speedrunner has wasted 3 whole minutes just collecting potatoes, bread, and beds. What is this guy, Dwight Schrute? Bears beats Battlestar Galactica? Anyways, I don't know if I'm being paranoid now, but the speedrunner enters this house. They go inside to upgrade gear, and I don't know if I'm overthinking it, but the top left slot has nothing in it, and then all of a sudden there is an icon present. Again, I don't know if I'm overthinking this. I could just be paranoid, but nothing seems fake about this speedrun yet. This guy has 13 beds. And if you look back at one of my older videos called Beating Minecraft the Right Way, I'm pretty sure there's footage in there of me one-cycling the dragon with like 4 or 5 beds. You do not need 13 beds if you are speedrunning Minecraft. Just wait, it gets worse. Watch this next moment and tell me if you notice anything unusual about it. Rewind the video if you didn't notice it and try and take a better look. Yeah, that's right. If you look closely, there is a very sudden cut. The only indication is that the edges of the screen get slightly darker if I go frame by frame. Why, you might ask, there would be a sudden cut while this speedrunner is just collecting beds? Yeah, that's why. I think this guy is gonna make the American flag out of beds. Now again, watch these next few moments and tell me if you notice what's going on here. Yeah, that's right. If I go frame by frame, there is another very sudden cut. Going from the last frame to the next, they're selecting a different slot on their hotbar. You can also notice a big skip in their motion forward. Well, genuinely, nothing looks different here. So I do wonder if this speedrunner was making unnecessary cuts to throw us off of their trail. I don't know. Well, the speedrunner approaches a very inconspicuous blob of coal ore on the ground, and they begin putting beds down in a very particular manner on this coal ore. And it's really tough to say what happens here because as soon as the speedrunner turns around, there is just a lit nether portal right behind them. What in tarnation? The only thing I can imagine is that if I go frame by frame, there is a very sudden moment where they are selecting a different slot on their hotbar. What I think is going on here is that this speedrunner is kind of like a sleight of hand magician. They're just doing all sorts of wacky stuff in front of us so that we're not paying attention to the real cheating that's going on here. Well, the speedrunner does enter the nether, and unfortunately where they spawn in is not so good. There is literally nothing here. So I genuinely don't know what the speedrunner is gonna do next. Wait a second, what in the world are they doing? Yeah, hang on a second. Did you see what just happened there? If I go frame by frame, we can very clearly see the particles in the air suddenly being in completely different areas, as well as them selecting, again, another slot in their inventory. And when they turn around, the nether portal is gone, and it's replaced by a
chest and an armor stand with full netherite armor. Oh, brother, way to be obvious. So the speedrunner takes their spoils of war and they equip their full netherite armor, opening the chest, finding basically everything you would need to speedrun Minecraft if you're bad at the game. This is so goofy. Then the speedrunner tosses their bread and potatoes into the lava pit like, oh, you know what? I'm too good for you anyways. So the speedrunner begins digging out a hole to build the nether portal in. Even though that wastes tons of time, they could have just built the nether portal without digging out all of those blocks. But on the bright side, at least this guy knows what a rectangle looks like. So they use their fire charge to light the nether portal. And again, I'm just gonna assume you noticed what just happened here. Yeah, going frame by frame, the golden apples are gone and they suddenly have a water bucket. This guy literally has to cheat because he's not good at cheating. Just let that sink in. Well, the speedrunner walks around and they approach a very specific block and they begin breaking it, only to reveal a very, very long hole with water at the bottom of it. And would you look at that, it's the stronghold. And I have to point out how goofy it is that the speedrunner got an advancement for Monster Hunter, but they never got an advancement for, oh, I don't know, finding the stronghold, which essentially means 5 minutes into the speedrun, and that is the first time this player killed a mob. That is just sad. As if this couldn't get any worse, the speedrunner then begins to fill the portal with eyes in the most obscure way possible. 1, 2, 3, 5, 4, 8, 7, 10, 9, 11, 12. Oh my goodness. Do you not know how to count in order? Well, the speedrunner is in the end now, and they actually did get an advancement for that, which is good news. They tried a water bucket clutch onto the end island, and they failed doing so. But the speedrunner just never picks up their water again. Buddy, you made a whole elaborate series of cuts just to give yourself that water bucket. And for what? To fail the water bucket clutch? But here's the thing, they actually turn around as if like, oh, I need my water. And then they change their mind again, forgetting that they just put a block on the water source, getting rid of it. Well, when in the end, the speedrunner attempts shooting 2 of the end crystals with their bow and arrow, missing both of them. And then they suddenly start building this structure and digging down. Wait, hang on a second, what's going on here? Yeah, if I go frame by frame, the speedrunner suddenly has 31 more experience points, 2 less cooked chickens, 3 less golden apples, and a partridge in a pear tree. Yeah, who am I kidding? The Ender Dragon's health bar is gone. When the speedrunner digs up to the surface, there is just a pool of bath water hanging out on the end island. What is that? The Ender Dragon's jacuzzi? I don't know. And what really happened here? I don't know if we'll ever find out. Wait, yes, we will find out. Before the speedrunner enters the end game portal, they look up and what in tarnation happened up there? Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Buddy really built the transcontinental railroad on the top of the end island. And yes, just like that, the speedrunner beat the game in, I guess 7 minutes and 12 seconds. But if you factor in all the cuts and all the lost footage, it was probably about 3 hours. This speedrun, oh brother, you are in for a treat. Their Minecraft skin is a sheep with sunglasses and a businessman suit. Who is this, Jay Schlatt playing? Their timer is literally humongous. It is a monstrosity on the screen. And they have a stick. This is very promising. Right off the bat, the speedrunner goes up to a tree, they break it, getting 1 oak log, then they make a crafting table and they put it down. But as soon as they put that crafting table down, it says set on game mode to survival. And when they turn around, there's just 256 oak logs hanging out behind them. How convenient. So the speedrunner makes a wooden pickaxe and a wooden sword, and now they're just in creative mode, literally floating around. And then if I go frame by frame, their timer just jumps up by 15 seconds for no particular reason. And then directly after that, there is a sudden cut where they're just in front of a village. So what I think they were doing is that their timer is actually a video that they're cutting, but they just didn't make the cuts at the same time. I don't know. So the speedrunner suddenly puts themselves back into survival mode after by accident taking 2 screenshots. Then they go into this villager house. And of course, there is another cut. Guys, I know this speedrun is fake, but the end of it is just so ridiculous I had to show it to you. Yeah, in the chest, there's full netherite armor, full netherite tools, whoop-de-doo-dah. The speedrunner is then just in spectator mode. Oh my goodness, do you have no shame? They put themselves into survival mode, then they're in creative mode, and then yeah, the speedrunner says they found this really cool glitch where you're able to find nether portals instantly.
I found this really cool glitch. It allows you to basically find nether portals like almost instantly.
That is followed by a very sudden cut where they just built a nether portal in front of them and lit it. Yeah, what a cool glitch, buddy. So the speedrunner is now in the nether, at which point the speedrunner begins typing a /locate command, followed by another sudden cut. The chat log says that they were teleported to these coordinates coordinates. They're in front of a nether fortress now, but honestly, this speedrunner's video recording software is so bad, it is so dark you cannot see a single thing. In a nutshell, the speedrunner whacks at 2 blaze rods in creative mode. There's another cut, and then they just drop a bunch of blaze rods in creative mode. I mean, this is just so shamelessly fake. But wait until you see the end. The speedrunner uses a /give command to give themselves Eyes of Ender. The speedrunner is still in creative mode. They are building a nether portal. This guy does not understand what a rectangle is, like many other fake speedrunners. Buddy, that is a square. When the speedrunner returns to the overworld, they find themselves in the same forest that Herobrine might inhabit. What in tarnation? This speedrunner is 5 minutes into their run, and a professional speedrunner would have probably beaten the game by now. But this goofy goober is locating the stronghold with commands and teleporting themselves to it. They are in spectator mode, and they are still unable to find the portal room. This is just so hilarious. So they fill the portal with eyes. I am honestly not surprised that they haven't died in creative mode yet. This guy would probably find a way to do that. Well, when in the end, the speedrunner has the F3 screen plastered all over their video, on top of their monstrosity of a timer, and underneath all of that garbage, you can see a lot of TNT. Yeah, this goober spawned in 22,000 blocks of TNT, nearly crashing their computer, and they still did not kill the Ender Dragon. And yeah, just like that, the speedrunner beat the game in a world record. Well, hang on a second. Their timer stopped at 9 minutes and 12 seconds, but they did not enter the portal yet. Then their game freezes, and you can hear the speedrunner say this.
Wait, what's going on?
Yeah, there is a flash of light. The speedrunner's timer is gone, and they have been brought to the dark dimension to face off with Dormammu. I don't know what is happening here. Nope, never mind. That's not Dormammu. That is the speedrun master. And this terrifying entity decides whether or not speedruns are legitimate. Yeah, well, the speedrun master deemed this speedrun fake, and I guess the speedrunner will not be able to escape their fate, which is being banished to eternal torture. Yeah, the speedrunner literally wakes up in a prison cell with skull and bones, and when they turn around, it's just a video of a cat bobbing his head back and forth. I guess if you don't like cats, that's considered torture? I don't know. Anyways, I just thought this one was ridiculously goofy, so I wanted to show it to you. This speedrunner spawns in the middle of a forest with a lava pool next to him. Holy cow. And would you look at that, they turn around and there's a village in front of them. Very, very lucky. So the speedrunner breaks the window of a villager house, jumping in, opening a chest, and finding very, very good loot. But before they can even take all of the loot, they get punched out of the window by a villager. So after being caught red-handed, the speedrunner resorts to breaking a tree. They make a crafting table, using their iron ingots to make an iron bucket, and they collect some water with it. Then, with just so much skill, the speedrunner begins crafting a nether portal. They break some gravel and get a flint, and just like that, they light their nether portal and enter the nether. And this speedrunner is very, very lucky. They spawn into the nether right outside of a fortress. The speedrunner starts bridging over to a blaze spawner until a ghast shoots a fireball at them. The speedrunner panics, and they get knocked off of their bridge. But it's okay, not all is lost. The speedrunner is still alive. Yep, nope, never mind. He is dead. He is out like a light. The speedrunner wakes up in the overworld right next to the great Master Oogway, at which point Master Oogway says something very, very inspirational. Noodles. Nah, I'm just kidding. He actually says some very inspirational things. At which point we realize it was just the speedrunner up in his own head, having some flashbacks, and he gets up and dusts off the dust, and the speedrunner picks himself back up. Suddenly, the speedrunner taps into his training from Master Oogway, and he harnesses the power of the ghast to destroy all of the Endermen and destroy the ghasts. The speedrunner picks up those Ender Pearls, and then they start climbing up the Nether Fortress, literally performing kung fu on these blazes. So after getting as many blaze rods as the speedrunner needs, they craft Eyes of Ender. And now that they're in the overworld, they locate the stronghold, entering the portal room and filling the portal with eyes. But hang on a second, why does the speedrunner only have cookies and rockets? Yeah, the speedrunner just launches themselves all over the end, breaking all of the end crystals until their rockets run out and they are forced to do a water bucket clutch, at which point you will not believe what the speedrunner does to destroy the Ender Dragon. It is amazing. Skadoosh. And yeah, just like that, the speedrunner beat Minecraft in a world record 3 minutes and 8 seconds. I cannot believe it. This speedrun starts off, and I already have anxiety about it. There's a ton of stuff going on in the bottom right of the screen. Bats screeching, slime squishing. They just put themselves into survival mode. I'm sorry, but how many villagers are just trapped in that well ahead of them? On top of all of that, what in tarnation is that floating in the sky? I have so many questions, and don't worry, they're all gonna be answered. Well, the speedrunner enters this blacksmith house, and they get 2 diamonds, an iron chestplate, and an iron sword. The speedrunner stops to type in the chat box, "Wow, so rare." Nope, never mind, they correct it, rare. But then they delete it again and misspell it on the 3rd try. What in tarnation? They open up another chest, and they get some saplings, some bread, a saddle, some obsidian. Very rare indeed. Things just continue to get worse. In front of them is the most goofy looking ruined nether portal I have ever seen. Right next to just an end portal hanging out in front of them. Yeah, it's just sitting there. At which point the speedrunner starts typing in chat, OMG, 1 in 100 million. They open up the ruined nether portal chest, finding a golden sword with looting 255 and 16 ender pearls. And you know what? I'm gonna be honest, I have been so distracted by all of this goofiness that I just realized, is this a super flat world? Well, as soon as the speedrunner enters the nether, they are in the middle of a lava lake, but right next to them is a blaze spawn. And the speedrunner points this out by typing the spawner glitched. Buddy, how in the world does a glitch explain this? Well, yeah, the speedrunner attempts fighting these blaze while their game is running at a solid 3 frames per second, at which point they just die, respawning underneath. I don't even know what I'm looking at right now. The speedrunner goes into creative mode, and now I realize, did they spawn a deep dark city above ground? I am so confused. Yep, that is in fact a deep dark city. And after about 30 seconds of being in creative mode, they finally type in chat, OMG, I just got given creative mode by Notch. They're back in the nether, collecting all of the items they dropped when they died, and their game is back at a solid 3 frames per second. This goofy goober is wasting so much time typing a /give command to get a golden sword with the enchantment Etet. I have no idea what Etet is. Someone help me out here. I am losing my mind. The speedrunner starts typing, what? Why did it work? And then they give themselves 64 blaze rods and full netherite armor. OMG, Notch just gave me netherite. Buddy, you know we can see you in creative mode, right? The speedrunner starts typing in chat, the pearls in all caps. Then they just give themselves pearls in creative mode, putting themselves back into survival mode. They craft blaze powder, they craft eyes of ender, and they fill this portal and enter the end. So the real question is, there is like 5 more minutes left of the speedrun. This guy is cheating out of the wazoo. How does it take him 5 minutes to beat the game? Well, I'll tell you, the speedrunner starts typing, aha, there it is, followed by them giving themselves an elytra, and 64 rockets, and 64 enchanted golden apples. What is this ridiculously blatant cheating? Yeah, and just like that, the speedrunner beat the game. Listen, I know this one is so clearly fake. It was just ridiculously goofy. This speedrun starts off seeming a little legitimate. They've got a timer, everything's looking okay. They are starting off at an angle, which makes me suspicious. Well, the speedrunner looks around for a bit, and at that point, they locate a village, which is very, very lucky. The speedrunner does find an iron golem, but hang on a second, something here is a little fishy. They are hitting this iron golem, but it is not fighting back. So what I'm curious about is, did they spawn in this iron golem with a spawn egg from creative mode? Nope, never mind, that is not the case. The iron golem starts running away and floating. How is this possible? And yeah, that's when the iron golem just starts pooping out tons of iron ingots, iron blocks, a wooden pickaxe, cobblestone, wood. What in tarnation is going on here? Then there is a very, very sudden cut, and the speedrunner finds themselves right in front of a blue flower bed. Yeah, this seems pretty suspicious to me. Well, they dig down, immediately revealing a very, very long hole. And at the bottom, oh, okay, that's not that bad. It's just some diamond ore, no big deal. Nope, never mind. That is a diamond throne with a pillager on top of it. The pillager starts tossing blocks of diamond at the speedrunner, as well as full diamond armor and tools. And after this happens, if you listen to the speedrunner's microphone audio, there is just so much going on. It sounds like there's 2 people talking at the same time.
Wow, this is a new feature in the game, in the new version 1.
I am so confused. Well, the speedrunner starts building back up to the surface with a diamond block. box, which is just the most cursed thing ever. There is another sudden cut. I don't know why, but now their experience bar looks like a rainbow. Good for them. And out of nowhere, there is a chat box pop up that says that Lands summoned a new lightning bolt. And in the sky, oh no, is that Herobrine in a cat costume? And if you listen to the audio, oh my goodness, did he just say, yo, this is the cat brine?
Herobrine.
Yo, this is the cat brine. No, it's the cat brine, bro.
Well, Herobrine in a cat costume drops obsidian blocks, floats away into the distance, and then if you just listen to the speedrunner talking, they sound so foreign, which for some reason just makes this more entertaining.
Thank you, Herobrine, from the PP land. Thank you. So I should make the nether.
I'm sorry, did he just say I shall make the nether? Well, the speedrunner ends up making their nether in a really strange shape. Whatever. They enter the nether at a world record 3 minutes. Totally legitimate. Unfortunately though, as soon as the speedrunner enters the nether, there is like 5,000 ghasts just going at it, shooting at the speedrunner, and the audio from this clip is hilarious.
Bro,
Was that the notification sound from a Nokia phone? What in tarnation? Well, yeah, after a very sudden cut, their timer has been reset back to a minute. The chat says set own game mode to survival. These guys are just terrible at cheating. Well, the speedrunner is just kind of hanging out in front of this piglin, at which point they break some netherrack and the piglin falls into the hole. But, hang on a second. How in the world is that piglin holding the block of netherrack? Oh no, don't tell me this is their friend again. Well, the speedrunner throws a diamond block at the piglin. Then the piglin starts throwing ender pearls and blaze rods at the speedrunner. The speedrunner is just pooping out so many blaze rods, and you could just hear them screaming in their microphone, is this enough? Is this enough?
Dude, is this enough? Is this enough? Is this enough?
After this very lucky interaction with a very legitimate piglin, the speedrunner turns around and they find a nether fortress, at which point their friend just put themselves into spectator mode. I'm sorry, but you couldn't have just, I don't know, turned off the chat log? So the speedrunner uses their ender pearl to go into the nether fortress, at which point you can hear another phone notification sound. There's just so many of those sounds throughout the speedrun. I refuse to believe that this man actually has a Nokia phone. Oh my gosh, I feel so stupid. I've been calling it the Nokia phone sound. That's just an Android phone sound. Whatever, Android, Nokia, it's all the same. Anyways, the speedrunner is in the nether fortress, even though they have as many blaze rods and ender pearls as they could possibly need. At this point, you can see that their friend has clearly taken on the role of a blaze. They're floating around like a goofy goober, and they start spawning just a bajillion blaze. The speedrunner is on half a heart. There is a very sudden cut where their timer goes back to 1 minute again. It's very clearly obvious that they died and they tried to cut it out. The text log says up there. I am scared to find out what's gonna happen next. The speedrunner starts running away from the nether fortress. Again, their friend as the blaze is just shooting across the screen. This is just so goofy. The speedrunner starts getting hit by a piglin again. They're almost about to die. Then there is another sudden cut, and in front of them is a ghast just hanging out, chilling there in front of them. And my first guess is that this ghast is their friend. These next few moments are so unbelievably hilarious. Their friend as the ghast just starts spamming billions of ghast spawn eggs. It is so funny. After nearly dying, there's another sudden cut. There's a nether portal that's lit right in front of them. Unfortunately though, they take such a long time trying to get into the overworld because this one piglin will just not give up. When the speedrunner finally does get into the overworld, their game is so beyond glitched. All you can see is a few grass blocks, the sun, and the moon. Their friend leaves the game, their friend joins back into the game. The speedrunner then tells us that they're going to just throw a pearl, and there's a new feature with a new command. Well, surprise, surprise, they do not end up throwing the ender pearl. Their timer resets back to 17 seconds, and then out of nowhere, they're just suddenly in the stronghold with the most obnoxious music playing in the background.
Alright, here you go, here you go.
The command worked.
Yes, of course it did.
Okay, we now just need to find this stronghold. I mean the end portal.
Woohoo, the command worked, good for you. The speedrunner wastes just so much time trying to find the portal room. They run into Herobrine in a cat costume again, and after wasting so many minutes of my life that I will never get back, there is a cut where they're just magically in the portal room, thank God. The speedrunner then begins crafting Eyes of Ender, even though they already have Eyes of Ender in their inventory. So the speedrunner begins filling the portal with eyes, but there is the most unexpected plot twist of all time.
Hello, boy, hey, it's me, emo guy.
Yeah, that's right. The speedrunner was graced with the presence of Emo Guy, the newest feature of Minecraft 1.21. I cannot believe it. Yeah, the speedrunner is given creative mode by Emo Guy. Oh my goodness, how lucky. And both of their reactions is just so hilarious.
Oh my god.
There you go.
Thank you. Really, thank you. Oh my god. Oh my god.
The speedrunner is in the end. Emo Guy dies trying to swim in lava. The way that this speedrunner beats the game, you will never believe it.
Okay. Yes! I beat
I have to go, bro.
I beat the Ender Dragon, guys.
I'm sorry, but just floating around in creative mode at 2 minutes, using a /kill command to beat the game, followed by the Android notification sound, and their friend saying, I have to go, bro, and logging off of Discord is just the funniest series of events ever. You cannot convince me otherwise. And yeah, just like that, the speedrunner beat Minecraft at a world record 2 minutes and 17 seconds. Never mind, their speedrunner is starting again at 0. And just like that, 0.92 seconds. Holy cow. This speedrun, mentally prepare yourself to see this desktop background a lot. And you're gonna understand what I mean in just a few seconds. Right off the bat, the speedrun starts on the pause menu. They're using Lunar Client, and they are in creative mode. If this guy's goal was to speedrun getting banned, mission accomplished. So they run around for a while until they finally realize, oh wait, I'm in creative mode. So they go back into survival, and now the speedrun can commence. They traverse up this mountain and begin breaking this tree like any normal speedrun until they pause the game and you can hear them say that they're lagging.
Oh, I think I'm lagging.
Thus begins the desktop wallpaper and a lot of really weird noises. A whole minute goes by on their desktop, and when they come back to the game, it very clearly says that they gave themselves 120 oak logs. On top of that, they begin breaking this dirt block, and in this hole is a diamond pickaxe and an item frame and a nether portal. What in tarnation? Well, the speedrunner collects their spoils of war and they enter the nether. At this point, we realize their computer is very slow. So slow that it looks like they're in the purgatory dimension that Squidward got stuck in that one episode of SpongeBob. And as soon as the nether does load in, the speedrunner windows out again. 2 minutes go by. When they come back to Minecraft, you can still see the frame in their previous location, and the next frame is in a nether fortress. Why am I not surprised? So they're in front of a blaze spawner. They're still in creative mode, so they go back into survival. But there's just one problem. The blazes will not spawn. And take a wild guess what their quick fix is. Yep, they window out again. Another minute goes by. They go back to their game, and they give themselves 500 blaze rods. I'm sorry, but you couldn't have done something like 12? And oh, I don't know, tried to hide the fact that you're cheating? Well, the speedrunner continues exploring this nether fortress, perhaps in hopes of finding a bastion. But they press the chat button, revealing the chat history, showing a lot of nonsense. They tried to give themselves an unknown item, Minecraft 150. I have no idea what that is. Locating a fortress, teleporting themselves, and hang on a second. Before they gave themselves 500 blaze rods, they tried to give themselves 6,400. Why would anyone need that many? If you listen to the audio, the speedrunner is muttering to himself like a maniac, just saying, piglins, piglins, piglins. Boom, we get hit with another windowing out. And when they return to the game, the chat history says summoned new piglin, and there's a piglin in front of them. There's just one problem. They did not give themselves or find golden ingots, so they window out again, returning to the game, and their inventory is just full of so many ender pearls. This goofy speedrunner wastes so much time manually crafting blaze powder while they are heavily breathing into their microphone. Are you okay? They make their eyes a vendor, and boom, again, we window out. Why am I not surprised? As soon as they return, there's just another portal in front of them. What in tarnation? They enter the nether portal, and upon returning to the overworld, their computer is so slow that they have lost the items in their inventory. They are even further and deeper into the Squidward purgatory dimension, so deep in that they begin falling into the void in creative mode. You can see the sun. They literally resort to almost going into creative mode, even though they realize they're already in creative mode, until they are literally forced to window out to fix their game. They return back to Minecraft in a completely different location. Their game looks like they have cranked up the sharpness to 9,000, and how convenient they found a village. After about a minute, they finally realize, oh wait, I'm still in creative mode, so they return back to survival. Approaching this villager, hitting it, but again, their computer is so slow that the villager is literally levitating. It's like a scene from the Matrix. Again, another window out. They return to the game. They suddenly have 11 beds in their inventory, and I know for a fact this goofy goober is not going to know how to use those beds to kill the dragon. I would bet my channel on it. This guy is throwing his eyes of ender. The computer is so slow that there is like a 10-second delay, and after realizing their computer is so bad and so slow it is unable to handle eyes of ender in the sky, they window out again. When they return to the game window, if I go frame by frame, it shows their previous location, and the next frame is literally the stronghold portal room. What in tarnation? The speedrunner fills the portal with eyes and they enter the end, but their computer has had it up to here with their goofy cheating. The end just does not load. They start typing game mode creative and they realize that is not going to solve the problem here. Their pickaxe is going haywire. It is bugging out. The cardinal directions on the top of the screen is like the compass in Stranger Things. What in the world? Again, they are forced to window out, return to the game, and it looks like everything is fixed now. Nope, things are not fixed. They put themselves into creative mode, and they try to toss these ender pearls into the void, but the pearls are literally floating in midair, or there are barrier blocks beneath them. I have no idea. Is the end stone invisible? I am so confused. Someone please explain this to me. They window out again. 5 minutes have gone by, and when they return to the game, they have so much health, it is covering the entire screen. There's command blocks in front of them. Not more than 5 seconds later, they have only broken a few blocks and they window out again. What more could you need at this point? I'm not really even sure what's different now. Their regeneration is going haywire. And I knew it. I said I'd bet my channel on it. The speedrunner puts the bed down in a completely wrong location. They by accident ignited, causing a huge mess. They window out again. And when they return to the game, they are in creative mode in midair, just falling. They start typing game mode survival, revealing their chat history again, showing that they used a command to make their damage set to 100,000. This guy literally would not be able to beat the education edition. They attempt beating the dragon. They can't even hit it. They get tossed around into the sky. A few minutes later, the dragon perches again. The speedrunner is hitting him by hand with endstone. They start typing a /kill command. They have no idea which command to use. Windowing out again. 2 minutes go by. They return to their game, and the dragon is just mid-death animation. How they killed the dragon, we will never know. Personally, I don't believe that they would even be able to kill the dragon cheating. I guarantee their older brother went on the computer to beat the dragon for them. I guarantee. And after beating the game, the speedrunner has a complete meltdown in their microphone to the point where they literally sound like a piglin.
We beat Minecraft! Like and subscribe for more videos!
This speedrun looks very normal at first. They're creating their new world. They're calling it Speedrun. The world creation looks very normal, but hang on a second. As soon as they spawn in, they are not looking straight ahead. Did you think this was gonna go over my head? The speedrunner approaches this tree and they begin breaking it, but the first log doesn't break, and then they try the next one and it doesn't break, so they go back to the first one, and something is very wrong here. So the speedrunner goes up to this birch tree. They try the same thing. These trees just do not want to break. Then out of nowhere, the speedrun goes into double time like the movie Whiplash, and this time the tree does break. But when the speedrunner picks up those oak logs, they get the goofiest advancements in the entire world. Ruby and sapphire tools. What is cryorite? The recipes they unlock are going haywire at the top right of the screen. But hold on. If I want to analyze this garbage speedrun, I'm gonna have to slow it down. They break another tree, getting more logs, building a crafting table, some sticks, and and wooden tools. At which point the speedrun goes back into normal time and they show off their extreme agility and skill by being unable to kill this pig. Buddy, have you ever played this game before? I do not think so. We're back into double time. The speedrunner digs down and they get some cobblestone. But as soon as they return to the surface, there is the goofiest Star Wars wipe transition on the screen. What, did George Lucas co-direct this speedrun? And as soon as they turn around, they find an iron jungle temple. Yeah, the iMovie style text is just the icing on the cake here. After a very sudden cut, a whole 2 minutes later, and it looks like the speedrunner just crafted a stone pickaxe. So they break these iron blocks, guessing the key code combination to the iron jungle temple, and behind the doors are diamond blocks. Why am I not surprised? There's just one problem here. The speedrunner cannot mine diamond blocks with a stone pickaxe. So don't ask me why, but they just begin mining these iron blocks with a wooden pickaxe. What in tarnation? That's even worse. Then there is a very sudden cut, revealing some really strange items on the left side of their screen. That literally looks like a block that would be in one of my thumbnails. Well, the speedrunner ends up making an iron bucket, an iron pickaxe, and an iron sword, going back into the temple to mine these diamond blocks. And do not ask me why. It is broad daylight and they consume a potion of night vision. Again, I don't think this goofy goober has ever played this game before. Well, the speedrunner tries to pull a fast one on us, making a very sly cut where they're just in a completely different location and they're breaking their crafting table with an iron pickaxe. This is painful to watch. So after aimlessly wandering around in broad daylight with night vision, there is another sudden cut that jumps ahead a whole minute and the speedrunner is in front of, I kid you not, an iron temple. What in tarnation? After nearly dying to 2 creepers with half a heart left, the speedrunner breaks this block and the next frame, they suddenly have every status effect in the book. Strength, bajillion billion. So the speedrunner drops down this hole, they fail the water bucket clutch, and inside these chests is exactly what you'd expect. I quote, lots of OP items. And I know you can't see me right now, but I'm air quoting. I kid you not, the speedrunner literally wastes 2 whole minutes organizing their inventory in double time, at which point they discover a village, entering a villager's house that has nothing in it until there's another sudden cut and the speedrunner is just menacingly watching over this villager while he sleeps, breaking his bed and evicting him. Boom, another sudden cut. We are a whole minute later. The speedrunner is flying around in the sky like a goofy goober, and boom, another cut. They are underground now in a mine shaft, and not more than a few seconds later, and boom, another cut. They find themselves in a hallway just full of cobwebs, and I do not think they understand how to break cobwebs. Buddy, have you ever played this game before? So they just dig beneath them, and while they have wasted 15 minutes of my time, they have the gabagools to ask us to subscribe, and right after that, there's another cut. 3 whole minutes later. I am failing to understand what is the purpose of these side quests. I am just so confused. This guy is hopping around like he's floating on water. Someone needs to explain this to me. And he finds a diamond mansion. The speedrunner proceeds to, by accident, attack the illagers, nearly dying, until there is another sudden cut. They put down a furnace, and they're just wasting precious speedrun time cooking pork chops. Guys, I don't know. I think I'm being punked right now. After 2 whole minutes of cooking pork chops, there's another cut 5 whole minutes later, and the speedrunner is just in front of a ruined nether portal with 2 obsidian blocks in front of them on the ground. Just enough blocks to fill in the portal and light it. So they light the portal, entering the nether, and what in tarnation is that? The speedrunner just starts going crazy, mining every block in front of them until there's another sudden cut. We skip ahead almost 2 whole minutes, and they found a diamond fortress. Oh, brother. But while they are in this diamond fortress, there is a blaze right in front of them. They need blaze rods, right? But instead, the speedrunner decides to attack the zombified piglins, making them very angry. They run away, nearly dying. Then they just jump off of this cliff, again, nearly dying, until another sudden cut where it is 2 whole minutes later, and they're just standing in front of a nether portal with 2 hearts. I don't know how much longer I can watch this. If you thought it couldn't get worse, it does. When they return to the overworld, their portal spawns in the middle of nowhere above the ocean. So they jump into the ocean when they make another obvious cut, and they just happen to, oh, I don't know, be in a boat now. How convenient. If you are making a movie anytime soon, do not let this guy make the cuts. This guy must be Tommy Wiseau and Neil Breen's editor. I don't know. Well, everything seems normal now. Nope, I spoke too soon. 2 whole minutes later, and they're just falling into a cave. Yep. Why am I not surprised? They found the iron stronghold. So after wasting a lot of time trying to find the portal room, they find themselves in a dead end. They have a total temper tantrum, breaking blocks in front of them. And now they're typing game mode creative. So the speedrunner has now been playing the game for 38 minutes. They are in creative mode. They attempt to create the end portal, emphasis on attempt. Oh, this is just so sad. They fill the eyes and they finally get to the end in world record time. Literally unable to jump up a set of blocks. There is another cut. They're in creative mode. There's another cut. They're in survival mode, and after wasting another whole minute, they probably have strength a billion jillion. The dragon perches for probably 1 second. They're unable to kill the dragon. We can't see its health bar because it's being covered by this ginormous lime green timer. And after another minute, when the dragon finally perches again, don't ask me how or why, but the speedrunner by accident throws their sword. Whoops. But the dragon is still taking damage and somehow dies. Someone is gonna have to explain that one to me. So yes, the speedrunner gets away with the Guinness World Record for longest amount of time taken to speedrun Minecraft. 41 minutes is true dedication. This speedrun has these goofy text animations on the screen. That is not a good sign. Their world legitimately takes forever to load, but when it does load, we are greeted by the world's most ginormous joystick overlay. Oh brother, are they playing on an iPad? Wow, so lucky. The speedrunner spawns at an angle right in front of a blacksmith. Hang on a second though, why are they walking away? Oh, never mind. They go back to the blacksmith, entering the house, opening the chest, finding the world's goofiest items of all time. Enchanted elytra? What in tarnation? A spyglass, tridents, that silly little turtle cap. But the speedrunner only takes the shield, the elytra, and the fireworks. What in tarnation? Wait, did they just go in a full circle? Nope, hang on, never mind. They exit that blacksmith house and enter another blacksmith house right next to it. I don't even think this is possible. Guys, I could have missed an update, but I thought it was usually 1 blacksmith per village. Correct me if I'm wrong. Well, they open this chest, and how convenient. They get full netherite gear and 64 levers. I have no idea what they are gonna do with those levers. I kid you not, this has to be some sort of practical joke. I am being punked right now. They enter a 3rd blacksmith house. I know this is not possible. They open the chest, more goofy, ridiculous, unrealistic fake items. Why would anyone need this many diamond blocks? I don't know. But the speedrunner really shows off their skill and agility by just wasting so much time being unable to organize blocks in their inventory. This is laughable. The next few moments is just such a what in tarnation kind of moment. I have so many questions. They go into another villager house with their stacks and stacks of netherite ingots, only to upgrade their diamond gear to netherite. Buddy, you put the most unrealistic items in these chests. Why didn't you just, oh, I don't know, give yourself netherite gear in the first place? Upgrading diamond to netherite is not gonna make this look legitimate. With their very legitimate and newly found all netherite gear, they approach this iron golem, just spam clicking the crap out of it, and they're so good they don't even need the iron ingots. Yeah, you show them who's boss, buddy. The madness does not end though. They enter another blacksmith house. How is this possible? And inside, command blocks. Oh my goodness. The text on the screen says, wow, 4 blacksmiths. Buddy, just my 2 cents. Learn how to cheat at speedrunning and learn how to spell. And I just noticed now, holy cow, there is a ruined nether portal in the distance. Someone tell me, what seed is this? I refuse to believe that this is a real legitimate seed. They approach the ruined nether portal. Everything's looking good. You know what? Maybe they can redeem themselves here. But they open the chest and they were so blatantly obvious. Smack dab in the middle of the screen. So much gold, so much obsidian. These next few moments just get worse. This has to be some of the most inefficient speedrunning strategies I've ever seen in my entire life. Wait a second, why are they walking away from the ruined nether portal? Yeah, they're getting flint in the most inefficient efficient and slow way possible, I would be more entertained watching paint dry. Then they waste all this time returning to where they killed the iron golem to get the iron. Why you didn't pick it up in the first place, I don't know. Returning back to the nether portal, filling it in, and lighting it. So the speedrunner enters the nether, and there is literally nothing here. It is barren. Until there is a hilarious and shamefully obvious cut. The speedrunner's walking around like, oh yeah, nothing's different here. They get a notification for WKRG news. What is that? I have no idea. Buddy, you're speedrunning. Just disable the notifications. And they find a barrel. The icing on the cake is how they move their screen around like, whoa, oh my goodness, what? Inside this barrel, 16 ender pearls. How convenient. Well, I guess the speedrunner just doesn't need blaze rods because they literally leave the nether. I honestly would not be surprised if they had to return back to the nether because they realize, oh, whoops, I need blaze rods. Nope, never mind. I just noticed something. Do you notice it? When did the speedrunner get 2 stacks of blaze powder? I have no idea. I'm gonna have to rewind this and figure out when that happened. Well, they make their eyes of ender, throwing one up in the sky. The speedrunner gets another notification for a 6-day countdown timer. Yeah, you're gonna need that timer with how slow you're speedrunning this game. The speedrunner picks a completely arbitrary and random block to dig down into and just, oh, I don't know, take a wild guess what's about to happen. Yeah, they dug down maybe, what, 10 blocks? And they're suddenly just in the portal room. This guy may be slow as molasses, but he has pretty good memory. Again, I'd have to rewind and see if there was like a flower on the ground that indicated to them that's where they dig down. So the speedrunner fills the end portal with eyes. Wait a second, why are they building back up? And why did they get a notification for cutest puppies city? These puppies are so adorable. See what they are doing, cute puppies. Well, now I'm kind of curious. I kind of want to watch the cute puppies. All right, guys, it's been an hour. I got kind of distracted by the cute puppies, but we're back to the speedrun. And drum roll, please. You are never gonna believe it. The reason the speedrunner returned to the surface was for a command block. What in tarnation? Boom, another notification. Whoever in the world Chef BB is, they made a delicious fruit juice. Oh, brother. I do not care about fruit juice. I just want to see the speedrun. Another notification. Space chip colonized Mars and spaceflight simulator. This is not important. The speedrunner again shows off their extreme agility and skill, being a total goofy goober digging down, and they jump into the end portal, entering the end. And the story really goes full circle here. With no shame whatsoever, the speedrunner puts themselves into creative mode, putting their command block down and getting those levers from earlier. Oh my gosh, I thought I'd never find out what the levers were for. Even though I'm pretty sure you don't need a lever to make a command block work, but I am thoroughly surprised. This has to be the one and only speedrunner who actually knows how to use a /kill command. So they put their lever down, activating the command block, beating the game. Even though they did not need to go into creative mode for any of that. Well, they're back in a survival mode. They are bridging to the end island in the slowest and most painful way possible. Again, I really think we could just put in paint drying on the screen and we'd be more entertained than the speedrun. The speedrunner puts in all this energy and they almost die. I guarantee they have already wasted 5 minutes just trying to build over to the end island. Again, this has to be someone trying to prank me. Is this real? This speedrun, oh brother, you are in for a treat. It starts off showing off emotes. What in tarnation? What timeline are we living in? Does Minecraft have emotes now? The speedrunner spawns in a village. They're selecting the 3rd slot. They already have experience points. There is a diamond shrine in front of them, and there is something going on the left side of the screen. There is only one way we're gonna find out what in tarnation is happening here. They approach this very inconspicuous diamond shrine, and underneath it is a chest with a sign that says stuff. Very original. And inside, oh yeah, there's lots of stuff. Full netherite armor and gear. Just so many diamond blocks. Why would you even need that? And a water bucket. Only the essentials. Oh man, the sword is called the Incredible Amazing Sword. Very original. And after the speedrunner gears up with their newly found legitimate loot, they approach whatever in the world this is. They enter this thing, and inside there is endstone on the ground, a pig confined behind iron bars with what appears to be a recreation of the end with a 10-cent budget. I kid you not, the next series of events are so goofy. The speedrunner climbs up to this end crystal. I am air quoting, I know you can't see me. He is unable to break the end crystal, at which point he starts using his sword and destroys the entire Hollywood set. This is a shame. This is the same set they were going to use for the Minecraft movie. What are we going to do now? The speedrunner builds back up, does a water bucket clutch for like 3 blocks down, breaking the iron bars, revealing that the pig confined behind them is the boss. Again, this speedrunner has so much originality. The speedrunner defeats the boss, exiting the end, and in front of them are two signs that just say, "The game you beat." They proceed to just stare into the camera and rotate endlessly. I just thought this one was stupid, that's all. This speedrun truly is a breath of fresh air. Everything looks normal, except for this atrocious texture pack they are using. Dude, your hunger bar looks like corn dogs. Anyways, I'm not gonna complain because finally, the speedrun starts off normal for once. That is until there's like this hyperspeed video effect applied. There is no cut, so it's like, is this guy speedrunning as the Flash? I don't know. There wasn't a cut, so it's technically not cheating. The speedrun footage is sped up again. What in tarnation? And then they do actually find a ruined nether portal. The cheating just progressively gets worse. There is a sudden cut, and now we're just at the ruined nether portal. The speedrunner opens up the chest, and things do look normal. A fire charge, a golden apple, some obsidian, a golden sword, a golden helmet. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think all this stuff looks pretty normal. Now at this point, you might expect the speedrunner to, oh I don't know, fill in the ruined nether portal, light it with the fire charge, and enter the nether, right? Nope, wrong. The footage is sped up. They use their fire charge on the sheep, killing it to get cooked meat. So they pick up the cooked mutton until there is another cut. And after this cut, if you look to the bottom of the screen, what in tarnation is that obsidian doing on the ground? They still have 4 blocks of obsidian left over. So why is there just 1 obsidian hanging out on the ground? Well, you're about to find out very soon. They go back up the mountain, picking up an obscene amount of cooked mutton. Who is speedrunning the game right now? Queso? The speedrunner by accident puts down one of their obsidian blocks, wasting it. Then they start breaking down this tree, getting 4 oak logs, and there is another painfully obvious cut. After the cut, the speedrunner turns around, and wow, how convenient would you look at that? As many oak logs as you could possibly imagine. Gee, it's not like I haven't seen that one before. Real original. I am genuinely so confused. The speedrunner is running so far away from that ruined nether portal. They pick up some lilac, making magenta dye. Then they start throwing the magenta dye all around them in a circle. Now keep in mind, this speedrun does not have any audio, but I imagine if they had a microphone and we could hear it, it would be like that ridiculously goofy scene from episode 3 of The Acolyte. Well, the speedrunner must be performing some sort of incantation or chant or ritual, because there is another sudden cut, and their 3 obsidian turns into 64. How convenient. From this point onward, the speedrun is actually so mind-numbingly boring. Again, we could just swap this video with something like paint drying, and you really would not be able to tell the difference. I am giving you the highlights here. The speedrunner goes underwater, trying to dig up gravel. Have you never played Minecraft before? The footage is sped up, at which point they just put the block down, break it again, and finally they get some flint. There is another sudden cut. I genuinely have no idea what is different now. I'm honestly kind of scared. Hang on a second, did you just see that? They just broke some grass and there is iron on the ground. So yeah, just like that, the speedrunner has iron for flint and steel. So naturally, they begin creating their nether portal. Ooh, yikes. Don't worry, you could buff those scratches out. Nope, never mind, you are not gonna buff that scratch out. Well, luckily the speedrunner has enough obsidian to spare, so they start building another nether portal. And they're building up, and dude, it does not have to be this high. They do successfully create a nether portal and light it, but oh my goodness, that is just an abomination. Well, now that the speedrunner is in the nether, they just kind of roam around, wasting a lot of time. They by accident throw their sword on the ground, and then this next moment, I am just genuinely confused. I really need your help. Watch this clip and then tell me what in tarnation the speedrunner means. I genuinely cannot see anything wrong or anything happening here. But then the speedrunner just interrupts the footage with text on the screen saying 3 glitches in 1 run XO. What does that mean? 3 glitches? What were the glitches here? If you thought things could not get worse and even more confusing, they do. The speedrunner just wastes so much time placing obsidian blocks into lava in the most random way possible. They throw their golden apple into the lava, and there is this shamelessly obvious cut where the speedrunner suddenly has full diamond gear. So like, what am I missing here? Was that the glitch? If you want to know how I'm feeling right now, it's XO. Things just get so much worse. The speedrunner wastes so much time trying to traverse the nether. They're doing parkour with oak logs. That is literally like playing with fire. Can someone put on like circus music or like bad flute recorder music to the footage of them doing parkour like a goofball? While the speedrunner is exploring the nether like this, they fall into a pit pit of lava. At which point, I kid you not, I didn't do this edit. The speedrunner just put in this like 20-second montage of what appears to be a brain blast from Jimmy Neutron. We go back to the footage of Minecraft. They somehow don't die. And okay, we're back to traversing the nether. Wait a second. Why did they stop bridging? There is another painfully obvious cut. And what in the world? They applied jump boost? This is not a good idea. Just put on the bad flute music already. Yeah, the speedrunner is jumping like hundreds of blocks high. This cannot be real. I refuse to believe that this is a speedrun that was submitted to speedrun.com. They fall back into the lava, they die, but there is literally 10 minutes left of the speedrun footage. What more could happen? Well, the speedrunner respawns, they are back in the overworld, and they have nothing. They waste a lot of time just picking up flowers, which really does not make a lot of sense to me because what in tarnation would anyone do with that many dandelions? I'm sorry, did this guy just craft a blaze rod from dandelions? This is the most ridiculous Walmart level speedrun I have ever seen. It literally is just a PNG of a blaze rod, and then there is this painfully obvious cut where the overlay picture disappears and they just suddenly have 64 blaze rods. You really had us there for a second. There is another cut. The speedrunner clearly has given themselves some sort of status effect. And you know what? Why don't you just see it for yourself? Tell me if you notice what is wrong with these next few moments. Wow. Holy moly, that Enderman really dropped a lot of ender pearls. How convenient. So the speedrunner crafts 48 eyes of ender. Why so many? I don't know. Maybe they're just so good that they're gonna enter the end multiple times. Nope, never mind. I take back what I said. They just spam so many eyes of ender into the sky. For literally 5 seconds, the speedrunner follows the path of the eyes of ender until there is another cut. It's daytime and the chat history says played sound lightning bolt thunder. And oh yeah, they're in creative mode. So boom, there's another cut. We're back in survival. We are so back. No, we are not so back. They have an elytra. What in tarnation? The speedrunner is flying in the sky using their elytra. There was another cut. They're playing more lightning bolt thunder sounds, but this speedrun just has no audio to it, so I can only imagine what's really happening. Oh yeah, and I forgot to mention, they're in creative mode again. Nope, never mind. There's another cut. They're back in survival, and they have all these rockets, all this gear, at which point, I kid you not, the footage goes into hyperdrive mode, and this goober must have wasted 30 minutes trying to locate the stronghold. Finally, though, they catch a break. The eyes of ender are going down into the ground, so they start digging down. And halfway through digging down, they throw another eye of ender to confirm. Buddy, you have only been going straight down. It's not like the portal room changes. Nope, never mind. I take it back. Somehow they dug further down than the stronghold. How do you mess that up? So they dig back up, trying to find the stronghold. There is another cut. The thunder is back. They are in spectator mode. And if we look at the bottom of the screen, you can literally see the portal room at the bottom of the screen. I just think that's so funny. Well, they float on into the stronghold in spectator mode. There's another cut. They are not even trying to hide the fact that they are cheating. It says set on game mode to survival. Buddy, get a new editor. The speedrunner does find the portal room though, so they fill the portal with eyes, and they enter the end. They break one end crystal. They head for the next one. They're doing great until they die. And hang on a second, I just noticed now. What does it mean for an enderman to vroop? Is that even an English word? So I kid you not, the speedrunner respawns. They are at their lowest point right now. They open up the chat log. For one single frame, they type a slash, and the next frame, you know it, they have got so many hearts that it is literally obstructing my ability to analyze this speedrun. There is not really much more to it. Someone just put in like, oh, I don't know, more bad flute music, because they are just horrible at using rockets and traversing around to each end crystal. Between them being on fire and all of these hearts on the screen, it's impossible to see what is actually happening right now. All the end crystals are destroyed. The speedrunner is floating around in the sky with the dragon like a goofball, barely able to do any damage. At which point, I kid you not, the speedrunner literally put in this like 10-second clip from God of War. Is that even legal to put in memes into a speedrun on speedrun.com? I don't know. Well, it's very clear that there was a cut. The speedrunner was given strength. They beat the dragon, and instead of, oh, I don't know, completing the speedrun by jumping into the portal, they launched themselves into the void beneath the end island. There's another cut. they give themselves a milk bucket, drinking the milk, and then they die. Cheating or not, they literally didn't even technically beat the game. I honestly thought this speedrun was just so stupid, I had to show it to you. This speedrun is funny, this speedrun is fake, it's also gonna be the most infuriating experience of your entire life. They are in creative mode, and I am trying to figure out why at the top right of their screen, it says remaining time an hour and a half. There is only one way we're gonna find out. The speedrunner climbs up this snowy mountain, they go back down, opening up the chat log, showing a lot of nonsense. Locating a village, teleporting themselves, suffocating in a wall, giving themselves a diamond sword, screenshotting by accident, keep inventory is on, setting the world spawn, giving themselves a tropical fish? What in tarnation? They've already been in the end? Alright, I am really on the edge of my seat now. They put themselves back into survival mode and climb back up this snowy mountain. At which point they enter a blacksmith house, and inside is a sign on the wall above a very obvious hole that says dig down random person. Again, what in tarnation? They open up the chest in front of them, and inside is a diamond sword, a tropical fish with the enchantment sharpness 255, and netherite boots. So they equip their new boots holding this enchanted tropical fish, and they just say, you know what, to heck with it, I'm gonna go down this hole. At the bottom of this hole is very clearly the end portal, and it's lit. And you know what, maybe it's a 1 in a billion chance of this actually happening, but let's just give them the benefit of the doubt here. They spawn into the end, but their momentum carries into the next dimension, and they die from fall damage. So the speedrunner respawns, at which point it is revealed that they are playing Minecraft demo mode. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the first Minecraft world record in demo mode. Guinness, get the plaque ready. Well, the speedrunner still has their inventory, so they go back up the mountain, back down into the hole. They by accident fall on a ledge, so back down the hole, and they die again. This has to be a joke. So the speedrunner respawns, and before they go back down that hole, they start breaking an oak plank. Text pops up on the screen saying big brain. I don't know what they are planning, and I don't think they know what they're planning either. They put the oak plank down, they stand on top of it, and now they're breaking it. So they break the oak plank, they never get an opportunity to pick it back up again, and they just fall right back down the hole, dying again. There is a goofy Windows Movie Maker effect on the screen, and the speedrunner is typing into the chat box a command that will give them resistance, which I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that is not gonna do a single thing. Lather, rinse, repeat here, fellas. Back up the mountain, back down the hole, tropical fish, and wait a second, I'm actually pretty surprised here. They survive. So yeah, just like that, the speedrunner is now in the end with an hour and 20 minutes left, which should be just enough time for them to beat the Ender Dragon. And they're gonna need all the time they can get, because they waste so many minutes just staring down at Endermen, provoking them, and then using the tropical fish on them. And yeah, that's pretty much it. The speedrunner uses this tropical fish to defeat the Ender Dragon, and they beat the game in demo mode. I honestly thought this speedrun was just so stupid, I had to show it to you. This speedrun, everything seems very normal. Nope, never mind. What in the world are they spawning into? Yeah, they say wrong world, and then there's just a sudden cut into the next loading screen.
Oh shit, wrong world.
So the speedrunner spawns into the correct world, in a village, very lucky, but hang on a second here. They don't have a full hunger bar, so this is clearly fake. Oh, and man, what kind of sounds is the speedrunner making in their microphone? That is nasty. Well, they walk forward, entering a village house, and inside there is some believable loot. Yeah, the math checks out. This chest could be legitimate. So they get a diamond pickaxe, iron ingots, 12 obsidian, an iron sword, some bread. Things are off to a very legitimate and kind of suspicious start. The speedrunner then proceeds to massacre the villagers in front of them. I don't know why. I think I spoke too soon, because the speedrunner proceeds to scream into his microphone, followed by a very sudden cut. Just watch this.
Alright, okay.
Yeah, the speedrunner is in a completely different spot, and now they start breaking the wood in front of them. There's another cut, and all of a sudden they have stacks of wood in their inventory. They open another chest, getting more iron, an iron helmet, more bread. The speedrunner then proceeds to use their iron bucket, then they just stop everything they're doing and just stand there like a goofy goober. And if you listen to their microphone, what in tarnation did he just say?
I just hit my balls.
Yeah, after that information that no one needed to hear, there's another cut and the speedrunner is now in a duel with the Iron Golem, which leads to them dying to the Iron Golem. There is another sudden cut. They have everything back in their inventory and I guess the speedrun must go on. The speedrunner is this close to dying to the Iron Golem again until he bribes the Iron Golem with Chipotle. What in tarnation?
Yo, I'll buy you Chipotle, okay?
Somehow he does kill the Golem though. Good for them. So the speedrunner creates their nether portal, lighting it and entering the end. And holy cow, the speedrunner gets very unlucky, then very lucky. As soon as they spawn into the nether, they're just getting blasted by ghasts and they are on fire. So they run away and they manage to survive with half a heart left. How lucky. And their reaction to that series of events is just so goofy. Things just get so much worse though. With literally 2 hearts left and no food, the speedrunner decides to just do all this crazy extreme parkour that they are not going to survive. And as soon as the speedrunner dies, there's some sort of weird video edit where the speedrunner is just muttering under their breath, "Life could be a dream, life could be a dream." And suddenly we are back to the speedrun. They're back in the nether like nothing ever happened. This is such a fever dream. By some miracle, the speedrunner is still alive. Still though, I don't get it. This speedrunner is just like a cat thinking he has 9 lives. The goal here in a speedrun is to find a fortress, find a bastion, but instead they decide to do this crazy bone meal clutch and holy cow, they actually do it. The downside to this is that they clutched onto a platform that is full of aggressive piglins. The speedrunner gets hit off a ledge and then before they can even die, there is another cut. What in tarnation? The speedrunner has a freak out in their microphone. It happens a second time, and on the third time when the Enderman teleports, there is this ridiculous cut with ender pearls all over the ground. What in tarnation?
Let's go! Yes! Pearls!
I don't know what just happened there. The speedrunner got very excited about how many ender pearls were just hanging out on the ground, and they by accident put a bed down, killing themselves. Then there is another sudden cut where they're just in a nether fortress. I have so many questions. Again, the speedrunner says, "I just need some blazes." They turn around, there's a blaze. I gotta put this in slow-mo. The speedrunner kills that blaze, and then there is this ridiculous cut with blaze rods on the ground in front of them, even though the blaze they just killed didn't drop a single rod. It's at this point where the speedrunner just needs to locate their nether portal to return to the end. Unfortunately though, they find themselves with 2 hearts, and they're killed by a ghast. They respawn back into the overworld with all of their items still in their inventory, so they must have turned keep inventory on at some point. But even though they respawned into the nether, there's another cut. The items in their hotbar changes. I am so thoroughly confused. The speedrunner must have crafted an Eye of Ender behind the scenes. They throw it up, it goes up into the air, and then you can hear them say, "Yes, it goes down."
Let's see it. Yes, it goes down.
Buddy, it went up. It did not go down. So they begin digging down. And while the speedrunner is digging down, I just realized they have their position coordinates displayed at the top left of their screen, which is literally like holding up a flag, putting a target on his head saying, "I am a cheater." Genuinely, I'm not even sure what's going on here anymore. They are digging down for such a long time until there is a very sudden cut. And if we look back at that position coordinate at the top left, you can see that they actually had to dig back up. They were at Y39, now they're at Y58. They literally dug down too far and had to cut it out of the speedrun. This is embarrassing. Nope, never mind, because the portal that they found is just some goofy thing that they constructed. This is not a real stronghold. Sorry to burst your bubble. They cut out the loading screen. Again, another cut. Holy cow, their game audio is so loud, headphone users be warned. The dragon literally sounds like a nuclear bomb exploding. At this point, I have so many questions. The speedrunner is using some sort of ancient taekwondo methods on the dragon. They're throwing snowballs at its head. What in the world is going on? They drop lava on its head. They put a bed down. It disappears. Their plan is not going well. So they put their final bed down, exploding everything in proximity, and they die. At which point, they have a freak out in their microphone, and the speedrun is over.
Yo, what? No! No!
What in tarnation? This speedrun starts off and everything seems very normal. I don't know what it is, but the intro is very nostalgic with the Minecraft piano and this super low quality microphone.
Okay, my new speedrun world.
The speedrunner starts off and everything is looking very normal. They spawn in a birch forest, they turn around and oh, would you look at that? It's a ruined nether portal. How lucky are they? Nope, hang on a second. That is not a ruined nether portal. Just listen to what this goober is saying.
Oh, no way! For the new 1.20 update, they added a new trial ruined nether portal.
Okay, so they found the trial ruined nether portal, the newest 1.21 update. I'm a little out of the loop here, but I guess this is a new update. They open up the chest, they find a breeze rod, a heavy core, obsidian, golden chest plate, and it sounds weird to say, but yeah, a breeze rod is now a part of the game. So the speedrunner does craft the mace, one of the new legitimate Minecraft weapons. And yeah, blah blah blah. They got enough obsidian to fill the portal, light it, and enter the nether. Everything is looking very normal here. The nether loading screen looks good, they spawn in, everything looks good until they turn around. What in tarnation is that? Yeah, according to the speedrunner, after their freak out, they call this the new Basalt Village. Can someone do a fact check? Is this actually a new update to 1.21? And I just need to point out, I love the fact that they are going so far to act for this, that they have the courtesy of opening the gate and closing it behind them. So they enter this Basalt Village house, opening the ender chest, finding full netherite gear. How convenient. And their reaction is just ridiculous.
No way, a blacksmith! Oh my god!
After they discover this amazing loot, they waste like a whole minute reorganizing their inventory. This is just ridiculous. They enter another building, which according to them is supposed to be the blacksmith or weaponsmith equivalent, and they call it the totem smith. But the villager in the totem smith house is literally a farmer. The speedrunner opens up the chests, revealing a bunch of totems of undying, more totems of undying, and seeds?
The wheat seed, the rarest item in the game.
I have no idea why this speedrunner is freaking out about seeds. Can someone help me to understand here? There are a lot of new features here. The vault garden with 64 trial keys in a chest. Okay, hold it right here. Hear me out. This is actually a very creative and silly way of cheating. I'm just gonna put that out there. Alright, enough of this nonsense. The speedrunner enters into the end portal. Whether this is legitimate or not, I have no idea. Never mind, I take that back. They spawn into the end and there are blocks leading to the end island. This is not legitimate. And if you thought this couldn't get any worse, it does. The speedrunner is doing all of this goofy parkour. They have a minecart track that leads into the end portal. The dragon is dead. They're saying trick shot in their microphone, but they miss. They don't get into the minecart. And yeah, just like that, they beat the game. This was such a ridiculous speedrun. They're yapping in their microphone about how this is record time, but buddy, there is no timer on your screen. This speedrun is Gordon Ramsay? What? Yep, Gordon Ramsay spawns in a jungle forest. He is climbing up a tree. This man is a maniac. He gets this apple from the top of the tree, eats it, talks about how juicy it is, and then suddenly, don't ask me how, Gordon must have been in creative mode. He gets into a helicopter. Is he using mods? This is just shameless. Well, Gordon lands into a village. He probably needs beds to kill the dragon, right? Gordon steals a potato from a villager. Then all of a sudden, Gordon is going crazy. He travels down into a ravine by rope. Is rope even a thing in Minecraft? I can't believe that this guy's going into creative mode like this. And then all of a sudden, just like that, he finds himself in the stronghold. Come on, cutting footage out of your speedrun? Nope, never mind. It is not the stronghold. I have never actually seen this structure in Minecraft before. He finds a chest in this structure that has rotten flesh in it. He begins eating it. Gordon is so desperate, getting very sick. At this rate, he is not gonna get the world record. Don't ask me why, but he returns back to the village. Very strange speedrunning choice. He's crafting food, villagers and illagers are going at it, and then Gordon just leaves the scene and runs away. Probably one of the worst speedruns I have ever seen in my entire life. Gordon Ramsay, you are an idiot sandwich. The way this speedrun starts off is just so goofy, but yeah, the speedrunner starts their Walmart Great Value-esque timer. They switch tabs going into Minecraft. Minecraft. The speedrunner says that they just started a new Minecraft world, but come on, they are selecting the last slot on their hotbar. There is a chest just hanging out in the middle of nowhere. There's rotten flesh on the ground. Buddy, you clearly have played on this world before. And I think the worst foul here of all is the fact that they are using a tablet to play the game. Usually, I would not include a speedrun like this in my videos because it is just infuriating to watch someone play on a tablet, but this one is just so ridiculous I had to show you. Well, anyways, they approach the ruined nether portal. They open up the chest. Literally unable to click on the chest. This is what I mean. Inside, netherite tools, netherite gear, enchanted golden apples. What in tarnation? And their overhyped reaction followed by silence as they slowly bring the items from the chest into the inventory is so goofy.
Oh my god, it's netherite armor!
They spend so much time organizing their inventory and then they waste even more time bringing the obsidian into their hotbar. This is just so painful to watch. Even their Minecraft skin has like drool all over his face. The speedrunner puts 2 obsidian blocks down, but in order to fill in the portal in the top part of it, they need to get more blocks. So they try breaking this netherrack, but they don't have a pickaxe. Despite all this cheating, they're unable to pick up any block at all. So they backtrack, picking up some dirt, literally unable to jump over a block of water. They get back to the portal. They put the dirt block down and it's not helping them. They can't even jump onto the dirt block they just put down. So they go back over the water, getting another dirt block. And what in the world? I just noticed now. How long has that end portal been there in the distance? They get another dirt block. They go back to the portal. They literally are having difficulty jumping onto this block. And by some miracle, they do complete the nether portal. There's just one problem. They don't have flint and steel. So they turn around and gee, I wonder what this chest is doing all the way over there hanging out alone, all dressed up with nowhere to go. At which point the speedrunner vocally says, what is that chest over there? They open it up and there is no flint and steel, just ender pearls and blaze rods. And if you listen to their microphone, they don't even know what an Eye of Ender is. Listen to what they are saying.
Oh my god! Yes! I can make ender, I can make ender, Eye of Ender.
At the speed of a snail, the speedrunner crafts blaze powder, eyes of ender, and then they slowly turn around and go, wait, is that the...
Wait, is that the ender? Whoa.
They don't even know what the portal is called. So all of this begs the question. If their goal was just to use this end portal hanging out in the middle of nowhere, what was the point of wasting all of my time going back and forth for the dirt block? And then again, at the speed of a snail, this goober is filling the portal with eyes. They enter the end. Unfortunately, as soon as they enter the end, they spawned underground in the end island, which means they need a pickaxe. And they're so bad at cheating that they didn't think that far ahead. At which point the speedrunner says this.
Okay, I have to go to the bathroom, guys. I'll be back.
At which point there is an awkward silence and a very sudden cut where the speedrunner suddenly has all this experience points and the dragon's health bar is just gone. The speedrunner's reaction to what happened, something they clearly did, is so fake. This is literally worse acting than a CW TV show. And yeah, just like that, the dragon is gone. They jump into the portal. They beat the game. I guess their timer malfunctioned and it said 0.3 seconds. And again, their reaction is just so goofy.
0.3 milliseconds? That's a new record. I bet Dream is so jealous of me right now. Oh my...
This speedrun, what in tarnation? They're selecting the 3rd slot on their hotbar. They're already level 4 and it very clearly says set own game mode to survival. So is this speedrun legit? No, but it's funny, so let's watch it. They begin speedrunning the game, approaching this tree, breaking it, and getting 5 logs. They make a wooden pickaxe, they begin mining some stone, and they create a stone pickaxe. Everything here is looking very, very normal, which begs the question, why did it say set own game mode to survival mode earlier? Well, you're gonna find out very soon. The speedrunner then approaches a very strange hole in the ground, perfectly shaped steps leading down to iron ore. How convenient. So the speedrunner mines finds this iron ore and they get some stone. And I have to say, it is so infuriating seeing their mouse cursor floating around on the screen in addition to this ginormous watermark slapped on the bottom left of their recording. Well, anyways, don't get me started. The speedrunner creates a furnace and they begin smelting their iron ore. They craft a shield and an iron pickaxe. Like I said, everything here is looking very, very normal. What's a fake speedrun? Well, the speedrunner begins leaving the starting area and they run into a chicken, at which point they go on a wild goose hunt trying to hit this chicken with their new pickaxe, but they have no skill or agility. It is hilarious. Yeah, okay, that's finally over. The speedrunner kills the chicken, they get chicken, and everything seems very, very legitimate until, hang on a second, do you see that in the corner of your screen? Yeah, let's do a slow zoom here, and just tell me if you notice what is wrong on the left side of the screen. Yeah, that's right, the speedrunner finds a ruined nether portal. This is so goofy and fake. Honestly, if they slap some netherrack on there, if they slap some iron bars, maybe a gold block, this might actually be believable. Nonetheless, they open up the chest. There is a flint and steel, a diamond sword, and 64 blocks of stone. Totally legit. Ah, yeah, and the diamond sword has sharpness 100. Buddy, do you think we just blew in from Stupid Town? That is not possible. So the speedrunner lights the nether portal with their newly found flint and steel, entering the nether, and notice how there is just no load screen whatsoever. And as soon as the speedrunner spawns into the nether and they turn around, gee, would you look at that? What in tarnation is that chest doing there? All dressed up with nowhere to go. And I love how the speedrunner is like looking around as if, oh, what's this chest doing here? They open it up. There is a potion of fire resistance, a single ender pearl, and 192 blaze spawn eggs. You know, could just be me, but maybe you only needed, oh, I don't know, 5, maybe 6, not 192. The speedrunner consumes their potion of fire resistance. They use a single blaze spawn egg, getting 1 blaze rod. So they put their crafting table down, turning their blaze rod into blaze powder, and they create an Eye of Ender. So naturally, the speedrun is gonna return to the overworld and wait, why are they not going to the portal? Yeah, they walk up this hill, and on the top of this hill, do you notice what is wrong here on the screen? Yep, in the nether, hanging out in a ditch, is an 11-eye end portal. And how convenient the speedrunner has a single Eye of Ender to fill the portal with. Good for them. So the speedrunner consumes their raw chicken, they fill the portal with their single eye, eating more raw meat, and they enter the end. And in world record time, the speedrunner is in the end, heading towards the middle of the end island. Wait, why are they just standing there? Yeah, I'm not sure why, but they just sit there wasting time for a few seconds. Was there a cut? I don't know. But hang on a second, did you see what just happened here? Take another look. Yeah, that's right. There was a very sudden cut in the speedrun footage. Now, what happened here, we're gonna find out very soon. Well, the speedrunner begins building some of these obelisks with the goal of destroying the end crystals. Unfortunately, they take so much damage. Then there is another sudden cut where it very clearly says set own game mode to survival. The speedrunner has 64 cooked pork chop. What a load of baloney. And just like that, in a single hit, the speedrunner wipes out the end Dragon, beating the game in world record time. Now, there's not a timer on this speedrun, but the actual video length is 4 minutes and 20 seconds. What an achievement. Before I even start playing this speedrun, this is so cursed. At the top left of the screen, they have a splits timer set up. Great news. But directly in the middle of the screen, there is a button that says mods. At the bottom left, it says forge. 4 mods loaded. And if you think it can't get any worse, it does. Just listen to this goofball's intro.
What's up, guys? Minecraft Gamer 35 here, back with another banger. Today we are doing the best Minecraft speedrun anyone has ever seen. I am not gonna cheat at all, so let's just get right into it, guys.
Yeah, we are in for pure torture. I am so scared for what I'm about to witness. Look at the previous save files. Mother's house facing my mother's grave. I cannot say that third one. Grandma's kitchen. Gee, Minecraft speedrun skit? I wonder what that's for. Because that's the world that they select. The speedrunner loads into their world, and even though they have already begun moving, their timer just doesn't work. So they actually end up windowing out to begin their timer, but they close Minecraft by accident, and there is a lot going on their desktop. They got a picture on the bottom left titled doodoo-fart.jpg. What in tarnation? They have a game on the bottom right called Obama Boss Fight. Since when is that a game? They got Baldi's Basics at the top right. It has been tempting to make a video playing that game for you guys. Anyways, point being, brother, clean up your desktop. Their timer has been going even though they are not even in game. They return back to the Minecraft window. And gee, I wonder what this hole is doing here that is directly in front of the speedrunner.
Start my timer. Okay, timer has started. Let's freaking go. Oh, isn't that a weird glitch? Oh, I just fell into the another.
That must have been one of the smoothest cuts I have ever seen in editing history. The speedrunner falls down a hole and they just find themselves in the back rooms. I mean the end. They open up their inventory and inside is an ender chest. So the speedrunner puts that ender chest down and inside is everything they would possibly need to defeat the ender dragon in world record time. You know, oak planks, netherite leggings, a bazooka.
Okay, so let's go. Okay. Get the freak out of here. Let's go. It's way too easy. Like I said. No! God, I quit this game. Alright, it's fine, guys. It's okay. Oh, he's healing! Oh. What's up? Yeah. Who's tough now, Ender Dragon? Now I do bazooka. Shoot, guys. Yeah, screw you. Yeah, screw all of you Endermans. We have... No! Oh my god! I think I just lost my record, guys. Oh my god. Oh, look at all that XP. Too easy. Dream, get out of my game.
Yeah, what a ridiculous speedrun. And I kid you not, the last minute of this footage is this guy actually submitting his speedrun to speedrun.com. He makes the category any percent glitchless, enters his time as 4 seconds and 14 milliseconds, but they actually end up correcting it to 4 minutes. They make their difficulty hard. In the mod section, they keep it on vanilla, and they submit it. So, I wonder if Minecraft Gamer 35 is on the leaderboards. What a goofy speedrun.
Way too easy.
This speedrun is so hilarious. Right off the bat, pausing the first frame, there is a lot that I could comment on. Comment down below if you can see it. If you know, you know. But before I even say anything, just listen to this guy's microphone.
Hello guys, welcome to my Minecraft speedrun.
This man must be the first person on Earth to use a corn dog to record audio. What is that quality? What is that stone structure? That chest with the sign on it?
Oh my god, is that a witch hut?
Yeah, if you can't already tell from their audio, the speedrunner is very excited about finding a witch hut in Minecraft.
Is that a witch hut? It is a witch hut. It's a witch hut.
And if you didn't already know, it's a witch hut. Unfortunately though, the speedrunner's good fortune ends here because they are unable to jump up into the hut. They have never heard of breaking blocks and placing them. And at that point, the witch starts attacking them and their reaction is priceless.
No! The witch! No!
Yep, that's right. The speedrunner is running away from almost dying from a witch. And all of a sudden, if I pause the video here, do you see what is wrong on the screen? Yep, take a closer look. Is that a lit nether portal? What in tarnation? At this point, the speedrunner also catches sight of the ultra chest.
Ultra chest? Oh my god! What are the odds?
This has got to be the funniest fake speedrun I have ever seen. It is like Nigel Thornberry in the wild discovering creative mode. The speedrunner is transferring over their newly found netherite weapons and armor into their inventory as slow as a snail. So the speedrunner equips their newly found netherite armor and they enter into the nether portal that is already lit and is so clearly fake. As soon as the speedrunner spawns into the nether, they are immediately being hit by arrows from hostile piglins. They are going in a loop. And look at that, how lucky they are. They spawned right in front of a nether fortress as well. And they get even luckier on this fine Tuesday afternoon. Is that another ultra chest? How convenient. What are the odds? And inside this second ultra chest, 64 Eyes of Ender. Woohoo!
Oh my god, what are the odds?
I kid you not, the speedrunner must have no idea what they are doing. It's like they discovered Minecraft yesterday. They try to throw their their Eyes of Ender in the Nether, and then when they give up on that, I kid you not, they walk further down the cliff and just watch what happens. It is hilarious.
I cannot do it!
Hi.
Wow, this speedrunner is so lucky. They find an end portal just hanging around in the Nether, just sitting there. So they freak out. They are jumping with joy. They jump into the end portal. There is just one problem. They basically have nothing. And that's when this happens.
Wait, what's going on? Oh my god, what's going on, guys? I think I'm glitching out. What's going on? I think I'm glitching.
Yeah, I kid you not, based on the speedrunner's reaction, their game just started miraculously typing a /kill command. The speedrunner did not do this. They are innocent. I've only seen this happen like one time before, and holy smokes, it's because Minecraft was possessed by the ghost of Herobrine. Yeah, just like that, the speedrunner has defeated the Ender Dragon. Now all they have to do is jump into that portal and get that sweet, sweet world record and steal it from Dream. Unfortunately though, the speedrunner is literally dying to Endermen. They are cornered up against a wall, holding their shield up for dear life, at which point they by accident jump off of the end island. Just watch this.
I don't really remember. Okay, bye. Oh my god, no!
Yeah, and just like that, Nigel Thornberry completely ruined his chances at securing that sweet, sweet world record. What a shame. This speedrun, I don't know why, but it takes an unusually long time to load their world. But as soon as the speedrunner loads in, everything here is looking very normal, except for the fact that they are level 1 and they are selecting the 3rd slot on their hotbar. Yep, they spawn into what seems like a normal village. This is not normal. What in the Truman Show is this fake speedrun? Buddy, did you really think we wouldn't notice that there is a blue block wall surrounding you? I mean, maybe if I squint a little bit, I wouldn't have noticed. The speedrunner breaks down this tree, getting 3 oak logs, and then they attempt killing this cow. Emphasis on attempt because they are playing on a touchscreen tablet, and you know how I feel about tablets. Well, the speedrunner explores this village more, and they get very lucky finding a ruined nether portal. And I gotta say, it is pretty creative how they use the purple wool with the door. It's funny. They open up the chest in typical fake speedrun fashion, finding full netherite gear. How lucky. So the speedrunner equips their newly found gear. They open up the door to the nether portal, something I never thought I would ever hear myself saying. There is a sign that says loading terrain. How proper. They close the door behind them, and inside the nether chest are 4 Eyes of Ender. So the speedrunner exits the nether. They close the door behind them again. What a gentleman. And I just noticed now, this trap door in front of them is supposed to be the end portal, plus 10 points for creativity. So they fill the portal with eyes. Entering the end, there is another sign that says loading terrain. The speedrunner turns around and holy cow, they engage in a gruesome battle with the Wish.com Ender Dragon version 3.0. That's right, a double whammy back to back. Nah, I'm just kidding. In absolute silence, the speedrunner one by one slowly breaks all of the blocks off of this Wish.com dragon. And the last frame of this speedrun is a mystery that will keep me up at night for the rest of my life. If someone can help me to understand what this sign means, I honestly feel stupid. I have no idea what that is supposed to mean. Let me know in the comments. Thanks. What is with fake speedrunners and having the goofiest, most bootleg looking timers and the silliest, most gigantic video editor watermarks slapped onto their screen? Aside from that, everything here is looking very legitimate, even though this is a tablet speedrun. Get me out of here. The speedrunner is looking straight down, their run begins, and they begin breaking this tree. And wow, good for them, they actually know how to use a touchscreen. Nope, never mind, I take it back. They are climbing up this hill, and they by accident place an oak log down in front of them. Whoops. So the speedrunner takes these oak logs, they turn it into 12 planks, and they make a crafting table. The speedrunner puts their crafting table down, making some sticks. They make a wooden pickaxe, and they attempt to use it to break a tree. Weird, but okay. From this point onwards, I have no idea what sort of mystical arts this speedrunner is practicing. They begin digging down in a completely random area, and then they just walk away. The speedrunner kills a sheep, getting some wool. They kill a cow. They pause their game, then they pause it again, and then they pause it again. Then they pause it again, and again, and another time. 5. They are just trying to break this crafting table and they pause the game again. Then they start breaking this dirt and they pause the game again. And then they do it another time. I have lost track. They are just repeatedly pausing their game. And finally, by some miracle, they break the crafting table and pick it up. Hallelujah. And then they begin mining this stone. And would you look at that? They are not pausing the game. Good for them. They're making progress. I'm not really sure what the speedrunner's goal is here because they break a lot of stone, killing another cow. And then, hang on a second. Did you just see that? It was for a split second. Rewind the video if you have to. Yeah, the speedrun footage is very blurry here, but there is some sort of new structure in the distance past this wandering trader. And if you keep watching, I guarantee we're gonna figure out what it is in just a moment. The speedrunner begins breaking more wood, more dirt, like they need anymore. They start attacking the wandering trader, pushing him into the ocean, and then they just break more trees down. Buddy, I think you have enough trees. They go back to the wandering trader, killing one of the llamas, and now I realize I think their screen is so small that they were genuinely just trying to trade with the wandering trader. It doesn't matter though, because they don't have any emeralds. And that's when the speedrunner turns around and we catch sight of whatever incarnation this new structure is. Unfortunately, this speedrun does not have audio, but I can imagine it is like some screaming goofball having a freak out. They go down an aisle of roses. At the end is a chest with a sign that says the speedrunner's gift. Wow, how nice of Minecraft to give him a gift. Oh my goodness, that's so kind. In true speedrunner fashion, they move their screen around going, oh my goodness. Opening the chest, and holy cannoli, it must have taken them a full 10 minutes to get all of these items into this chest. And I kid you not, we can fast forward the footage. The speedrunner wastes a whole 2 minutes just trying to organize these items into their inventory. I don't know what they were thinking. They paused the game by accident again, and these next few moments, brace yourself, mentally prepare, because it is truly painful. The speedrunner begins attempting to build a nether portal with their newly found stack of obsidian. Unfortunately though, they are actively being attacked by zombie villagers, so unless a horizontal nether portal is gonna work, this guy is not going to the nether. They kill the zombie villager, attempting to finish their nether portal, but at this point, they are just slapping blocks all over the ground, and by some miracle, it does work. They light the nether portal, and they enter the nether. Nope, never mind. I kid you not, there is a very sudden cut. We are literally in a whole different version of Minecraft. They are now playing on a console. The Ender Dragon's health is so low, and suddenly there's audio to the speedrun now. Hang on a second, I know sometimes I feel like I live under a rock. Are multi-platform speedruns a thing now? Yeah, just like that, the speedrunner kills the Ender Dragon. Their audio sounds like an atomic bomb exploding. And they just never enter the end portal. Which means technically, they didn't even beat the game. Was this speedrun fake? Nope, it was legitimate. This speedrun, holy cow. What is with fake speedrunners and having clinking pots and pans in the background? We can see their most recent save files on the screen, and nothing is looking unusual here. Main survival world, 1 block series, my world. Just a wholesome dude playing Minecraft. Gee, I hope he doesn't fake this speedrun.
Joining another Minecraft speedrun. I think we're gonna beat our last time.
How wholesome and oddly relaxing. Their world loads in, and come on, something is just a little fishy here. They are level 38. And where in tarnation did they spawn in? Well, this has got to be a new structure.
But why did I spawn here? Why is there netherite blocks here?
The speedrunner's acting is just so goofy. Yeah, that's right. The speedrunner opens up this chest, and inside they find a single diamond pickaxe and 64 sticks. How subtle.
Oh my god, that's a 0.000000001% chance.
The speedrunner then proceeds to waste so much time trying to break these netherite blocks. If this were a speedrun to wasting as much time as possible, this guy succeeded. They begin climbing up this ladder. Come to find out, the ladder literally looks like that one scene from Metal Gear Solid 3. It is infinite.
on a speedrun. I'm not gonna beat it.
Yeah, buddy, you're not gonna beat the record time because you're literally cheating at a Minecraft speedrun and you chose to make the world's longest ladder. This is just embarrassing. Hallelujah, the speedrunner has emerged onto the surface level. I bet they're feeling like Gollum being exposed to sunshine for the first time in 100 years. And hang on a second, freeze frame the video. Do you notice what is wrong on the screen right now? Look, unless this is a new feature of Minecraft, I don't remember birch logs just hanging out on the ground alone. Where did the rest of the tree go? Well, the speedrunner breaks one of these trees, getting a single birch log, turning that into planks and making a crafting table. And at this point, I am so genuinely confused because the speedrunner attempts making a netherite shovel, but it literally does not work. And they are very confused.
Me and netherite.
If someone can fill me in on this mystery as to why they are unable to make netherite tools, I would really appreciate it. Well, the speedrunner decides that they just don't need netherite tools anymore. So all of the speedrun prior to this point was just a huge waste of time.
Whatever, I don't need it. I just have the greatest luck of all time. I already know it.
Greatest luck of all time? Oh, brother. You are gonna need a miracle to catch up on this speedrun. That's all I'm saying. Well, at this point, if you haven't already noticed, it's very obvious that the speedrunner is following this trail of single birch logs hanging out on the ground, which ends up leading to a single chest that just has leather boots inside of it. What in tarnation? How is this the luckiest speedrun of all time? Is this even a fake speedrun? I am so confused. What are leather boots gonna do for you, buddy? And why are they so excited about leather boots?
That's a 0.0000001% chance. Now I can walk on powdered snow.
But the luck does not stop here. The speedrunner continues to follow this goofy trail of blocks, which I kid you not, you're not gonna expect the next few moments. They literally run into an end tree.
Fight the ender dragon. That's a 0.1% chance. That's the ender tree.
What an ender tree would do for this speedrunner, I could not tell you. But as soon as they reach this magical, mystical tree, they begin digging down, straight down, which is usually a bad idea. Oh, brother. They waste just as much time digging down as they did crawling up that ladder. 59 whole blocks dug down later. Let's just pause the video on this frame and take a wild guess as to what the end tree actually did for them. Yeah, that's right. A completed end portal directly beneath them. How convenient. So the speedrunner spawns into the end, and before I play the rest of this footage, do you see what is going on in the top left of the screen? End stone blocks with minecart rails? What in the world?
Oh my god! That's a 0.0000001% chance. It's a free ticket to win.
Yeah, that is right. The speedrunner literally finds the world's newest Minecraft end structure, the Coney Island end roller coaster. They drop into the end game portal. The dragon is not here. It does not even work. But after a few seconds, they do find a way to enter the portal, beating the game in world record time. How impressive. This speedrun, they're not looking straight ahead. Set on game mode to survival. They're selecting the second slot, so what kind of goofy nonsense were they doing behind the scenes in creative mode? And cut it out. Let's find out. Holy cow, the bitrate quality of this video is so low. It literally looks like garbled pixels when they move around. Well, the speedrunner walks around, they find a tree, and they begin breaking it. And come on, why am I not surprised? Beneath the tree is a chest. Whoop-de-doo-dah, I have seen this 100 times over now. Man, this was such a last year fake speedrunner thing. Get with the picture.
Oh my god! It's the 1 in a million zillion chance.
Yep, that's right. 1 in a million jillion zillion chance for the speedrunner to find a chest under a tree full of trees. Very original. Now, the real question is, what in the world is this speedrunner gonna do with that much wood? Well, allow me to tell you. They make 3 crafting tables, 243 planks, and they waste a bunch of time trying to make sticks.
Oh my god! Oh yes, look at this amazingness. Oh my god.
Well, after the speedrunner gets very, very lucky discovering all of this wood, they run around for 5, maybe 10 seconds until you can hear them say under their breath, "This is a bad spawn."
Oh my god, bad spawn.
The speedrunner comes to a halting stop. They begin typing a /locate structure command, and they waste just so much time. I don't know what in the world they are trying to locate, but running around like a goofball would literally be quicker than combing through through these list of commands. I'm not really sure what happens here. They select the ruined portal, but the next frame an error comes up saying there is no structure with type #MinecraftDes. What in the world are you doing? This dude just discovered commands yesterday, but they eventually do figure out how to locate a desert pyramid. They get the coordinates, and I kid you not, they just use a /teleport command. And what in the world? Their username is mylemon21? What a weird username. The speedrunner spawns themselves into a wall. They begin dying. Their reaction is just so funny.
Alright, we're here. Oh my god! Alright, we made it.
Yep, there is a sudden cut before they die in a wall. So completely legitimately, the speedrunner finds themselves outside of a desert temple. How lucky. Then they put down one of their crafting tables. They put down 3 of their crafting tables. Why? I don't know. Then they struggle to make a wooden pickaxe. I don't think they know that you can't use logs for a pickaxe. You have to use planks. But good for them, they figured out. The speedrunner crafts that wooden pickaxe. And at the bottom of the desert pyramid, I don't even want to interrupt this historical moment in cinema. Just watch what happens. It is priceless.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
That was just so hilarious. They ignite the TNT by accident beneath them. The speedrunner dies. Then there is a very sudden cut. Again, it says set own game mode to survival. So what goofy creative mode nonsense has this guy been up to? And in front of them is a ruined nether portal. Hang on a second though. Last time I checked, obsidian does not spawn like this at a ruined nether portal.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Yes, inside of the ruined nether portal chest is just some very legitimate, completely inconspicuous items. You know, a flint and steel, a golden nugget, 64 bedrock, 64 obsidian, diamonds, full netherite gear, and so much more.
And so much more!
The speedrunner is literally stealing my lines. Good for them. The speedrunner has everything they need to beat Minecraft. Are they actually able to do that? No, not at all. They begin building this nether portal. Unfortunately, they create an abomination. Lighting it doesn't work. Who are you kidding?
Okay, guys.
Oh my goodness, this guy's reactions are so hilarious. They realize they have messed up. They start freaking out. The footage cuts, and it's very clear that they went into creative mode, fixed their portal, and just cut it out of the run. Well, congratulations. They light the nether portal, and they enter the nether. And come on, before the loading screen even comes up, there is no loading screen. There's a sudden cut. On the ground in front of them is a floating anvil, and directly behind them is a hole. And I swear, if the mythical frog is in that hole, I am gonna lose it. Only true fans are familiar with the fake Minecraft speedrun lore. Holy cow, would you believe it? It actually is the mythical frog. The fake speedrun universe lore deepens.
The mythical frog spawn! Oh my god! The mythical frog just dropped 64 blaze rods!
Oh my goodness, what a historical moment. The speedrunner finds the mythical frog, and the footage cuts and there's blaze rods in front of them. But you know what? The speedrunner didn't cheat. It was all the mythical frog. The speedrunner expresses his gratitude and appreciation to the mythical frog by tossing enchanted golden apples in its ditch, tossing bedrock and gold blocks in the hole, falling into the hole by accident, and they return to the portal.
Oh my gosh!
Again, the loading screen is gone. The speedrunner's screams are making me crack up. They return to the overworld. There is very clearly Enderman spawned all over the area. And they still have an Enderman spawn egg in their inventory, so they place it without cutting it out of the video. What a sloppy faker. And again, what another historical moment in speedrunning history. The speedrunner found the legendary Enderman Cave.
The Enderman Cave, the best speedrun in Minecraft history!
The speedrunner then proceeds to show off their extreme agility and skill by attacking the Enderman, getting a single pearl, and then proceeding to get wrecked and destroyed by this gang of Endermen before they begin retreating, and there is a sudden cut where they just miraculously have Ender pearls in their inventory. If you think it can't get any worse, it does. The speedrunner runs away, as any speedrunner would do, and they try crafting Eyes of Ender. But I don't think they know what blaze powder is until there is another sudden cut and they have blaze powder in their inventory. Oh my goodness, do not tell me they had to go into creative mode to give themselves blaze powder. Don't tell me that. Well, the speedrunner throws just way too many Eyes of Ender into the sky. And just listen to what this goofball is saying.
Oh my god! It's pointing to right! In that cave! Oh my look! It's pointing straight at that hole!
The speedrunner is saying that the Eyes of Ender are pointing directly into the hole beneath them, but they are just not. Do you think we were born yesterday? Well, the speedrunner jumps down into that hole until there is another sudden cut, and they're just magically in the stronghold. This is so embarrassingly crappy. Well, they turn around in the stronghold, and it turns out that they are right outside of the portal room. How convenient. And in the sloppiest way possible, they fill the portal with eyes. This is just so cursed. And wow, would you look at that, there's actually a loading screen. Nope, never mind, I spoke too soon. There's another sudden cut, and let's just hang out on this freeze frame for just a moment. The video quality is fuzzy, but could that be the mythical frog on the screen in front of us? Are we graced by his presence again? Yes, I can confirm. The speedrunner crosses paths with the mythical frog yet again. How lucky. They are given a bed, and oh no. Is that what I think it is in front of us? Nope, never mind. Looks like we're not gonna find out because there's another sudden cut. The speedrunner was given creative mode by the mythical frog. They are floating around, breaking the end crystals. And yep, it's exactly what I thought it was. The Wish.com Ender Dragon 2.0. The speedrunner kills the dragon with their bed, beating the game, and just listen to the reaction, it's funny. What a load of barnacles. This speedrun, there is a lot wrong here. They spawn right in a village. How convenient. And in the distance, that house ahead, that door is open. Could that really happen as soon as they spawn in? Let's find out. The speedrunner begins doing what they know best, speedrunning. They're shaking their screen around, and then they begin breaking this block. Nope, never mind. They walk away. The speedrunner finds a blacksmith house, entering it, opening this chest, and inside, like every other fake speedrunner in the entire universe, they find completely unbelievable loot. Iron, diamonds, bread, in your dreams, buddy. The speedrunner wastes a lot of time taking the diamond sword, the diamonds, the iron boots, the iron helmet, the iron chest plate. Then they waste even more time equipping it. Let's get this show on the road. Nope, hang on a second here. Something important is happening. The speedrunner walks away from the blacksmith house, approaching another villager house. And I'm just gonna freeze frame here. Tell me if you can tell what is wrong. It's staring you right in the face. There are 3 cauldrons outside of this villager house, completely filled with water. And I hate to break it to you, but no, that is not the newest update. So the speedrunner enters the house, opening up the chest, and it's as weird as you could possibly imagine. A leather helmet, 4 loaves of bread, 10 sticks, 19 end portal frames, and a partridge in a pear tree. And I wish there was audio to this speedrun because I'm sure this goofball is screaming at the top of their lungs right now, making a big hullabaloo about nothing. Anyways, it's at this point when the speedrunner actually begins breaking wood. So they get a log, they turn it into planks, they make a crafting table, and they begin crafting a diamond pickaxe. Totally legit. The speedrunner then approaches this well, and well, I don't know what they are doing. They jump down, revealing a hole that goes deeper than the usual 2x2 structure of a well. They swim down, the video quality is so low. Are they going up or are they going down at this point? I don't know. Eventually, they do hit the bottom, and well, would you look at that. Diamond ore. How convenient. But hold your breath, this very well could be legitimate. The speedrunner very quickly runs out of air. Then they're desperately trying to swim into this hole, and they do before they die. The material beneath them, I'm 99% sure that's sponge. How did that get down there? I don't know. The speedrunner goes back into the water, they mine diamond ore, they go back to the sponge to get get some air. They go back into the water to mine diamond ore. They start mining the coal. Then they go back to the sponge and then just sit there for a really long time. What are you doing? Did you take a potty break? Then all of a sudden they're back. They're actually speedrunning now. And they swim back to the surface. The point of this, I don't know, and I'm scared to find out what it is. Finally at the top of the well, the speedrunner struggles to break the cobblestone in front of them, but they do end up breaking that block and they get out. And everything seems normal. Nothing seems different yet. And I'm genuinely not sure what they're doing. The speedrunner returns back to that goofy villager house that is not legitimate. They open up the chest. Nothing is in there unusual. It's just bread. But let's watch this clip in silence and tell me if you notice what happens here. Yeah, that's right. The speedrunner opens up their inventory with their Windows cursor being revealed, which leads me to believe that they windowed out. It's all gonna make sense in a few seconds. The speedrun begins running again, and they end up approaching another villager house that looks basically identical. 3 cauldrons and 2 torches outside. Now I'm beginning to think, am I just stupid, and are these real villager houses? They open the door, they close it by accident. What in tarnation? They open it again, opening the chest in front of them. You know, it's got some leather boots, some leather leggings, 2 pieces of bread, 18 blaze rods. Yeah, this is very clearly not legitimate. Well, at this point, the speedrunner begins walking into all these random villager houses, opening their doors until they get to this 3rd villager house, and it's very clear what they were looking for was a chest. They try to go to sleep by accident until the final right click, they open up this chest, and it's exactly what they were looking for. 32 ender pearls. And come on, even my grandma knows that M portal frames, blaze rods, and ender pearls do not spawn in villager chests. Well, the speedrunner goes to sleep holding their blaze rod and typing W. I am so confused. They then wake up attempting to build eyes of ender. Oh brother, they don't know how to make blaze powder. This is just sad. The speedrunner swaps the ender pearls with the blaze rods. That's not it either. Until they by accident discover, oh okay, that's how you make blaze powder. And like a true professional speedrunner, they create 34 blaze powders. Just so much more than you would actually need. They make their eyes of ender and then they are on their merry way. Nope, never mind, just kidding. The speedrunner starts typing in the chat a /give command to give them 22 enchanted golden apples. And oh brother, this guy stinks. You have spent 5 minutes being a goofball, trying to hide the fact that you're cheating, doing a terrible job, and then you just give up and shamelessly do a /give command. Why am I not surprised? From this point onwards, the speedrunner eats 2 of those enchanted golden apples, and then they waste a whole minute just aimlessly walking around in circles. Buddy, are you okay? They then proceed to build the end portal. Nope, never mind. I never thought I'd say something like this, but this guy is so bad that they need a tutorial on how to play in creative mode. Do you not know how to build an end portal? The speedrunner fills the portal with eyes just about as slow as a snail, and they enter the end, at which point they start typing even more nonsense /game mode creative. Yeah, that's right. The speedrunner is shamelessly in creative mode now, which begs the question, how is there 10 more minutes of this speedrun? You'd think that they would just do a /kill command and be on their merry way, get that world record, make your mother proud, but nope, we're about to find out how he wasted 10 whole minutes in creative mode. Well, at first, everything is exactly how you'd expect it to be. The speedrunner is floating around, struggling to break these end crystals until they give themselves a bed. And yeah, they just start throwing beds all over the place here. They right-click on the bed while the dragon is perching, and it literally does nothing. What a fail. But you know what? This fake speedrunner is not a quitter. They put even more beds down this time. And hang on a second, what are they doing? While they are waiting for the dragon to perch, they are enchanting their diamond sword with sharpness 5. So naturally, the speedrunner goes floating up into the sky, trying to hit the dragon. It is just not working. By some miracle, the dragon begins perching again. The speedrunner ignites all of those beds, and it does nothing. This is just hilarious. Even with sharpness 5, the speedrunner barely does a dent on the dragon. The dragon flies away. And you know what? 3rd time's a charm. They put even more beds down. The speedrunner ignites those beds. It does nothing again. They are getting so desperate that they start typing a /kill command. Wait a second, that's their username. Hold up, are they about to end themselves? Nope, never mind. They they delete their username. Typing entity, that is not how to do it, buddy. Then they end up entering the command /kill Ender Dragon, which again is not how to cheat. The command comes back with an error. Unfortunately, the third time is not a charm. The speedrunner gets desperate. They are just throwing beds everywhere. They're exploding. I can only imagine what the audio to this speedrun is like. Unfortunately, there was no audio with the video. I think they've just given up now. Nope, never mind. They are putting more beds down. This dude has not learned that this is not the way. They right-click on the beds, and it actually does do a substantial amount of damage, but unfortunately not enough. I don't know what in the world this goober is doing. They give themselves a redstone torch and TNT. Unfortunately, though, before the dragon can even perch, the TNT catches on fire. It ignites. Their plan is ruined. They put another bed down. Oh, brother, have you not learned your lesson? The speedrunner spends all of this time putting these beds back down, and they explode them again by accident. I don't know when this madness is gonna end. They put more TNT down. The dragon perches. They have the redstone torch in their hand, and they just never ignite the TNT. This is just painful. The speedrunner has created the ultimate dragon killer Anator 3000. If that doesn't look like it's gonna kill a dragon, I don't know what will. They put a redstone torch in the top just for good luck. That's not gonna do anything. The speedrunner ignites those TNT blocks, and it does nothing. This is so sad. The speedrunner makes the same structure. The dragon perches, they ignite the TNT, and I kid you not, it ignites 1 second too late. They put more TNT down. The dragon perches, and it's got like 1 HP left. It looks like they're trying to give themselves something creative, a name tag, an iron hoe, a fishing rod. He is desperate, but they eventually just give themselves a bow with no arrows, and somehow they're able to use the bow with no arrows, and they kill the dragon. The speedrunner presses escape. They're on the pause menu, and this world record attempt ends without them even going into the portal. So technically, they didn't even beat the game. Alright, let's move on. This speedrun, before I even click play, I'm just gonna let you listen to the intro because it is ridiculous.
Yo guys, we're gonna speedrun Minecraft today with 100% legit, not cheats. Let's go. Oh my.
Yeah, there's a lot I could comment on. This guy is using a toaster oven for a microphone, but they do create their new world in survival mode and everything is looking legitimate. Unfortunately though, their world creation loads unusually quickly, and you can tell it's fake because it was so quick. They're already level 7 and they are selecting the 3rd slot on their hotbar. Totally legitimate. And you know what? Before I even say anything, the speedrunner turns around and just listen to their ridiculous reaction. Yeah, I am just as confused as you are. The speedrunner turns around and they find the Titanic, which I guess is a new feature. So the speedrunner breaks this tree, they get 1 birch log, they turn it into planks and get 4 sticks and 2 buttons. I don't know why. The speedrunner goes back to break another log, they turn it into more planks, and you can see that they put their extra button on the Titanic. I am so confused. The speedrunner uses all of their planks to attempt climbing up to the top of this ship. Unfortunately, they are not really good at doing anything. So they go back and break more wood. They put that log down, and finally they are breaking into this new Minecraft structure. I am so excited to see what it's all about. And like anyone would expect with the Titanic, there is water at the bottom of it, and a chest hidden in the water. Inside that chest, the most ridiculous items you could possibly imagine.
Oh my gosh, guys! Look at all this loot!
Yeah, after that ridiculous reaction, there is a sudden cut, and I guess the Titanic structure has an enchantment table in it, too. Well, this speedrunner is making so much progress. They've got really everything they need except for blaze rods. And you might ask, well, what's next? Just watch this next clip. It is so goofy.
All we need to do is make it so that...
Yeah, that's right. This speedrunner's reactions are so hilarious. They get up to the top of the ship, and in the distance, I'm pretty sure what they saw was a nether portal. How lucky. Nope, never mind. Hang on. Is this supposed to be some sort of wish.com desert temple? I am pretty sure chests do not spawn underneath the ground like this. Like, someone fact check me, but I'm 99% sure this is not legitimate. The speedrunner finds this goofy structure with chests at the bottom. They jump down, and even more ridiculous items items in the chest. You are not fooling anybody. Obsidian, 60 flint, 17 iron ingots, bedrock. What in tarnation? Who even needs 64 flint?
Okay, now we just need to bridge out of here. How many more blocks is... Alright guys.
Yeah, that's right. This goofy speedrunner trapped himself underground with bedrock. But don't worry, luckily they're able to break the walls through and escape. And as soon as the fake speedrunner exits this goofywish.com fake structure, they find a nether portal. And hang on a second, did you see what else there was in the corner there? Yeah, that is an end portal, very crappily covered by bedrock. This is just so embarrassingly sad. And oh my goodness, the nether portal has an extra obsidian block on the top right. I should honestly just start selling worst cheater ever awards. And things just continue to get worse. The speedrunner jumps into this goofy nether portal. What is the structure that is directly ahead of them? Is that supposed to be a villager house? The speedrunner spawns into the nether. Immediately in front of them is a chest. This is just not possible. And inside the chest, whoop-de-doo-dah, I am not surprised. End portal frames and blaze rods. Like they even need the end portal frames. When is my misery gonna be over? They return to the overworld and just listen to what they say in response to whatever in the world this structure is in front of them.
Alright guys, so we're almost to the net. No way guys, I think this is a village house.
Yeah, the speedrunner found, and I'm air quoting, the village house. They enter this literal 2x2 hut, opening the chest, and wow, would you look at that, 9 beds. How convenient. So the speedrunner makes blaze powder, they make the eyes of Ender, and their reaction to making them is just so funny.
With my new ender portals.
I am so beyond confused. The speedrunner begins creating an end portal. Even though just a moment ago, we saw an end portal covered by bedrock. Will that mystery ever be uncovered? I don't know. You're gonna have to watch to find out. Yep, wait a second. It's literally a completed end portal in the corner of the screen.
Build another portal. Wait, I don't get it guys, it should have worked by now.
Yeah, I kid you not. There was a sudden cut and the speedrunner created this abomination. I don't know what incarnation they were trying to do here. I guess they try again, even though directly in front of them are multiple end portals that are completely filled and ready to go. I have no words. So the speedrunner has entered the end, even though they say we made it to the nether.
Yo guys, we did it, we made it into the nether.
I don't think I've ever seen anything more cursed than this. They are building up using bookshelf blocks. These next few moments, I could not commentate it even if I tried to. The speedrunner is clearly having a difficult time killing the Ender Dragon. And then I'm not even gonna say a peep. Just watch these next few moments. It is hilarious.
You know what? Screw this. I don't care. Oh my gosh, guys, we just killed the Ender Dragon. Holy cow, look at us. Now all we need to do is just quickly escape the end because about this portal that we just constructed. Just to make sure I don't die when I'm escaping it, I'm gonna go ahead and sleep. What was that, guys? No!
If someone can explain to me in the comments what in the world I just watched, I would really appreciate it. Thanks. This speedrun, I am terrified. There is a lot to unpack here. You have a huge watermark at the top right of the screen. The speedrunner is not selecting the first slot on their hotbar. And whoever in the world Bubble Boy with an I-64 is, they took all of the effects away from themselves. Let's just get right into it.
Okay. Oh my god! It's an emerald netherite tree!
Yep, I never thought I would see this day come. I am finally reviewing a fake speedrun that is quite literally one of those crazy ones that I usually put at the beginning of the video. The speedrunner found the netherite emerald tree, and their speedrun timer is just stuck on the same time for the entire duration of the speedrun. And underneath the netherite emerald tree is a chest. What a surprise. Inside it is just all the most ridiculous, stupid items you could possibly imagine. While the speedrunner is taking all this loot, you can hear them freaking out, but also their friends hanging out with them, like muttering underneath their breath, trying to be quiet.
Oh my god, there's an elytra and an eye of Ender! Hey, someone's got my
I told him if I die, give it back right now. I'm firing you.
Yeah, and you know what? One of the reasons why I'm reviewing this speedrun is because you could tell it's just a group of friends having a stupid fun time. Yeah, they're cheating at speedrunning, but it's funny.
Oh my god, nice decoration.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I mean. These are just stupid friends having a stupid fun time being goofy. They mine the diamonds, they mine the netherite, they find the super rare netherite diamond golem. Honestly, in a lot of ways, this just reminds me of me being a kid being stupid in video games. It's funny.
Oh my god, it's a super rare iron golem. Oh my god. Look inside, I've got to get some crits on it.
After all the excitement and the goofiness dies down, the speedrunner gets out their single eye of Ender, they throw it, and it goes straight down. And you can imagine how excited they are about this.
Let's use this one eye that I got. Oh my god, it went straight down!
And yeah, this plays out about exactly as you would expect it. The speedrunner finds a cave, you can see the stone brick, they dig down, and they dig down directly into the stronghold. When in the stronghold, there is a sign on the wall that says subscribe. So if you haven't subscribed already, it's about time, buddy. They open the chest, more netherite armor and weapons. It's very clear that this is fake.
Oh my god. Time out. One of you guys give me... Okay. Move out of the way. Move out of the way so they don't think I cut. No, I already did it. Okay. Okay. Oh my god.
This is just so hilarious to watch. I feel like I'm getting the behind the scenes from a movie. These goofy kids whispering underneath their breath, saying they're gonna cut it out, and they forget, immediately putting on a show. And yeah, the speedrunner discovers the netherite stronghold with the axolotl spawner with an 11-eye end portal. How lucky.
Oh my god, it's an 11-eye. This day can't get any better! Oh my god, it's a blue axolotl! I've never seen a baby blue axolotl! What are the odds? Anyways, it's time to go in the end. 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, honestly, this is pretty funny to watch. Like I said, these are just gamers having a good time, having fun. It's what it's all about. But unfortunately, their plan to fake and cheat at a Minecraft speedrun goes horribly wrong when their creative mode end portal just doesn't work. Until, I kid you not, there is a Windows Movie Maker transition effect, and we discover that their friend just created another portal in the hallway.
Yeah, it's a break. It's back from our name. Oh my god! I can't get through.
So the speedrunner fills in the end portal with their eyes of Ender, and they enter the end. And yeah, the end island is made of gold, but I don't think these guys know how to do the /fill command and replace blocks, because the entire top of the end island is still endstone. This is so goofy. It doesn't help that their audio is so loud and crunchy. It sounds like an atomic bomb is going off.
Okay, drink this dragon!
And during all of this madness, I kid you not, the speedrunner just stops playing the game. You can hear his friends while the speedrunner is explaining to them how to do a /kill command. It sounds like someone is cooking with pots and pans in the background, and then they die, and there's a sudden cut, and just watch the full clip on its own. It is hilarious.
Anyways, time to use my secret weapon. See, if you throw iron on the ground like this, I can type it with Ender Dragon, and we're gonna die. Whoa! Oh my god, we killed the dragon!
And yeah, just like that, the speedrunner beat the game with their friends in a world record 1 second.
Anyways, world record, baby! Yeah!
Honestly, I know they were faking it, but it's wholesome and it was funny. This speedrun starts off and there is already something fake about it. No, it is not their hotbar. It's not their timer at the top left of the screen. You're gonna have to take a closer look to see what's fake about it. Yep, everything is normal here. The speedrunner just broke a single oak block on a tree. If you blink, then you must have missed it. There is a very sudden cut, and the speedrunner expected us to not notice this. After that single cut, it is very clear that the speedrunner is in a completely different area, most likely to get an advantage like spawning closer to a village. So the speedrunner does get 5 oak logs, they hit a pig, getting 3 raw pork chops, and would you look at that, they are very close to a village. How lucky. There's something very unusual about this speedrun though. The speedrunner mounts a horse, hits an octopus, and then wait a second, they just stop moving. Then they go into the menu, and I could be wrong, but I have reason to believe that the speedrunner is going to be cheating so much that they are trying to throw us off of our trail. So keep an eye out for anything that is fake. They go into a villager house opening a chest, and they get 10 apples and 4 bread. They then proceed to break 5 beds, and make a mental note of that number for later. You'll see why soon. Now this next clip is very, very important. Not only is there a second village in the distance, and a ruined nether portal, how lucky. Watch this next segment, and I bet you won't notice what's wrong with it. Yeah, did you notice it? At first glance, it appears as if this speedrunner has jumped, stopped briefly, and then continued running, right? But if we zoom in on the top right corner of the screen and go frame by frame, you can see that out of nowhere, 2 of these clouds turns into 3. So I could be wrong, but I have strong reason to believe that the speedrunner made a cut and was doing a ton of goofy nonsense in the background. And you will find out very soon what they did. So naturally, of course, the speedrunner runs over to this ruined nether portal, and right off the bat, take a look at the screen on this freeze frame and tell me if you notice what has changed. Well, remember the number I told you earlier? 5 beds? Yeah, somehow they have 9 beds now. This guy has got me going like a detective. The rest of the speedrun is like this. Tons of faking, and they're pretty clever at hiding it. Now let's take a look at the items in the chest. 3 gold ingots, 3 flint, horse armor, a golden axe, a golden sword, and a fire charge. Remember these items for later. What happens next is going to shock you. The speedrunner just does nothing. They close the chest, opening it again. Their timer is running, they are wasting time. Then all of a sudden, they look over to the right, look back to the left, look up, look down, and then they open the chest again. But hang on a second, let me play that clip one more time in case you didn't see it. If we go frame by frame, right before they're about to open this chest again, you can see that the speedrunner opened up the chat box. And then on the very next frame, it looks like they just opened the chest again, but they are suddenly selecting apples instead of pork chops. Now take a second look at what's inside the chest. Notice anything different? Yep, that is right. A single obsidian block has appeared out of thin air, which gives me reason to believe that somewhere in that segment, there was a very sly cut. They went into creative mode and put that obsidian block in the chest. Well, get this. The speedrunner takes the items out of the chest, taking their sweet old time, and they use their 2 obsidian blocks to complete the nether portal and light it at a world record pace of 2 minutes and 20 seconds. But hang on a second there, Buster. You missed yet again another fake goof. If I rewind the footage to when the speedrunner first arrived to the ruined nether portal, it is very clear that to the left of them is a crying obsidian block. But then after they take the items out of the chest, somehow that crying obsidian becomes regular obsidian. This guy is gonna try and fake his speedrun, and I am not gonna let him get away with it. Well, they light the nether portal with the fire charge, entering the nether, and everything does seem normal here. They don't have chat disabled, which I think is a good sign. Maybe this guy isn't faking his Minecraft speedrun. Nope, hang on a second. They just cleared their chat history. Yep, they are a big stinky cheater. Now these next few moments, you are really gonna have to pay attention here. Watch this clip, and I hope you'll be able to catch what is fake about it. If you didn't notice, going frame by frame, it is so painfully obvious that the speedrunner made a very subtle cut, trying to make it look like they were moving their camera around, and immediately after that cut, the speedrunner by accident falls into this ditch, then traveling in a very specific direction. And if I freeze frame the speedrun footage right here, and you bring your attention to the bottom left of the screen, yes, I kid you not, by some miracle, they spawn directly above a bastion. And I could be wrong, but I think that sudden cut earlier, the speedrunner could have possibly spawned the bastion beneath them with a command. Or maybe they're just lucky. Well, pay close attention to these next few moments. It is packed with goofy fakeness. The speedrunner takes their oak planks, making a crafting table, exploring the bastion for just a few moments until they come across this single piglin. They get in a vicious battle with this piglin, piglin until, I kid you not, the piglin just disappears. Huh? Yes, and then the speedrunner takes one step forward, and if you can't see it, I'm gonna point it out at the bottom of the screen. What in the world did that piglin drop? A netherite chest plate, diamond pickaxe, and 2 golden blocks? In your dreams, buddy. Yes, that cut was painfully obvious. The speedrunner was very clearly trying to hide the fact that they made a cut, and somewhere in between that footage, they dropped golden blocks, netherite gear, and a diamond pickaxe. So the speedrunner turns those golden blocks into 18 golden ingots, and they continue roaming around this bastion until they find themselves cornered by a piglin with a crossbow. The speedrunner has no other choice. They begin throwing their gold ingots to distract this angry piglin from attacking, and the trades look very normal here. 10 nether quartz, and they continue throwing their gold ingots at the piglin until something seems very, very off. If you didn't notice it, I'll play the clip one more time. Yes, even though going frame by frame, the timer does not change, the top right of the screen looks normal, and even the piglin doesn't look much changed. In a single frame, the speedrunner suddenly has 2 nether brick and a fire charge in their inventory, which begs the question, why would the speedrunner put a cut here? Well, just wait a few seconds and see what happens when the piglin walks away. Yes, that's right. Out of thin air, the piglin drops 8 ender pearls and 2 blaze rods beneath them. How convenient. Look, the speedrunner is clearly cheating here, but I can't quite figure out why they would give themselves such a specific number of items. But don't worry, we're gonna find out later. After the speedrunner gets what they needed from the piglin, they go on a slaughtering rampage. And well, this next moment is just embarrassing. You're gonna make sure you don't miss this one. The speedrunner digs directly up with the hopes of escaping the bastion, but unfortunately, the speedrunner attracts a horde of piglins, and going frame by frame, they are clearly about to die. Well, you know what? Let me just show you the whole clip. It is priceless. Yeah, that's right. The speedrunner made a sudden cut. It is very clear that they died. We don't know for sure, but I have no idea how they would survive that. And they're really playing it off like nothing ever happened. They approach the wall, escaping the bastion, and they do waste a little bit of time trying to find their way back to the nether portal, but keep a close eye on what is happening while the speedrunner is digging through this netherrack. It is very unusual. They are running short on time, quickly approaching 5 minutes, and while they are mining, this happens. In case you didn't catch it, going frame by frame, there is a very obvious cut, and did the speedrunner really think we wouldn't notice this? The amount of netherrack they have in their inventory increases by 7 blocks, and after this painfully obvious cut, just take a wild guess as to where they end up at. Yep, that is right. Directly back to the nether portal. What a coincidence. I think we can safely assume they got lost, made a cut, potentially going into spectator mode to figure out where in tarnation they were. Real smooth, buddy. So the speedrunner returns to the overworld. They open the chest. It is empty, as it should be. But again, are they just trying to distract us? Well, the answer to that is yes. Upon re-entering the overworld, the speedrunner is swimming in the ocean back to land, breaking 2 major rules in the game of Minecraft: digging directly down and digging while they are drowning themselves. Well, after almost dying, they finally get some smarts, equipping their shovel. Wait a second, when did they get a diamond shovel? Can someone fill me in as to when that happened? I am so confused. Well, I guess they have a diamond shovel now. They put a netherrack block above them so that they can breathe. Nice work. And they dig straight down. But only after a few blocks, the speedrunner stops digging down and they face forward. Interesting. Wow, would you look at that? that? What a good guess. Are those stone brick blocks I see the same ones that appear in a stronghold? What a coincidence. Nope, never mind, I was wrong. Just a fluke, just a false alarm. It doesn't look like the speedrun actually found the stronghold. Nope, hang on a second. Why are they mining this block? Oh no. Is that stone brick? Okay, I was right all along. The speedrunner mined directly into the stronghold. What a lucky guess. The stronghold is right under our nose. And you know what? I'm honestly surprised here. The speedrunner begins mining into what seems like completely random blocks, but what they are actually doing is searching for hidden walls, which are actually a thing in strongholds. Well, after no luck of finding any hidden walls, the speedrunner begins adventuring into what seems like a completely random direction. They would have to get very lucky to find the portal room from here. Are you kidding me? Yes, that is right. The speedrunner finds the portal room just floating in the middle of nowhere, and upon entering the portal room, take a mental note here that they got very unlucky by finding a portal with no eyes in it. Remember that for later. They break the spawner, getting into a vicious battle, eating their steak. Then the speedrunner crafts blaze powder, making 4 eyes of ender, but unfortunately that will not be enough for them to fill the portal with eyes, huh? Oh brother, does someone want to fill me in? Out of nowhere, there must have been a sudden cut because the portal suddenly is filled with 8 eyes. I am so confused. Well, the speedrunner fills the portal with their 4 eyes of ender, doing a 360 into the end portal with style, and upon entering the end, the speedrunner throws their ender pearl onto the end island, and as soon as they land onto the island, take a second to look at the screen and tell me if you notice what just happened. Don't see it? Let me point it out for you. If we go frame by frame, the chat box has completely disappeared. Usually it fades out slowly, and on top of that, do you see what is happening at the top right of their screen? If we zoom in here, it looks like that is endstone, but no, it is very possible that is a pressure plate. Watch this next segment very closely and listen to the audio. I sure hope you notice what is going on. Yes, that is right. You can't make this up. The speedrunner is so bad at this game that they have to cheat at speedrunning. And how are they doing it? They are stepping onto these pressure plates, which most likely have a command block beneath them that spawn ignited TNT on the top of the obelisks, breaking the end crystals, doing all of the work for the speedrunner. How convenient. Well, after the speedrunner has stepped onto all of their pressure plates, breaking the end crystals, they get their beds ready to defeat the Ender Dragon and beat the game in potentially a top 10 Minecraft speedrun world record. The dragon is descending. The speedrunner throws their Ender Pearl over to start attacking the dragon. Wait, hang on a second. Why are they going the opposite direction? Oh no. Is that another pressure plate? Yeah, that's right. The speedrunner is destroying the Ender Dragon with more spawned TNT until they get the dragon's health down by a quarter, and the dragon just floats up into the sky, nowhere to be seen ever again. The speedrunner is very confused, looking around, wondering what in tarnation just happened, until the dragon returns miraculously. The speedrunner steps back onto their pressure plate to beat the game and get that sweet, sweet world record, and something is just very wrong here. The dragon will not perch. Oh wait, no, it's about to perch. Never mind. Oh no, wait a second, they got some damage on it. Never mind. Well, this is very unfortunate. The dragon flies away. The speedrunner is beyond 8 minutes. They have lost their spot in the top 10. The dragon is just glitching around. He's doing a ton of dillying, a ton of dallying, and he disappears off into the distance. A whole minute goes by. The dragon begins to perch again. The speedrunner is on home base, triggering the TNT, until, tell me if you notice it, from the top of the screen, a second Ender Dragon descends from the heavens. What in tarnation is happening? The second second dragon pushes the first one out of the way. They are literally battling each other like two cats in a WrestleMania match, and they both just ascend into Valhalla. This speedrunner is never gonna beat the game. This is just so sad. Until out of nowhere, both dragons are perched. The second one is dead. The first one flies into the sky at 1,000 kilometers per hour, and they beat the game. Nope, never mind. No, they did not. The original Ender Dragon's health bar is still at the top of the screen. Despite that, though, they pretend to jump in the portal, and there is a cut to the end game credits. That was so goofy.
Holy cow, this speedrun is a load of barnacles. Bottom left of the screen, it is very clear to see that they are using Forge, and they have 17 mods loaded. I am terrified. Things get even worse. If you take a look at their most recent worlds, they have Super, Super 2, Super Race in all caps, and then the most recent one is Fake Speed Ran, which is in creative mode, has cheats enabled, and they select that one. And their intro is just ridiculous. Listen to their microphone.
Hey viewers, so today we're speedrunning Minecraft and stuff, yeah!
Right off the bat, the speedrunner spawns in, and we can tell that the first mod they have installed is a minimap, which scares me because the last time I saw a speedrunner have a minimap, they pulled out a nuclear bazooka and destroyed the Ender Dragon. Well, things do seem normal here. They approach this tree, they break it. Oh no. That is a chest, and inside the chest is an infinity gauntlet. Yeah, okay, I know this one is fake. It was just funny. It made me chuckle. FBI, open up! No, never mind, this one was legit. This speedrun, holy cannoli, you are in for a treat. The beginning is honestly just awkward. It takes forever to load, and you can hear their microphone. It's just awkward silence. There is a certain point where you can hear the speedrunner just incessantly tapping on their screen, hoping that it makes it load faster. Now hang on a second though, they load in, but did you see what just happened? If we go frame by frame, it is very clear that they spawned in, there's a villager in front of them, but the next frame, they're in a completely different location. They're selecting the 4th slot on their inventory, and oh no. Are they playing this game on a tablet? That is one of the 7 deadly sins. Well, the speedrunner enters this villager house, then they close the door, then they open it and leave the villager house, then they close the door again. Buddy, are you okay? Was that one of those, like, old school video game glitches, where you're using the Game Shark and you have to press A 3 times, then B 2 times? I don't know. Well, the speedrunner locates a blacksmith. They enter the house, opening the chest inside, and the loot looks very, very normal. Some oak saplings, 3 iron leggings, a golden ingot, 4 obsidian. This is great news. Everything is looking very normal. So the speedrunner puts on their new iron leggings, and I love how every time they enter or exit a house, they have to close the door behind them. Buddy, this is a fake speedrun. There is no space for manners here. And would you look at that, in the distance, they locate a ruined nether portal. How convenient. And even from this far away, you can see that they have just the right amount of obsidian to fill in that portal. Yeah, what a strange coincidence. They open up the chest outside of the ruined nether portal, and again, the loot is looking very, very normal. There's some golden boots, there's some golden sword, a flint and steel, some iron and golden nuggets. But the real question is, the enchantments on the armor and the weapon, are they legitimate? Fire protection 4, soul speed 3, sharpness 5, looting 3. Is this possible? I don't know, you tell me. Well, the speedrunner equips their new golden boots, and by some miracle, using a touchscreen, they are actually able to fill in the nether portal. I'm so confused because it looks like they are so far away. The speedrunner fills in those last 2 blocks of the nether portal, and oh my goodness, this might be the best player on a tablet I've ever seen. Usually it's this infuriating experience, but this actually is not too bad. Nothing here is looking too fishy. They light the portal, good for you, and just like that, the speedrunner is entering the nether. Hang on a second though, something here is funny. If I play this footage back, the loading screen freezes and the audio cuts out, but no big deal, everything here is looking normal. Luckily, the speedrunner does spawn right in front of a bunch of piglins, so they put their golden ingots down. Hang on a second. Where did the speedrunner get 128 golden ingots from? Because last time I checked, if I rewind the footage, they entered the nether with 1 golden ingot. What a load of
of barnacles. So the speedrunner is trading with these piglins. All of a sudden, they go into the menu and they start changing their personal game mode, but they don't do it. I'm not sure what the speedrunner was trying to do, but he was very clearly tempted to go into creative mode. I'm watching you. Honestly, the next few moments of this speedrun are very, very boring. If you listen to the audio, it's just a bunch of piglins snorting. In the speedrunner's microphone, you can hear a dog barking. The trading process here is mind-numbingly boring. It would be more exciting to watch paint dry. Hang on a second though, did you see that? There was a very obvious cut. Then the speedrunner opens up their inventory and it's suddenly full of all of this new golden ingots. Oh brother, they were cheating before, but 2 stacks of golden ingots just was not enough for them. Well, the show must go on. The speedrunner throws even more golden ingots into the hole with the piglin, and this next moment, we are going to have to analyze it frame by frame. If I go slowly here, you can see at the bottom right corner of the screen, there is something green going on down there, and it's not St. Patrick's Day donuts. Yeah, that's right. The speedrunner drops into the pit, and not only do they get 16 ender pearls, but they also get 16 blaze rods. The only thing I can conclude here is that their last cut, they put the blaze rods and the ender pearls behind the piglin so that you would never be able to see it on the ground. What in tarnation? Well, I guess just like that, the speedrunner has everything that they need, so they go into the portal and return to the overworld. And right off the bat, things are looking even more conspicuous. There is a single dirt path block just hanging out in front of them. So the speedrunner approaches this very obvious block, breaking it, and beneath it is a chest. And inside that chest, oh come on, you gotta be kidding me. This guy was doing such a good job at hiding the fact that he was cheating, and out of nowhere, he brings out the motherlode. Full netherite armor and gear, 4 totems, enchanted golden apples, end portal frames and eyes, 6 beds. Buddy, you are gonna need a lot more than 6 beds to defeat the dragon. Wait, why are they closing the chest? At this point, I am so confused. The speedrunner looks up into the sky and they waste a whole 30 seconds very, very slowly throwing things out of their inventory. Is this guy okay? I kid you not. They spend the next 5 minutes transferring the items from the chest into their inventory. This is just embarrassing. And what in tarnation is a potion of creative mode? By some miracle, the speedrunner is actually able to put down the end portal frames onto the ground. What an achievement on a tablet. They fill the portal with eyes and they enter the end. And remember how just a second ago I said what in tarnation is a potion of creative mode? Well, you're about to find out. Tony, roll the clip. Yeah, what a load of barnacles. This guy is taking an eternity to break these end crystals, and if you thought it could not get worse, it does. The speedrunner finishes breaking all of the end crystals, and they start typing in the chat a /kill command. And at this point, that is when a mobile phone screen recording pops up on the bottom right of the screen. I'm not kidding, you cannot make this up. But it's just a stopwatch that started right now. And come on, brother, charge your phone. So yeah, I am thoroughly confused. The speedrunner enters in that kill command. They defeat the dragon, entering the portal and beating the game in, I'm not really sure, 31 seconds? I'm not sure if the speedrunner understands that you're supposed to start the timer, oh, I don't know, at the beginning of the speedrun. This speedrun, everything seems normal, but every time I say that, I always regret it. They're in survival, the difficulty is normal, cheats are off, they create their world, nope, hang on a second. Did you see that? If I go frame by frame here, this speedrunner is using Lunar Client, which is not a good sign. And they have an intro. Tony, roll the clip. Let the viewers hear what the speedrunner is saying.
I am going to beat the speedrun world record in this game.
The world building screen looks normal. They spawn in. They have a timer. This is fantastic. They're looking straight ahead. Good job. They are not selecting the first slot in their hotbar. Oh no. The speedrunner approaches the tree directly in front of them. Like all fake speedrunners, they break the tree, and beneath them is a barrel. And inside the barrel, oh brother, listen to what this goofball is saying. They have no defense.
Oh, why is there a barrel and there is so much loot in it? I think it's a new update.
New update, my butt. That was so stupid. If you're gonna cheat, at least try to hide the fact that you're cheating. Out of nowhere, there is a very sudden cut. The speedrunner is directly in front of a desert temple, but even though the speedrun footage cut, the timer is still on the previous time. But if we go 1 frame ahead, the timer suddenly skips ahead 30 seconds, which is clear proof that the timer was added after recording the speedrun. This is just shameless. So the speedrunner enters this desert temple, digging down, they break the pressure plate, everything is looking good. They mine the TNT. These are professional speedrun strats, even though this guy is a goofy goober. Inside the chests, everything is looking normal, except for, hold the phone, 32 golden apples? What in tarnation? They open the next chest, more gapples. The third chest, more gapples, come on. The fourth chest, take a guess what is inside the fourth chest? More enchanted golden apples. How subtle. Okay, well, the speedrunner has everything they could possibly need. They were very sly with hiding the fact that they were cheating this time.
Wow, there is so many enchanted golden apples.
Before it was subtle, but this time just so obvious. The speedrunner begins building up out of the desert temple, when out of nowhere there is another sudden cut. Again, they are unable to trim the speedrun timer in sync with the footage, because if I go forward 1 more frame, the time suddenly skips ahead 25 seconds. And how convenient, they are directly in front of a ruined nether portal. The speedrunner approaches this ruined nether portal, opening up the chest, and the loot in here does look normal. Nope, never mind. Is that crossbow called an AK-47? And I'm sorry, I could be stupid, but what in tarnation is ancient artifact? Well, the speedrunner breaks this golden block, collecting it. Again, there is another sudden cut. They're doing the same baloney with their timer, and they have found themselves directly in front of a village. How convenient. But this isn't just any old village. The speedrunner approaches this seemingly normal villager house, and inside is at least 100 villagers jam-packed in there like sardines. And the speedrunner's reaction is just so priceless.
What is happening in this house?
The next few moments, I have no clue what is happening. What is in front of the speedrunner, I don't know. Is this a new structure? I know there was a new update and you guys were giving me a hard time about not knowing about the mace. Genuinely, I couldn't tell if it was a mod or not. But I'm pretty sure last time I checked, a toolsmith is not something in this game. Yep, I can confirm. Those trades are not legitimate. The trades, honestly, are just horrible. And that's when the speedrunner proceeds to threaten this villager by surrounding them in TNT, and then they try trading with them again. And now all of a sudden the trades are immaculate. Gee, I didn't know threatening villagers with death is a new update of Minecraft. So the speedrunner gets some dirt, and they proceed to get 128 diamond blocks, a diamond pickaxe, a diamond axe. This is truly a mob boss speedrun attempt. Well, these next few moments, let's just watch the footage together in silence, and you tell me if you notice what just happened.
We need some ender eyes to enter the ender to quit the ender thing, so I think we will go to the ladder.
Yeah, if you didn't catch that, just a moment ago, the speedrunner has 2 obsidian. Wait a tick. When did they get a command block? I don't even know. There is so much cheating that's going right over my head. And after the cut, they suddenly have 10 obsidian blocks. Well, with these newly found materials, the speedrunner builds a nether portal, lighting it and entering the end. And right off the bat, the load screen is cut off. They are not even looking straight ahead. And I am 99% sure that bastions don't have bridges like this. Now keep in mind, there is a piglin just hanging out, and legitimately the only thing we can do here is just watch this next segment. It is so ridiculously goofy.
Oh, there is a picnic. Hey you, give me all your ender pearl or I will kill you with my AK-47.
The speedrunner again threatens another mob in Minecraft, this time with their AK-47. They do get golden ingots, but I don't know what is happening. This piglin traps them in bedrock. So what, piglins have creative mode now? The piglin steals all of the speedrunner's gear, and then the speedrunner is following the piglin down into this like dungeon. And I'm sorry, what is this? The Fellowship of the Ring? Hang on a second, I just noticed now they have a spawn egg in their inventory. I am so genuinely confused. This is like a fever dream right now. The speedrunner is about to get executed by these piglins. He is about to be forced to walk the plank into lava. That's when the speedrunner gets hit off. They ender pearl clutch back onto the ledge, and just like that, they unleash
terror on the piglin with their AK-47. I'm actually kind of intrigued as to how a crossbow did that. The piglin that they killed dropped so many ender pearls. There is another cut. The speedrunner is suddenly bridging with wood, which is literally like playing with fire. But just like that, they found themselves directly in front of a nether fortress. The speedrunner follows this path on the nether fortress, and how convenient, at the end of the path is a blaze spawn. So they use their crossbow, wiping out all of the blaze and getting 2 blaze rods. Unfortunately though, the speedrunner is wasting a lot of time waiting for those next few blazes to spawn. Now, a professional speedrunner would know to reduce the render distance, so that way all of the mobs are spawning in that one chunk. But this guy is a baloney head. There is a sudden cut. The speedrunner suddenly has a sword. Where they got it, I don't know, don't ask me. They kill a blaze with the sword, and they literally get 64 blaze rods from it. You can hear the speedrunner in their microphone trying to explain what is happening.
Okay guys, guess what? I just kill a river skeleton and get its stone sword, and this stone sword have good luck, so when I kill blaze, they drop more blaze rod. It's very normal in Minecraft.
It just sounds like nonsense, and at the end of it, they say, I am not cheating.
And I'm not cheating.
Yeah, right. This guy stinks. Well, the speedrunner crafts blaze powder. There is another cut. The timer has skipped ahead 10 seconds, even though they're in a completely different location. There's another portal directly in front of them, but it's a ruined nether portal, which last time I checked, there aren't ruined nether portals in the nether. Am I just stupid, or is this guy trying to fool me? The speedrunner approaches this ruined nether portal, opening up the chest, getting obsidian and flint and steel. How convenient. So they complete the portal, lighting it, and returning back to the overworld. And before there is even a load screen, tell me if you notice what just happens here. Let's watch it together. Yeah, if I go frame by frame, at the bottom left of the screen, you can clearly see it says set on game mode to survival. What a load of barnacles. This guy is just cheating left and right. Where they are, I don't know. They're underwater, they're about to run out of air until they approach this seemingly inconspicuous hole in front of them. And would you look at that? Why am I not surprised? It's the stronghold. Now, honestly, I gotta give this fake speedrunner props. Most fake speedrunners would just go into spectator mode to locate the portal, but this guy actually wasted a whole minute legitimately trying to find the portal room. Kudos to you. You get a gold star. They find the portal room. They massacre these little... actually, I can't even remember what they're called. Dust mites? I don't know. My brain farted. I can't remember what they're called. But he massacres them. The speedrunner fills the portal, or they're trying to fill the portal. I'm not really sure what's happening, but their game is glitching out, and they enter the end with the loading screen very abruptly cut. Now, keep in mind, the speedrunner still has a spawn egg in their hotbar. What they are going to do with that, I don't know. I kid you not, you cannot make up these next few moments. The speedrunner legitimately finds Notch on the end island. They hand over all of their golden ingots to Notch, bribing him into beating the game for them. And it's just so goofy. It looks like a Tom and Jerry cat and mouse chase with bald little Notch floating around in the sky trying to defeat the Ender Dragon. But holy cow, Notch actually kills the dragon in one hit. And just like that, the speedrunner beats Minecraft in 9 minutes and 23 seconds, which is still literally more time than the world record legitimately done. What a baloney. This speedrun starts off, and right off the bat, there is so much wrong here. They do have a timer. They are selecting the 7th slot in their hotbar. And before I reveal this next one, take a few seconds and tell me if you notice it. Alright, it's been a few seconds. Tony, do a zoom on the left side of the screen. Yep, that is Herobrine in the window, just in time for Halloween. Let's get this party started. The speedrunner begins walking forward. Very lucky they spawn in front of a village and a ruined nether portal. How convenient. The speedrunner does open the chest in front of them, and the loot inside of the chest does look very, very normal. They equip their newly found golden helmet, filling in the ruined nether portal with their obsidian, and they light the nether portal with the fire charge. Entering the nether in 20 seconds. That is world record time, but very risky considering they're only entering the nether with 14 iron nuggets and a golden shovel. The speedrunner wastes a solid 10 seconds hopping around until they open their inventory using their iron pickaxe to mine some netherrack. But hang on a second, when in tarnation did they get that pickaxe? The speedrunner mines forward, and I kid you not, they uncover a nether fortress. How convenient. So the speedrunner very carefully navigates their way around some lava, directly in front of them, finding a blaze spawner. This is the world's luckiest seed of all time. Unfortunately though, this speedrun takes a turn for the worse. They are so blatant about cheating because directly beyond this spawner is a stack of 14 blaze rods. You have got to be kidding me. The speedrunner then finds a chest not too far away, failing a parkour jump. Buddy is totally the type of guy to do the beef jump and fail it. Inside of the chest, they find iron horse armor, 4 golden ingots, and a single diamond. But hang on a second, why are they leaving the nether fortress? Well, the speedrunner begins digging down in a completely random spot, and watch these next few moments and tell me if you notice it. It's gonna sneak up on you.
It's down here. Oh, let's go, Bastion. Oh my gosh, what luck.
Yeah, just like that, the speedrunner has found a bastion. Under 2 minutes, holy cannoli, how lucky. The speedrunner then tries finding piglins to trade with. They throw 4 golden ingots at the 3 piglins, and I'm sorry, but that was not subtle at all. Where did this pile of ender pearls come from? If someone can help me to explain this mystery, that would be great. Mentally prepare yourself though, because there are like 50 more mysteries incoming. The speedrunner again digs down in a completely random spot, and they dig down into the overworld. The speedrunner continues digging down, revealing an endless pit beneath them. And I kid you not, they land in a pile of water right outside of the stronghold portal room. Just under 3 minutes. Wow, that's all I have to say. The speedrunner breaks the spawner. It's a 4-eye portal. They make their blaze powder. They make their eyes of ender. So the speedrunner fills the end portal with their eyes of ender, entering the portal. And hang on a second, did you catch that? In a split second, the dragon's health bar goes from 100% to 1%. What a load of barnacles. The speedrunner begins digging up until they get hit by something. Hit by Herobrine. Oh my goodness, this is spooky. This is a Halloween special for sure. The only problem is that Herobrine is actually Blue Mustard 59. The speedrunner's reaction to finding Blue Mustard 59 is just priceless.
Oh my gosh, it's Herobrine! Oh my gosh, it's Herobrine!
That's when Herobrine types in chat, I am thinking of a number 1 to 15. The speedrunner types in the chat 34. Wait, 34? What? That's when Herobrine says, you are right. What a plot twist. It was a trick question all along. They get full diamond armor, a netherite sword, a bow, a stack of arrows, and beds. This is truly the luckiest of all time.
I don't know why the dragon's 1 health. It must be a glitch in the new update.
The speedrunner attempts killing the dragon with 2 arrows. Their aim is abysmal until there is a shameful cut and the dragon is mid-death animation. What a celebratory moment. Even Herobrine is saying, you did it, yay. This speedrunner joins their world. Spawning in, they get very, very lucky. There is a ruined nether portal directly in front of them. There's a chicken, some sheep, some pigs. Wow. They're even showing off doing 360s and parkour. This guy looks like he would not fail the beef jump. The speedrunner opens up the chest in front of them. They get a wool sword, gold, obsidian, 6 blocks, and fire. So they fill in the obsidian nether portal using their fire block to light the nether portal, and they enter the nether. And holy cow, those ghasts are looking horrifying. This guy is a one-of-a-kind skilled speedrunner though. They are parkouring around the lava into the bastion. They get very lucky by finding a very large mass of golden blocks, and even luckier, finding piglins right in front of them that they can trade with. And holy cow, the trades are wild. They get just so many eyes of ender. What more could a speedrunner need? So they return to the overworld, throwing their eyes of ender. And yeah, triangulation, schmangulation, they dig right down into the ground. Oh my goodness, the stronghold is right beneath them. My socks have been completely knocked off. With just so much finesse, the speedrunner finds their way right into the portal room. Unfortunately, no luck here. Not a single eye of ender in that portal. But not to fear, this speedrunner came prepared with 382 eyes of ender, and I was concerned they wouldn't have enough. Well, they fill that stronghold portal, entering the end, and I don't know if it's just because it's Halloween, but this ender dragon battle was particularly scary. And those endermen, don't even get me started. The speedrunner engages in a vicious battle with the ender dragon, jumping into the endgame portal, beating Minecraft
free edition. Yeah, I'm just messing around. This guy got him made this. I just thought it was funny. This speedrun footage begins on the title screen. At the bottom left, we can see it says Fabric, which makes me suspicious. They click single player though, revealing all of their save files, and it does seem that they attempt speedrunning a lot. So they create their new world, not changing any of the settings, and the world creation screen does look very normal. The speedrunner spawns right in a village. If I had a penny for every time I said that, I would have as many pennies as I have reviewed a fake speedrun. So they break some blocks in front of them, getting some wood, building a crafting table, using it to make a pickaxe. Then they break some cobblestone on the side of this house. And I'm not sure why, but the speedrunner creates a stone hoe. Odd, but okay. So they make more sticks, crafting a stone pickaxe, leading me to believe that the stone hoe was a mistake. Oh brother, the speedrunner makes another stone hoe by accident and a stone axe. They use the stone hoe to break some hay, and they break some beds in the village. The speedrunner opens up a chest in one of the houses, and the loot is looking very legitimate. 3 potatoes, 3 saplings, some flowers. What is fake about the speedrun? They open another chest, 6 bread, 4 emeralds, 1 potato. Then the speedrunner begins attacking the golem. They kill another golem, there is not a cut, and they get 3 more iron ingots. So the speedrunner makes an iron pickaxe and an iron bucket. They turn their hay into wheat, turning the wheat into bread, and at 5.5 minutes, this is the world's slowest cheating Minecraft speedrunner. Buddy, come on, get with the picture. Go in creative mode, cut it out. We are getting bored over here. Never mind, I spoke too soon. The speedrunner builds up into this floating house, opening the chest, finding the world's weirdest loot. Blocks of redstone, netherrack, blocks of netherite, a flint and steel. This is the weirdest way to fake a Minecraft speedrun. And hang on a second, that is not a nether portal. What in the world is this guy building? Oh my gosh, is this the Halloween special? Or is this speedrunner summoning Herobrine? The speedrunner puts down the redstone torches, using their flint and steel to summon fire on the altar. And that's when they get blown up by a creeper. What was supposed to happen here? The speedrunner respawns, and I don't even know what I'm watching anymore. The Among Us imposter has been spawned in full enchanted netherite armor. They're throwing enchanted netherite gear at the speedrunner, while the speedrunner is literally getting shot at by a skeleton, or as the last guy said,
"You're one of those boner monsters."
Well, yeah, the speedrunner now has fully enchanted netherite gear. The speedrun returns to the same house that they were in earlier where they got the netherite, opening the chest. This is just so fake that it is stupid. Tons of obsidian, tons of iron gear. This goober builds a nether portal at the pace of a snail. Unfortunately though, by the time they get done building it, they realize they don't have flint and steel. Until there is a blatant cut, they turn around, and I guess a villager gave them flint and steel. How legitimate. So the speedrunner lights their nether portal with the flint and steel, and holy cow, the quality of this video is so bad, but if you squint your eyes, you can tell that they actually spawned right next to a nether fortress. And watch closely, because while the speedrunner is exploring this nether fortress, they by accident use the hand gestures on their Mac, revealing their desktop and 2 folders, 1.16.1 mods and mods. Gee, I wonder if they have mods installed. Surprise, surprise, there is another blatant cut with the speedrunner turning around, and there's just a stack of bread on the ground, but no amount of cheating is gonna help this guy beat the game. He by accident falls down into a ditch, barely taking any damage, and then he just starts using obsidian to build back up to the top of the fortress. This is just painful to watch. Finally though, the speedrunner does find Blaze, one-shotting every blaze in front of them, not getting a single blaze rod. Nope, never mind. 10 minutes into this horrible speedrun, they have 1 blaze rod, until again they set up for another ridiculous cut. It says set own game mode to survival mode. Turning around, there's a blaze spawner directly behind them with tons of blaze as far as the eye can see. Still no luck though. This is so sad. The speedrunner breaks some of the nether brick, revealing that it's a double spawner. Oh my goodness, how lucky. I don't care how much fake luck this goofball has. Wait a second, when did they get 7 blaze rods, and when did the timer start going backwards? I am just so confused. The speedrunner begins building a nether portal. The timer's going backwards. They return to the overworld, and the new nether portal spawns
spawns right into the portal room. What a load of baloney. It's a 12i2. How much more ridiculous will this speedrun get? The answer is much more ridiculous. The speedrunner turns on debug mode, showing hitboxes. Like that's gonna help you. They press escape, showing the menu, and at the bottom it says disconnect. I'm sorry, is this guy playing on a server? Well, they changed their render distance, increasing it, but despite that, you still cannot see 5 blocks ahead of you. This has gotta be the weakest PC in all of gaming history. After literal minutes of going by, but sorry, you'd never know because their timer is malfunctioning, going backwards, set up their bed in the middle of the end island, breaking it, and on the very next frame, you can see a command in the chat box that says killed Ender Dragon, and the speedrun fades to black. This speedrunner is defeating the Dark Souls 3 boss during a Lego Star Wars, Mario Kart, RuneScape, Fortnite, Overwatch battle. Wait, this is the wrong footage. This speedrun, oh brother, you are in for a treat. The speedrunner spawns into their world and they are already level 7. What a load of barnacles. This is very obviously fake. They do get very lucky. They turn to the right, they find a ruined nether portal. How convenient. So the speedrunner walks over to that ruined nether portal, they swim over, and inside the chest, things do look very normal. Full golden armor, a sword, a shovel, and one less nugget than a full stack of iron nuggets. Alright, I take it back. Something is suspicious here. The speedrunner breaks a tree, they make a crafting table, they make iron ingots, an iron pickaxe, a bucket, then they need a flint to light their nether portal. So they swim down into the ocean using their golden shovel, and holy cannoli, this goofy goober just got 8 flint. So yes, the speedrunner has flint and steel now. And would you look at that, they find a village in the distance too. How convenient. So the speedrunner breaks their crafting table, they find hay, they find a blacksmith, and what in tarnation? Inside of the blacksmith chest, is this even real? Someone is gonna have to fact check this. It honestly could be real. Well, they use their newly found tools, breaking down all this hay, and they use it to make bread. So naturally, the speedrunner returns to their ruined nether portal, they complete the portal, light it, and they enter the nether. And when the speedrunner enters the nether, they find themselves in a crimson forest with nothing else around. Until just a few short moments later, they find themselves directly above a bastion, and how convenient, a huge clump of golden blocks. You know what? I'm holding my breath. This could be legitimate. So they break these gold blocks, and what in the world? I'm sorry, but are those piglins trapped in a ditch beneath them? Alright, I take it back. This is fake. I'm sorry, but the chances of this happening are just 1 in a million. So they turn their golden blocks into golden ingots. They throw 64 golden ingots into this ditch, and inside they get 48 ender pearls. Listen, in my past videos, I have done the math, but this time, nope. This guy is a big stinky cheater, and it's 100% chance. So the speedrunner begins throwing ender pearls, trying to traverse the nether, trying to find a nether fortress, and with no luck, there is a very sudden cut where they just appear in front of a nether fortress, and on the bottom left of their screen, it very clearly says set own game mode to survival. What in tarnation? So the speedrunner enters the nether fortress, they find the blaze spawner, and this speedrunner's luck is just fantastic. They kill 1 blaze and get 2 blaze rods. It turns out that their golden sword has looting 3 on it. How convenient. The speedrunner kills 4 blazes, they get 9 blaze rods, which is more than enough. So they craft a new nether portal, lighting it and returning to the overworld. And I kid you not, what a load of barnacles. You're never gonna guess what happens. Pause the video. They spawn directly in front of the portal room. Oh brother, this guy stinks. And the portal is a 5-eye. Buddy, who do you think you are fooling? So the speedrunner creates their blaze powder. They craft their eyes of ender, filling the portal, and they enter the end. And honestly, by this point, I am very impressed. A fake speedrun where the speedrunner actually has a pickaxe and blocks. This is a Christmas miracle. So the speedrunner uses an ender pearl to get to the surface of the end island. They set up a structure on the middle of the portal to use beds to defeat the dragon. And hang on a second, did you notice what just happened? After a very sudden cut, the speedrunner suddenly has 5 beds in their inventory. But if we take a look at all of the previous speedrun footage, I'm sorry, but they never got beds. Which means this guy got beds in creative mode and cut it out of his speedrun footage. So the dragon begins perching, the speedrunner throws an ender pearl in the middle of the island. They start using the beds to kill the dragon. It's off to a rocky start, but things are beginning to look up until, hang on a second, they have used all 5 of their beds. Is this a feature of the game I'm not familiar with? Because they just have infinite beds now. I am so thoroughly confused. If someone can help me to understand, that would be dandy. The speedrunner is getting tossed back. Things are not looking good. There is a sudden cut, and then if you listen to the speedrun footage, you can hear them say, oh guys, it would take a miracle to beat the record now.
Oh guys, it would take a miracle to beat the record now. Wait. What's that on the floor? Oh my god, there's an arrow and a bow. Oh my god, it's got power 5 and infinity. I'm so lucky, guys.
What a load of barnacles. As if that's gonna help them, my grandmother is a better shot than this guy. He misses every single shot. But by some miracle, they do defeat the Ender Dragon, beating the game in world record time of, I don't know, because this guy never put a timer on their screen. And you gotta love how it's a staple of every fake speedrunner to put goofy, intense music in the background.
Oh, so close. Come on. Yes! Oh my god! Oh my god!
This speedrunner spawns into their world and everything is looking very normal, although they do not have a timer. Nope, hang on a second, the timer just appeared on screen out of thin air. Good for them. The speedrunner spawns right in front of a village. Very, very lucky. They enter a blacksmith house, opening the chest inside, and holy cannoli, boy, do they get lucky. Apples, 2 diamonds, an iron pickaxe, bread, iron armor. It's Christmas. So they equip their armor, finding another villager house, getting loot that definitely doesn't seem normal or legitimate. A bunch of random wooden planks, bread, and a sign. Okay, hang on a second. Why is that sign called nuclear airstrike? You're gonna find out soon, I promise. Well, the speedrunner makes a crafting table, putting it down. They make a diamond sword. They collect some hay. Yeah, well, this is exactly the last thing I was ever expecting in a fake Minecraft speedrun. The speedrunner literally finds a Taylor Swift concert.
Is that what I think it is? No way. Oh my gosh. It's a Taylor Swift concert. Well, I've been waiting for this day my whole life.
I'm so genuinely confused. That's when the speedrunner gets their nuclear airstrike sign, putting it down. They enter the nuclear launch code. The screen is shaking, knees weak, arms are heavy. What in tarnation just happened? I kid you not, the speedrunner used an airstrike on the concert. I'm not even gonna commentate what just happened. I like my YouTube channel unbanned. In the aftermath, there are water buckets and lava buckets as far as the eye can see. Nope, never mind. The lava bucket is labeled pumpkin spice latte, and the water bucket is labeled Stanley.
What the heck is that? Pumpkin spice latte? Stanley? Oh my gosh, well, what did I expect if I was nuking a Taylor Swift concert?
The speedrunner then uses their newly found materials to create a nether portal, even though the footage is sped up, but the timer is going at a normal pace. And I know this speedrun is so horribly fake, but I just have to point out, where did they get that flint and steel in their hotbar? Even if that one question was answered, that would be great. So the nether portal is lit, they are entering the nether. The speedrunner spawns directly underneath a nether fortress. How lucky. The footage is once again sped up, and there was a very convenient staircase built into the nether fortress. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that is not legitimate. The speedrunner finds a chest in this nether fortress. Things are actually looking legitimate here. Some gold ingots, diamond horse armor, flint and steel.
I feel like the blaze spawner should be just up this way. Not that I actually know where it's at.
Yeah, that's right. After a very suspicious comment, the speedrunner makes their way directly to the blaze spawner. Totally legit. The speedrunner's footage is once again sped up, but with no luck. On the last possible frame of this sped up sequence, they only get 1 blaze rod. How sad. Until there is a very sudden cut. You can see it says set own game mode to survival, and suddenly the speedrunner has 13 blaze rods. What a shameless faker. Well, the footage is sped up again. Why are they going back to their nether portal? They didn't get any ender pearls. Things just get worse. I feel like every time I review a speedrun, I hear myself saying, this has got to be the worst thing I have ever reviewed. Yes, you are not hallucinating. That is a casino.
Casino? when did that go up? Let's have a little bit of extra gold. Might as well go gamble a little bit.
My brain is slowly rotting. At a world record 4 minutes, this speedrunner is literally gambling. This was not on my bingo card today. What sort of goofy Walmart great value roleplay series skit is this? The speedrunner's casino is out of order. The slot machine is out of order. They steal the ender pearls from the slot machine. The iron golems are chasing them. And then like a Michael Bay movie, they blow up the casino in the background. What a fever dream of a speedrun.
One thing I realized that I need more of in my videos are explosions. Done.
The speedrunner then creates their Eyes of Ender, throwing one of them, and naturally they go in that direction. At this point though, there is a very sudden cut. Then the speedrunner begins digging directly beneath them. I'm sorry, but 5 minutes into your real speedrun, and you're just now getting the Stone Age advancement? What a load of barnacles. There is another shameless cut. The speedrunner falls right into the stronghold, right outside of the portal room. Do you think we just blew in from Stupid Town?
Nope, and I hear zombie. Easy clap, and I hear one of those boner monsters.
I'm sorry, did he just call a skeleton a what? These completely out of pockets do not stop here.
Stupid bugs. Stop touching me. Who do you think you are, EDP or something?
Yeah, while this guy is filling the end portal with eyes, he is just spewing crazy, wackadoodle out of pocket statements. Well, anyways, the speedrunner enters the end. They dig up onto the surface of the end island, and come on, it looks like Bob Ross ran his paintbrush across the screen, connecting one island from another. Totally legit. Oh, I am face palming. Things just get so much worse. The speedrunner turns around and they find...
Oh my gosh! Is that Giga Chad? He just gave me steroids! Oh my gosh, thank you, Giga Chad!
The speedrunner is in a wild and vicious fight with the Ender Dragon. Wait, hang on. Where is the Ender Dragon's health bar? Well, it doesn't matter. The speedrunner one-shots the dragon. Their timer begins going backwards, but the portal doesn't work. So the speedrunner opens up the chat box, revealing a whole load of malarkey. Their friend in the chat saying, wrong, we follow. Wait, redo. Oh, gotcha. When's right time? I cannot believe this. This speedrun was fake? Their friend was helping them? Oh my goodness. Yeah, the speedrunner / kill commands themselves. I guess they beat the game in 2 minutes and 28 seconds. I need an ice pack. This speedrun is very suspicious because not only are they doing like a YouTuber intro before the speedrun begins, but they are also speaking in a foreign language.
So guys, आज के इस वीडियो में हम लोग करने वाले
It might be Hindi, I do not know. Well, as soon as they go into first person mode, I guess the speedrun begins. And right off the bat, come on. The grass block beneath this tree is looking very suspicious. They head towards the tree, beginning to break this block, and tell me if you notice what just happens here. Yeah, if we go frame by frame, there is a very sudden cut where the tree drops one block, and after the cut, they suddenly get 65 oak blocks. How convenient. The speedrunner uses these oak blocks to produce planks, making a crafting table, making a wooden pickaxe, and after a very sudden cut, they're in a completely different location mining this stone. And again, tell me if you notice what happens here.
guys, मैंने यहाँ पे स्टोन को माइन कर लिया है. तो मैंने स्टोन को माइन किया.
Yeah, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that there was a sudden cut here. And you know what? Maybe it was just a little bit of lag, because that stone block not only dropped one cobblestone, but also 64 iron ingots. And this speedrun continues to get even more confusing because the speedrunner puts a crafting table down. They begin crafting armor and equipment, but out of nowhere, there is this ridiculous clown circus music playing in the background. I mean, just blasting. I am warning you, headphone users. And I hope I don't get copyright claimed. Just like that, out of nowhere, the music is cut. We're in a completely different location. The speedrunner approaches this sheet. Tell me if you notice what happens here. Yeah, again, we do not need to hire an analyst to figure out that there was a sudden cut. And I'm sorry, but does this goofball really expect us to believe that a single sheep dropped 64 cooked mutton? There are more cuts. The speedrunner approaches the ocean. They fill their bucket with water. This baloney head spends like 5 seconds trying to jump up a block. They're unable to do it. It is just embarrassing. But when they finally get up onto that block, in the distance, we can see a lit nether portal appear out of thin air, but it is not even the correct size. I don't know what it is. It's just a staple of fake Minecraft speedrunners. They don't understand the correct shape of a nether portal. Well, they enter the nether. They spawn directly in a nether fortress, but there are just oak planks blocking the hallway. And gee, I wonder who put those oak planks down. So they break the wall down, entering the rest of the hallway, and would you look at that? It's a blaze with no blaze spawner seen anywhere near them. So the speedrunner kills the blaze, it drops one blaze rod. There is a sudden cut, and then they enter their inventory, revealing that they just miraculously have 64 blaze rods in the rest of their inventory. Things just get so much worse. I know that's bad news, but it gets worse. They are suddenly defending themselves from a wither skeleton. Wait a second, why are they turning around? Oh yeah, that's why. Ender pearls just appeared out of thin air behind them. Yep, I think I just missed a few updates. I kid you not, the next cut, the speedrunner is just in the overworld. They throw their Eye of Ender. There is another cut. They're doing their YouTuber intro again.
तो मैं stronghold में आ गया हूँ and मेरे को
Where this guy is, I don't know. It's like he's vlogging from a desolate cave. They dig down one block. There's another cut. They're suddenly in the end. They're doing the YouTuber intro again. This is just ridiculous.
Hey guys, तो मैं यहाँ पे आ गया हूँ end में and guys.
Tell me if you notice this next series of events.
And guys, चलो मैं इसको मारता हूँ. So guys,
yeah, that's right. If we go frame by frame, you can just barely tell that it says set own game mode to survival mode. They open their inventory. It is full of beds. And hang on a second, I could be mistaken, but the dragon is right in front of them, but there is no health bar on the screen. What in tarnation? The speedrunner attempts hurting the dragon. They get tossed into the sky. Somehow they do not die. Nope, never mind. I take it back. They put a bed down directly in front of them, right click on it, and just end their life in the game. And I'm not really sure what happens here because they click respawn and then they just give up. Yeah, the speedrun is over just like that. I have no idea what I just witnessed. This speedrun, oh man, there is a lot to unpack here. They are playing on a tablet, which is usually a horrible sign. This is gonna be a load of chaos. They've got a diamond sword in their inventory. There is an end portal that is fully complete right in front of them, and they have notifications on their screen. Mentally prepare for this one. The main reason I want to show it to you is because their microphone is so hilarious. Yeah, I don't know if they inhaled a metric ton of helium, but I hope the speedrunner is okay. Right off the bat, they are cheating out the wazoo. There's already a sudden cut. They're in creative mode now, and they jump into the end portal. I'm not sure what happens here because as soon as they spawn into the end, they randomly pick up a raw chicken. How this happens, I do not know. And the reason I want to show you this speedrun is because it's just so stupid. It is literally 5 minutes of them struggling to break the end crystals. Awkward silences, and then as soon as they break it, they go, "Here we go," in a high-pitched voice.
oh my gosh, guys, we are so close to beating the game. Great, there we go.
Yeah, this is one of the reasons why I do not review touchscreen speedruns. It is just infuriating to watch. The speedrunner didn't even break the end crystal correctly, and they have to go back. It's just embarrassing. You can hear them frantically tapping on the screen.
There we go. There we go. There we go. We're about to beat it. There we go.
Alright, now that that's over, by some miracle, the speedrunner has broken all of the end crystals. How they are going to defeat the dragon, I don't know. They get lucky, they get a few hits in on the dragon runs away. I guess the speedrunner is giving themselves a bow and arrow now, as if that's going to help them. Aiming on a tablet with a bow and arrow is going to be impossible. You can hear them just frantically and aggressively tapping on their screen. They miss every single shot with this bow and arrow, and I knew it, I called it. They get a notification. It's a Snapchat from whoever in the world Nolan sucks at Fortnite is. Buddy, your first problem is you're playing Fortnite. It is infuriating watching this speedrunner trying to aim with the bow and arrow. By some miracle, they do get a hit in on the dragon, and after a world record 10 years, they finally beat the dragon. I honestly just thought their voice was stupid, and it gave me a chuckle. This speedrun, I am very scared. They load into their world, and the beginning was very clearly cut. Yeah, sure, they're in survival mode. Nothing is going on unusual with their hotbar, but they spawn directly in front of a desert temple, and they are not looking straight ahead. On top of that, they walk a whole 5 seconds, and out of thin air, a 3-minute countdown timer just appears on their screen. Buddy, I hate to break it to you, but for a speedrun, you need a stopwatch, not a timer. The speedrunner enters the desert temple, they dig down, and while they are falling down, their game freezes, but the timer is still going. The speedrunner opens up the chests at the bottom, and everything is looking very, very normal, so I am thoroughly surprised. They take some string, they take some rotten flesh, some bones. The speedrunner breaks the pressure plate, breaks the block beneath them. Hang on a second though, what is going on here? Usually at the bottom of a desert temple, there's, oh, I don't know, TNT. I'm sorry, but this is not TNT. What in the world? Ah, yes, okay. It looks like the speedrunner went in here in creative mode, putting shulker boxes at the bottom and cut it out of their speedrun footage. This is so blatantly fake. A helmet called hat, a chest plate called merch, boots called boots, and a elytra called wings with a Z. The shield is called the Blocker 9000. What? It just gets so much worse. This crossbow is called Blaster. I am not even gonna say what the sword is. The pickaxe is called Fast Man. The speedrunner hovers over one of these shulker boxes called Tools, and inside, we thunder try Fast Man, and I am not even going to say that last one out loud. Out of nowhere, there is a very sudden cut. It's very obvious that the speedrunner applied the flame enchantment to their bow, so they shoot their bow and arrow at the TNT. It's like they think they're in a Michael Bay directed movie. They're gonna fly out of here with explosions in the background, but unfortunately, the speedrunner is not skilled enough to use elytra and rockets. They are struggling to exit the desert temple. It is hilarious. After the speedrunner accepts defeat, they enter like a regular normal person through the front door. But hang on a second. The speedrunner is flying in the air. They suddenly fall onto the ground right in front of what? Right in front of a new structure. And I know you can't see me, but I am air quoting. Yeah, that's right. This is just purely ridiculous. There is a sign on top of a command block that says, "Press for free Minecraft girlfriend." I'm sorry, but who is taking the time to make up this nonsense? And you cannot make up these next few moments. I'm not even gonna say anything, just watch what happens.
Which button do I press though? Let me get this
Pretty
one.
please, Uwu.
Oh no!
I would really like my Starbucks gift card.
At this point, I have even more questions. The speedrunner only has 1 minute left on their countdown timer, so the speedrun footage goes into hyperdrive, and the only way we are going to analyze this nonsense is by going frame by frame. There is a sudden cut. They're in the middle of nowhere with obsidian blocks on the ground in front of them. So it appears as if the speedrunner begins creating a nether portal. Nope, never mind. They failed at doing that. This is just an abomination. So they try and create another one, lighting it, but unfortunately they couldn't do that either. So the speedrunner fixes that second nether portal, filling it in, lighting it, and entering the nether. And hang on a second, I just noticed now, is there flint and steel called arson? So before we even get a load screen, there is no load screen. The speedrun footage says that the speedrunner teleported 6 entities. They set their game mode to survival. They're suddenly finding themselves in a bastion with this ridiculous floating golden structure in front of them. None of this is real. This is a fake speedrun, and it is to the extreme. And you know what? Just to listen to what this goofball says.
Whoa, is that the new Piglin golden float structure?
Yeah, did they just say, is that the new Piglin golden float structure? Dude, you couldn't have, oh, I don't know, made up a better name for this fake structure? The speedrun goes into hyperdrive yet again. They create 64 golden ingots, tossing them at the piglins to trade. Nope, never mind. They just go into creative mode and they're giving themselves Eyes of Ender now. And an end portal frame, come on. The speedrunner goes back into survival mode. Then they end up slaughtering the piglins. And just like that, I guess they're creating the end portal. This is one of the most cursed speedruns I have ever reviewed. Well, just like that, the speedrunner fills the portal with eyes. They enter the end. And I'm not really sure what happens here because there's another sudden cut, but I think the speedrunner made an editing error and they're just playing footage from the previous few moments. We're going at 1,000 frames per second right now. The speedrunner has a single heart. They're floating in the air, breaking the end crystals. It looks like if they die by accident and they have to use a totem of undying to come back to life, they start typing a /kill command. This is just embarrassing. Yeah, they literally use a command to break the end crystals. That is a new level of lazy. And after getting the dragon's health down to smithereens, you can see that the speedrunner has the worst aim ever. They are just missing every single shot. By some miracle though, they do defeat the dragon. Their timer goes down to 0 seconds, even though they didn't enter the end portal yet. And just like that, the speedrun is over. What in tarnation did I just witness? This speedrun, oh my goodness. The language is in Russian. Now commencing Winter Soldier. The speedrunner creates their speedrun world, or at least I think they do, because I don't know what in tarnation this is saying. And surprisingly, the world creation screen looks very, very normal. The speedrunner spawns into their world, and holy cow, I'm thoroughly surprised. Everything is normal. They've got a timer. They're selecting the first slot in their inventory. They're looking straight ahead. Nothing out of the ordinary here. Phew. And I gotta say, their spawn is very lucky, right next to a village. Within 10 seconds, the speedrunner immediately approaches this house in front of them, breaking the wood. But something is very unusual here, because they break the wood, but they don't get the block, and the wood never actually disappears. Which poses the question, are they playing on a very, very laggy server? You're gonna find out real soon. Well, the speedrunner gets 4 blocks of wood, turning them into planks, and then they make a crafting table with those planks. The speedrunner makes some sticks. They place their crafting table down, making a wooden pickaxe, and using that wooden pickaxe, they break 6 blocks of stone, using those stone blocks to make a stone axe and a stone hoe. So the speedrunner goes on with their business as usual, using that stone hoe to break some bales of hay. Wait a second, why are they tilling the ground? What is this speedrunner up to? Well, nothing suspicious yet. They craft some wheat, turning their wheat into bread. And hang on a second, did you see that? Yes, in just a matter of a few seconds, the speedrunner casually passes by a chasm beneath them, directly underneath a village, with water and lava. I've got my eyes on you, buddy. And hang on another gosh darn second, what am I looking at? Bottom left of the screen, we have this very suspicious chasm beneath them. But now I'm thinking that it was all a decoy. Tony, do a zoom in on the top right of the screen. Is that a floating pig? How is this possible? Something suspicious is going on here. This speedrunner is trying to throw us off. They approach this seemingly inconspicuous house in front of them, breaking a single block, turning it into 4 planks. And don't ask me why, but they throw their crafting table away. I am so confused. The speedrunner begins killing this iron golem. Now this could just be me. I could be a little bit too suspicious here, but it seems to take an unusually long time. But the speedrunner does get 3 iron ingots from that golem, and then they pick their crafting table up again. What is going on here? The speedrunner makes a bucket of water, and they begin leaving the direction of the village, checking their coordinates, which are oddly just barely cut off with their timer. Strange. While the speedrunner is leaving the village, they throw their sticks away on the ground and the leftover planks. Now what strikes me as odd is Minecraft does not have a weight system. Why they are getting rid of so many of their items, I could not tell you. Now these next few moments, we need a data analyst to figure out what is going on. In the distance, I swear, this looks like it could just barely resemble a ruined nether portal, but the speedrunner instead continues passing it, and up ahead is, what is that stone structure? I mean, come on guys, did I miss another update? I missed the Minecraft free edition update. You guys are all making fun of me about that. Wait a second, why is there a hole beneath this structure? Oh brother. Yep, the speedrunner drops right down into a hole with water at the bottom of it, and since I last checked, ruined nether portals can actually spawn underground, I think. As for the goofy hole in the ground with water in it, that is a load of barnacles. Real or not, the speedrunner opens up this chest, and the loot here does seem very, very legitimate. The speedrunner takes 4 obsidian blocks and the flint and steel. Now, in terms of legitimacy, according to Google Translate, this here is the golden, what? The curse of irremovable when you put on your feet golden leggings. Ah yes, thank you Google Translate, very useful. Well, the speedrunner does get just enough obsidian blocks to completely fill in the nether portal, and if this speedrunner is cheating, they could have just given themselves 2 obsidian blocks to make this look a little bit more legitimate. I'm sorry, what am I saying? If they're cheating, there was a random hole in the middle of the ground, what is wrong with me? Well, the speedrunner lights their newly found ruined nether portal, entering the nether, and if you ask me, their loading screen for the nether was so quick, which seems oddly suspicious to me, but they do get the advancements for entering the nether at a world record 3 3 minutes and 14 seconds. Now, as soon as the speedrunner turns around, they get very lucky because there's a piglin in front of them. But hang on a second here, buddy. This piglin is looking like they have the suds. Something is looking a little off here. Oh, what in the world? The piglin just put on diamond armor? That is not possible. Wait a second. I don't think this actor was meant to do that. I think they put the armor on by accident because they throw the armor at the speedrunner. They were just giving that armor a test drive to make sure it was good to go. And holy cow, I don't think we need Google Translate this time to determine that this armor is a load of baloney. The speedrunner gets so much more: an enchanted bow, diamond pickaxe, diamond sword, 12 eyes of ender, 12 end portal frames. That one came out of nowhere. You know, they really had us in the first half. The speedrunner returns to the overworld in a completely different location. 2 minutes ago, you were underground in a puddle of water. Now you're above ground. Man, what a waste of my time. The speedrunner builds the end portal, filling the portal with eyes, entering the end at a whopping 4 minutes. Like every other cheating Minecraft speedrunner in the entire world, this goober is so bad at aiming with the bow and arrow. After so many missed hits, it is revealed to us that this bow is much more powerful than your standard bow. But that doesn't help the stinky cheater. They continue missing while the dragon is replenishing its health because the speedrunner never destroyed the end crystals. Oh, this is just painful to watch. Did they just hit the obsidian by accident? Buddy has missed so many shots that the dragon's health is almost completely restored now. The speedrunner miraculously gets another hit in on the dragon. Then at the bottom right of their screen, they get a Steam notification that Poco Man is playing banana. What in the world is banana? A banana is a food. At this point, I could read the plot of the B movie and we would still be watching this speedrun. Wait a second, what did they just do? Oh my goodness. The speedrunner goes into creative mode. This was so convincing at the beginning and then they just threw it all away. Even floating around in creative mode though, the speedrunner cannot catch up with the ender dragon. And I just noticed now, the end island literally has a heart carved out in it, just in time for Valentine's Day. Yep, I'm saying that because you guys harassed me about Halloween. Don't even ask me what the speedrunner is doing at this point. They're breaking the end crystals. How desperate are you getting? I am certain that by this point, a legitimate speedrun would already have been complete, but the speedrunner does break all of the end crystals. They are still trying to catch up with this dragon, and by some miracle, the speedrunner kills the dragon. They get the achievement, which makes the chat log pop up. And I'm sorry, but who is Rusty_31 and what incarnation did they say? Never mind, I think that says teleport. It doesn't end here though. This speedrunner is the master of throwing everything away. Don't ask me why, but they light the ground on fire with their flint and steel, and before they can even jump into the endgame portal, they off themselves. Buddy just speedran, wasting my time. This speedrun starts off with a very cinematic introduction sequence. Where are all of these updates that I have been missing? The speedrun starts off looking very legitimate. They have a timer, but hang on a second. Why are they level 69? They turn around, and directly behind them is a ruined nether portal with 3 spots missing on the portal. Opening up the chest. Are you serious? You couldn't have been more obvious. The speedrunner picks up 3 obsidian blocks from this chest, as well as 6 blocks and flint and steel. So the speedrunner throws their flint and steel into the portal. That's weird. I've never seen anyone do that before. This is some sort of dark magic technique. Well, the nether portal is lit, and after the goofiest Windows Movie Maker effect, the speedrunner enters the nether in a world record 20 seconds. And holy cow, the skill and agility here to be hopping over lava with blocks like that is exquisite. And wouldn't you know it, the speedrunner spawns right outside of a bastion. That is truly lucky. So they collect 2 golden blocks without a pickaxe. Did you think we were gonna look past that one? Throwing their golden blocks at the piglin in front of them. And oh my goodness, I've never seen trades like this before. The last time I've seen a trade like this before was a dream speedrun. They get 16 eyes of ender, and just like that, the speedrunner returns to their nether portal, back to the overworld. The speedrunner throws a single eye of ender on the ground, and they begin digging straight down. And are you kidding? Oh my goodness, the stronghold is right beneath them. So much luck here. The speedrunner finds their way to the portal room, and the portal has 8 eyes in it already. Very, very lucky. So they fill the end portal, jumping into entering the end. And oh my goodness, the ender dragon is looking even more terrifying than last time. Me, I would not be able to do this, but the speedrunner, with just so much bravery and courage, breaks the end crystals. Oh man, not the enderman again. Truly terrifying. A vicious battle between the ender dragon and the speedrunner ensues. lose. The Ender Dragon literally ragdoll falls onto the ground. The endgame portal is complete. And just like that, the speedrunner beats Minecraft Free Edition. What is this edition of Minecraft? Why is everybody playing it, and how do I get it? This speedrun starts off, and there's just so much wrong here. They have some experience points. They're selecting the 8th slot on their hotbar, and the tree in front of them has a block missing. Very mysterious, and I promise you're gonna find out what's going on here in just a second. Not even 1 second into the speedrun, and there is an experience orb on the ground. What a load of barnacles. So the speedrunner begins breaking this tree in front of them, and you have to watch this clip. I love how the goofy music they're playing in the background just cuts out to an awkward pause for no specific reason. Well, the speedrunner breaks 4 oak logs, turning those into oak planks. Wait, what just happened? Yeah, out of nowhere, there is a random cut. And if you listen to the footage, there's like an AI voice in the background going, And then out of nowhere, the music just comes back. After this ridiculous cut, the speedrunner has their planks and a crafting table, which begs the question, what was cut out of this speedrun if nothing has changed? You're gonna find out. The speedrunner aimlessly wanders around until they fall into this very conspicuous pit of water. The speedrunner placed a single oak plank down in front of them, using their crafting table to craft a wooden axe. Wait a second, was that another sudden cut? Again though, what has changed here? Why is this speedrunner cutting every 5 seconds? Well, things go from 0 to 100 so quickly. Out of nowhere, there is a Windows Movie Maker goofy effect on the screen. The music completely cuts, and again, nothing is different. And I could be wrong, but after this next cut, I swear it's like the speedrunner downgraded their video footage. Oh no. Tony, do a zoom in at the top left of the screen. What is this structure that I am looking at? The speedrunner struggles to enter some sort of villager house that belongs to an update that I don't even think exists. How polite. They closed the door behind them, breaking the crafting table, breaking the chest, and oh my goodness, why am I not surprised that the speedrunner just found full netherite armor? Get with the picture here. That is so last year. Before I could even process what just happened, there's another goofy Windows Movie Maker effect on the screen. The speedrunner then gets attacked by an illager, killing it with their newly found netherite axe. And I kid you not, like a jump scare out of nowhere, just watch what happens. This speedrun is so unhinged. There's this goofy, intense music playing in the background. And apologies if this is your favorite song. It's only goofy because it's being played in the background of a fake speedrun. Out of nowhere, there is a low-quality 8-bit picture of TNT covering up their screen. And the speedrunner approaches a wooden pressure plate in front of them. Ah, okay, now I understand why the TNT is covering up the screen. Dude, you couldn't have, like, covered up the teleportation command a little bit more? I don't even know what is happening anymore. This is like the plot to an anime. The illagers are teleported up onto this platform with the speedrunner. There is a wooden tower in front of them with a crafting table on the top of it. And for no particular reason, the speedrunner jumps off the platform into a bed of water. Then they spend the next 10 seconds awkwardly trying to get out of this ditch.
Oh my gosh! What? He's on the ground! He's on the ground! Get him, guys! Get him! Chase him! Chase him!
Is there a news flash here that I did not get? In front of the speedrunner is stone pressure plates. And I'm sorry, but do you see that? At the bottom right of the screen, Tony, do a zoom in. Is that Minecraft Steve's head? Yeah, that's it. I'm deleting my channel. It gets so much worse. There's like a Star Wars movie transition. The speedrunner has just been teleported to a ruined nether portal. Scratch that. It looks like they built it back up. It's not ruined anymore. And I'm pretty sure I stole that line from my comment section. The speedrunner opens up the chest outside of their not ruined nether portal. And inside is a lightly used flint and steel, $50 or best offer. No lowballers. Oh my gosh, the speedrun is gonna give me an aneurysm. They don't even give us the courtesy of showing them lighting the portal with their lightly used flint and steel. There is the most abrupt cut. And while the speedrunner is burning to smithereens, they have found themselves in the Temu Great Value Nether Fortress. The speedrunner is just whacking away at these blazes. But there is a block in between the blaze and the speedrunner, so they're never going to be able to pick up those blaze rods. Boom, another cut. The speedrunner has a single blaze rod, and again they are just aimlessly wandering around the nether until the music cuts out again. Buddy, get a new editor.
Oh my mom.
Wait, what? What? This speedrun has been more of a fever dream than forcing myself to play AI Minecraft. I kid you not, they just teleport directly in front of a piglin with a crossbow named Bob. What is this, Twin Peaks? The speedrunner slowly backs up, revealing in front of them a barrel with 32 ender pearls in it. How lucky. Thank you so much, Bob. Never mind, the speedrunner just killed Bob. This speedrun music is really getting me motivated. Man, this speedrun is like that video of David Goggins asking who's gonna carry the boats. Yeah, what the heck? This speedrun was so believable, and then they throw it all away by doing that cut into the overworld. I can't believe it. They have an Eye of Ender now, so the speedrunner throws their Eye of Ender. Wait, why are they going the opposite direction and throwing an Ender Pearl? Yep, another cut. They are eating raw mutton, and I'm sorry, but this cannot be real. What is this stone structure on the side of the screen? Oh, brother. I wish this video was sponsored by Temu, because this is the Temu speedrun. What a cruddy looking end portal. What in tarnation is the speedrunner playing the Minecraft beta? Well, the speedrunner enters the end. For some reason, the dragon's health bar is just nowhere to be found until, never mind, it pops up and they have no health left. Why am I not surprised? I'm not even sure what happens here. If someone can decipher this, the dragon just dies out of nowhere. And then brace your ears, the speedrunner starts screaming at the top of their lungs. Oh boy. I am excited for this speedrun because it actually looks legitimate. This is a real human being. They have a stream chat. They're showing their keyboard and their mouse at the top of the screen. And this is actually a set seed speedrun. So I've got a really good feeling about this one. The speedrunner's world loads up. Everything is looking normal. The timer is on the right side of their screen. Hang on a second. The speedrunner was not happy, so they actually decided to create a new world with the same seed. And this time around, we can see that they spawned right next to a ruined nether portal, opening up the chest, and they get a golden pickaxe with fortune 2, as well as a golden axe with bane of arthropods. So they use that golden axe to break 2 logs, and using their golden pickaxe, it appears as if the speedrunner is breaking into a jungle pyramid. And I'm not sure how this is going to be useful to the speedrun, because they pick up a lever, 3 redstone, and a sticky piston, as well as 3 diamonds, which makes more sense to me. And holy cow, at the speed of light, the speedrunner turns their logs into planks, making a crafting table, placing it down, and creating a diamond pickaxe. This guy is certainly the real deal, which begs the question, what is fake about this? They mine for some more cobblestone, creating a furnace, smelting their iron ore. Holy cow, this is overstimulating. Breaking down more logs, creating another crafting table. Buddy, why didn't you just use the one you left behind? Well, they craft a boat, which is odd. Why would you need a boat for a Minecraft speedrun? And hang on a second, what is actually happening here? The speedrunner puts down an oak slab with a boat on top of it. Then they find a sheep. They start attacking it, and the sheep finds its way into the boat. Wait a second. Is this speedrunner doing what I think they're about to do? No, wait. Please, no. They craft a redstone torch, placing them down with redstone on the top of the block, and then they use their copper ingots to craft a lightning rod. Wait, why are they cheering?
Let's go! Let's go!
It is wild to me that someone has probably trained for hundreds of hours just to accomplish this. This speedrun. Whoa, doggy. There is something suspicious about it. Very lucky they are right next to a village. But hold the phone. Why does it say set own game mode to survival? I have seen that text on the screen so many times. I am tossing and turning at night, muttering to myself, set own game mode to survival. And yeah, they're selecting the 8th slot on their hotbar. It's very clear that this speedrun is fake. But wait, there's more. There's netherrack on the ground beneath them. So this goofball has probably spawned right next to a ruined nether portal.
Okay, 3, 2,
Go.
This is so hilarious. They're counting down saying 3, 2, 1, go, but their timer begins before they say go. Well, the speedrunner opens up this chest outside of the ruined nether portal, and we know for sure this loot is just such a load of barnacles. A fire charge, gold leggings, a golden axe, golden chest plate, flint and steel. That is all normal, but 3 separate stacks of obsidian? Yeah, I'm watching you, Wazowski. So the speedrunner equips their newly found golden armor, and then they approach this village in front of them. Now, I know the quality of this speedrun looks like it was filmed with a Krabby Patty, but why are there planks stacked on top of each other outside of a villager house? Do you really think a villager would do that? This is not a Grox video. The speedrunner enters the blacksmith house, and the loot in this chest is just so fake, but it's not as fake as their reaction.
Oh my god! What is that? What is that?
The speedrunner then breaks some wood on the house in front of them, turning it into planks and making a crafting table. While they are doing that though, they are singing the John Cena WWE intro song.
I need to break a world record. Da, 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 da.
Well, at a world record pace, the speedrunner crafts a diamond axe and a diamond pickaxe and diamond leggings. Wow, I'm so impressed. Well, the speedrunner completes the ruined nether portal, lighting it with their flint and steel, and when they enter the nether, they spawn right next to a nether fortress. How believable. Now, if we speed up this footage, we can tell that the speedrunner travels directly to a blaze spawner, indicating to us that they knew exactly where they were going. What a shame. I was just beginning to believe that this was legitimate. After wasting a whole minute spontaneously combusting by blaze, the speedrunner gets 2 blaze rods and then they retreat. And I gotta say, it is difficult to decipher what is happening on the screen here because the bitrate of this video, well, there is no bitrate. It's 0. While the speedrunner is attempting to return to their nether portal, what in tarnation are these blocks leading up?
This is what I placed earlier.
What you placed earlier? What, in creative mode? Well, things just get even more suspicious because you can hear the speedrunner say this.
I might get lucky.
Directly after saying that very suspicious phrase, the speedrunner stops in their tracks and just does nothing. They then proceed to waste so much time. The speedrunner puts down a crafting table, turning their blaze rods into blaze powder, and then they make 2 eyes of ender. Newsflash, buddy, you don't need a crafting table to make eyes of ender. So the speedrunner throws their eye of ender. This is so low quality, it is difficult to see where that eye of ender even is. But despite the video quality looking like it was filmed by a baked potato, the speedrunner uses their ender pearls to travel to the stronghold. And with the pretty solid ender pearl clutch, the speedrunner now finds themselves in the cherry blossom biome. Wow, how pretty. But this is not a sightseeing tour. This is an expose on the worst fake Minecraft speedruns of all time. And this one is definitely one of the worst.
Get up, fast, fast. I have to break the world record.
Oh, brother. When is this goofy speedrun gonna be over? At this point, I am skipping so much of the speedrun. This expedition to the stronghold is literally longer than Sam and Frodo trying to get into Mordor. Until this happens.
What? What is that? It's already open. Oh my!
With just a few series of fortunate events, this speedrunner has jumped into a gaping chasm, finding the stronghold, finding the portal room, and it's a 12-eye. Wow. And you gotta love how the speedrunner is wasting so much time by not jumping in the portal, followed by a very sudden cut, with the timer not changing at all. It says set on game mode to survival again, and the Ender Dragon's health is non-existent. Dear Lord, this was painful to get through. The speedrunner wastes so many minutes because they are unable to get their dragon to perch, and by some miracle they kill the dragon. Yes, this fake speedrunner beats Minecraft in world record time. Then they proceed to just repeatedly call the dragon a noob, followed by a parkour video with the speedrunner providing some motivational words of wisdom.
Look at that! Look at him! What a noob! Bro, he's such a noob. In the world of Minecraft, true skills come from practice and perseverance.
Wow, I am truly inspired. Insert fart noise here. This speedrun is happening at school. And don't worry, this speedrunner has done his homework. It says so on the screen. Mom, if you're watching this, I swear I'm done with my homework. Yes, okay. Well, it's very, very legitimate. This speedrun is a set seed. They have an in-game timer going, spawning right in front of a village. So they break this glass, jumping up, opening the chest, and all the loot looks very, very legitimate. Quick, they get 15 obsidian blocks and an iron pickaxe. So the speedrunner uses their pickaxe to break this stone on the house, getting a bed. They get another bed, 4 more beds, as well as more obsidian. And holy cannoli, I have never seen anyone build a nether portal that quickly before. Now this next moment is some sort of Gandalf wizardry. They start breaking a ton of blocks down. Then they place 2 blocks in there, which I think is pushing a flint back there from gravel towards them. At the speed of light, the speedrunner, pun intended, crafts a flint and steel, completing the portal, lighting it, and entering the nether. When in the nether, the speedrunner is trying to find something, I don't know what, but you can hear the dialogue in the school where the speedrunner is saying he only has $2.
What do you mean? I have like $2. I have 10 pesos. It's less than $1. What? It's less than $1.
Well, after that riveting conversation, the speedrunner has ran to a very specific point in the nether, creating a nether portal at the speed of light, lighting it, pun intended, and they spawn directly into the portal room. Is this fake, or has this been practiced billions of times in study hall? This guy's mom is not gonna be happy with him. What's crazy about this is that this seed is very, very lucky. This is a very rare glitch because the end portal is actually crossing over different chunks. And on that note, I'm gonna go get a chocolate chunk cookie. I'm actually not sure what happens here because as soon as the speedrunner spawns into the end, they change their render distance from 2 to 15, but then their timer jumps about 40 seconds. And at the same time, you can see this goofy picture of a dog covering someone at their school. So my guess here is that a teacher walked by and they cut the footage out. I don't know. Regardless though, the speedrunner does set up their beds to kill the dragon, and they blew it. Yeah, they broke that bed a little bit too early. Was he rushing or was he dragging? The age-old question. I just thought this speedrun was funny because he was doing it in school. Do your homework, eat your Flintstone gummies. This speedrun, everything seems very, very normal. What a relief. Normal loading screen, normal spawn screen. There is not a single thing here that says fake. And this is very lucky considering they spawn right in front of a pillager outpost.
Whoa, okay.
Now hang on a second though. This speedrunner's voice seems oddly familiar. Well, the speedrunner breaks into this pillager outpost building, opening up the chest on the top floor, and they only get the dark oak log until for some reason they open up their inventory, getting knocked off of the building. The speedrunner has 1.5 hearts left, and I'm sorry, did I miss an update? Does Minecraft have ostriches now? I'm not even gonna question it. I am so confused. And hang on a second, what is this mob? This is definitely not vanilla Minecraft.
What the heck? Okay, why do they add lives in Minecraft?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. What is happening? The speedrunner continues traveling around. I'm not sure what they're looking for, but in the distance, you can very clearly see at the top left of the screen that there is a ruined nether portal. And on the right side of the screen, there's giraffes. Am I being pranked right now? Well, unfortunately, it doesn't matter because the speedrunner makes the worst decision in the world to place their crafting table down on the edge of this gaping cliff while they're being chased by these pillagers. And just watch this. It is crazy.
What? Yeah.
Okay, not gonna lie, that was actually pretty impressive. Now, the real question at hand here is what in tarnation is the speedrunner gonna do at the bottom of the world with a stick and a ladder? Allow me to show you.
Yesterday, I was reading a book in history class, and it says, if you're in a dangerous situation in a dark cave, all you gotta do is just snap your fingers, just like this.
Oh my goodness. You know, for a second, I thought this speedrun was legitimate. A shameless cut like that? How is this speedrunner gonna explain something so fake? And why is there a hippo in this game now?
And we got hippos. Okay. Time to burn you up, man. There's no way I just hit my balls again.
Oh, brother. Now I know why this speedrunner sounds familiar. This is the guy who said that he hit his balls on camera in a speedrun.
Oh my god. Damn, that hurts. Ow. Oh, it's actually throbbing.
Alright, I am thoroughly confused. I am definitely subject to some sort of social experiment here. I know I'm being punked right now. After the speedrunner recovers from their balls being in throbbing pain, they explore this village, opening up a chest. Now, the contents of the chest seem normal, but why does this guy have stacks of leaves in their inventory? Weird, but okay. And hang on a second, in their inventory, why do they have 24 cooked lizard tails? I know that this is not vanilla, or is it? Look, let's just get some normalcy. The speedrunner begins killing this iron golem in the village. They get 3 iron ingots from it, so the speedrunner crafts a bucket, filling it with water. And then before the speedrunner leaves the village, they try out trading with some of the villagers. But I could be wrong. I am pretty sure that a fisherman and the trading page does not look like this. I'm on to you.
Okay, I'll buy it anyways, because I'm a poor piece of... Guys, oh my god. I know, this is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in Minecraft. This is way better than Speedrun right now. This view.
I don't know what is happening anymore. There is another sudden cut, and the speedrunner is just admiring the view. And you know what? That's all great, but this is literally a speedrun.
What I'm gonna do is take a screenshot and probably just relax here, to be honest.
I mean, what is it? Waste Ayundaru's time day? You guys are messing with me. Well, things take a turn for the worse. The speedrunner begins saying some really disturbing things.
When I find this dragon, I'm gonna find a piece of glass and put it in both of his eyes and smash his until it out. If that's what it takes to beat this dragon, I'm gonna do it.
Until there is another sudden cut. It is just sudden cut day. The speedrunner's at the top of the mountain. They decide to throw all these snowballs up into the air until they start getting hit by nothing.
What? Did I just pick up something? Who's hitting me? Whoa! Who is hitting me actually?
I'm not sure what in the world just happened. Somehow this speedrun has so many twists and turns to it. Their world is clearly haunted now because they suddenly have 22 obsidian out of nowhere. So the speedrunner begins building their nether portal. Unfortunately though, this speedrunner doesn't know how to build a nether fortress. That is just sad. This speedrunner is yapping and yapping about how they have supernatural powers.
I have power. I can make this disappear. In 3, 2, 1, it's gone. I told you. Now it's gone.
There's a sudden cut, and now their portal is the right size. Whoopity-doo-dah. You discovered video editing. Congratulations. In the nether, everything is seeming very normal, except for the fact that the speedrunner is getting in a vicious argument with the ghast, just repeatedly yelling at the ghast, calling it Marshmallow Man.
And this ghast has the IQ of like a snowball. So, my god, get out of here, Marshmallow Man. You big fat pieces. I'm about to snap.
Well, the speedrunner does get very lucky. They are able to eliminate the Marshmallow Man with only 2 hearts left. I wish I could eliminate this speedrun. Well, after some exploration, the speedrunner drops some wisdom and knowledge on us that is just such a load of barnacles. Or wait, is this actually real?
If you place a sunflower in the nether, it has about a 0.001.3% chance of pointing towards the nether fortress. Okay? Nether skeleton can you not right now. Yeah guys, if this works, I will actually spray to the top of my lungs. I'll be so happy. Here we go. Let's go!
Hang on a second, is this sunflower thing real? You know, this speedrunner is so kind, sharing his wisdom and knowledge to us all, not spreading misinformation or anything bad like that. The speedrunner jumps down to the nether fortress using a bucket of snow to clutch it. Again, every 5 seconds, I am just questioning, is that even possible in the nether? I think so.
I actually might win this now. Not even kidding, because I just gained 10 plus ore from this. And 10 plus ore minus 50 equals...
That was so goofy. What a blatant cut. The fact that their scream was perfectly cut is just so hilarious. But things get very dicey here despite all of the cheating. The speedrunner is sandwiched in between these 2 wither skeletons and Blaze until the speedrunner is trying to bribe the wither skeleton, saying that he'll lick his shoe.
Please, bro. I swear I'll do anything. I'll lick my shoe. Come on, just do it. No, this is predicament. I'm actually dead. Say my name.
This is so goofy. The speedrunner is reenacting a scene from one of my favorite shows, Breaking Bad. But while they are doing so, they are getting attacked by a gas fire. The speedrunner is getting killed by this Enderman, and they are wasting so much time role-playing with it until the Enderman just dips like that ridiculous meme of the kid doing the peace sign, and he just fades away into the sunset.
I gave you the money, I gave you the pearls, okay? And I'll just leave, okay? Okay?
1,000 ridiculous and just stupid cuts later, the speedrunner very clearly has 16 ender pearls in their hotbar. Oh brother, I do not usually review these ridiculous speedruns like this. I mean, this is just so blatant. Has this guy never heard of being subtle? They are back in the overworld. They have eyes of ender now. They throw it in the sky. I just get more and more confused by the minute. I don't even know what I'm looking at on the screen. I know this is fake, but I have to know how it ends. There's drafts on the screen, obsidian and end crystals all over in front of them. And somehow when the speedrunner explodes these crystals, they are launched into the air at 1,000,000 miles per hour. Is this a SpaceX demonstration? And after literal minutes, the speedrunner is diving into the ground head first, and it looks like they're gonna perform the world's craziest water bucket clutch. Never mind, come on, they cut the footage. Performing a clutch into the end portal. Another cut into the end. What is this cobblestone tower from the ground doing? And the speedrunner nosedives into the Ender Dragon with a mace, one-shotting it, and they die.
And I just got the world record, baby.
I have no idea what I just watched. This speedrun starts off very, very normal. They click play, and there's some very normal save files on the screen. My World Survival, My World Creative, 15-year journey, and We Rural Record Desrub. But of course they're gonna create a new world. Wait, what are they doing? After literally a whole 10 minutes before the game even starts, their timer starts. Weird, but okay. And as far as I can see, everything is normal, except for the fact that, oh man, are they using a tablet? All I wanted for Christmas was a speedrun that was not on a tablet. Oh yeah, and they're selecting the third slot in their inventory. Yeah, this one's gonna be wild. The speedrunner turns around, and within 10 seconds, they find a village. How lucky. And while the speedrunner is moseying on down to this village, they're taking damage, and I realize there is no game audio. So I'm gonna go ahead and take my headphones off, because the audio to this video is literally just that stupid dream speedrun music that I have heard way too many times. At this point, it is more overplayed than Mariah Carey's Christmas song. The speedrunner opens up the door to this house. Going upstairs, opening the chest, they find some food and netherite gear. Oh man, how original. Now I know you can't see me, but I'm air quoting right now. The speedrunner equips their newly found legitimate gear. And what is their Minecraft skin? What are they, impersonating the Batman speedrunner? So yeah, they waste 30 whole seconds organizing their inventory, at which point they slaughter cows that were being contained in a fence that was very clearly not made by the villagers. So the speedrunner eats their raw beef. They break some oak logs, turning them into planks, at which point they are the master of dilly and dallying, because they're just walking around aimlessly, wasting a ton of time eating their raw beef. What a lunatic. This guy is almost as weird as that guy Ayundaru who keeps on stealing my content. And hang on a second, did you notice what just happened? Tony, rewind the film. Let's play that clip one more time. Not only was there a very sudden cut, but did this man just change skin color? New ability unlocked. And after entering a house, poking around for a few seconds, and then exiting, they open their inventory, and we find out what they cut the footage for. 64 enchanted golden apples. You're a big doofus. Things just get so much worse. The speedrunner enters this house in front of them. Now, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that this does not exist in vanilla Minecraft. Now, you guys always tell me, oh, you're missing this update, you're missing that update. As far as I know, water with trapdoors, a barrel, and a crafting table don't just spawn in a villager house. They open up the barrel, finding obsidian. What a load of barnacles. The speedrunner traverses across this village, entering another house. Inside the house, they find a chest, and the loot does look very normal. But hang on a second. A flint flint in a chest? I don't think so, Buster. Well, the speedrunner uses their newly found loot to craft a flint and steel. And Tony, why don't you pause the video right here? Let's do a slow zoom on this exposed dirt block segment. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you can notice this, but this goofball clearly made a nether portal here, deleted it, and then filled in the hole with dirt blocks. But like cheating is gonna help them, they craft a nether portal in the most painstaking way possible. Okay, 1, 2, 3 planks. All right, four planks. Yep. Okay, 5 planks. Yep. Okay, another plank on the side. Nope, never mind. Nah, we didn't mean to put that plank down. And this one, why did I put this one down? Sorry about that, guys. This one, who needs planks? Why don't we just get rid of all the planks? Yeah, you know what? It's time for the obsidian. Nope, never mind. I gotta get rid of more planks. And this one too. I'm not really sure why I put these down, guys. Okay, 1, 2 obsidian. That's 3, 4. That's 7 more obsidian. Let's open up the inventory. Nope, never mind. Let's close it. Okay, let's cut the video and jump around, and just like that, that's how to build a nether portal, guys. Like and subscribe and smash that subscribe button. Yes, that was painful to watch. The speedrunner cut their footage because they are literally unable to build a nether portal. That is just so sad. They light the nether portal with their flint and steel, entering the nether at a time that legitimate speedrunners would probably be in the end by. As usual, the speedrunner is just aimlessly wandering around. What is this? Another speedrun to waste my time? But nope, hang on a second. How lucky. The speedrunner finds a nether fortress. Nope, never mind. Brother really bought his copy of Minecraft off of Temu.com. Even with everything set up here, the speedrunner went as far as to speed up their footage while the timer is going at the same exact pace. By some miracle, the speedrunner is able to get 7 blaze rods. Even though the timer says 5 minutes, this goober has probably been playing for 40 minutes now. They struggle to escape from this chasm they have trapped themselves in. Then they proceed to the nether portal to exit the nether. Wait, what are they doing? Tony, don't do a zoom. Tony, don't do a zoom here. What in the world are we looking at? In the past, we have seen the PP trader, the PP merchant, and now I believe this is the PP piglin. And as you can tell by the screen shaking, the speedrunner is very excited about this. They begin spamming the button on this dispenser to get Lord knows what, but for some reason it is just not working. At one point, they even open up the dispenser, trying to troubleshoot why aren't all of the ender pearls being dispensed, until what I can only assume is supposed to be a Walmart Great Value simulation of bartering with a piglin is concluded. The speedrunner returns to their portal, getting back into the overworld, only to waste more time kicking a villager out of their own home to sleep, which is very counterintuitive because this is a speed run. Unless you're speed running sleeping in a villager's bed. Well, anyways, it's daytime now. We are past the point of a speedrun world record. This guy's chances have been ruined by them literally speedrunning slower than a slug. They craft their eyes of ender. Wait, hang on a second though. They craft their eyes of ender and then just never throw them. Then, after aimlessly wandering around, they approach what seems like an extremely inconspicuous spot of dirt, digging down with a netherite sword. This is just pitiful. Oh, but that's okay though. They open up their inventory, taking out their netherite pickaxe to dig down. And where did they get the netherite pickaxe and all those arrows? I could not tell you. This speedrun is really just an emotional roller coaster. It has more twists and turns than the mystery of how you pronounce my username on YouTube. Because hang on a second, the speedrunner put all that work into digging down. Why are they building back up? They approach another random dirt block, digging down, only to find the world's most rarest Minecraft occurrence in the world. A portal just sitting there. You can tell the speedrunner is very excited by the way they shake their screen around, and all is good and well until the speedrunner completely fills the portal with eyes. Come to find out, whoever built this portal is an idiot. So there is another cut. The footage is sped up. They refill the portal with eyes, and hallelujah, we're in the end. Even though the footage is still like triple speed. And hang on a second, I just turned my speakers back on, and the background music is not the stupid dream speedrun song anymore. It's inspirational epic theme song time. Yes. Oh my goodness, this speedrun has been so painful to watch. What are we doing? My grandma could beat Minecraft quicker using a USB steering wheel controller. This guy stinks. It is literally just like that episode of SpongeBob where the fish screams, "This guy stinks." The speedrun footage is still going a mile a minute. They are being massacred by every Enderman in society. Enchanted golden apples, a netherite sword will not help this speedrunner. We are almost at 13 minutes here. And while they're trying to kill the Ender Dragon, they're turning the volume down on their tablet. Buddy can multitask volume control while attacking the dragon, but he can't hit a crystal with the bow and arrow. Miss, miss, miss. So many missed shots here. At this point, I need to open up merch with just a poster that says you miss 100% of the shots that you take. Oh, thank the good Lord. Merry Christmas at 13 minutes and 9 seconds. This speed run sucked baloney. This speed run, oh, are you in for a treat. Now, last time I reviewed a speed run, the guy was literally in school showing the Ender Dragon who's boss. And I know you loved that. So this speed run, yes, it's on a laptop. Is it happening in school? Well, let's take a look at their world saves. Speedy World, New World in hardcore mode. Whoa, that's intense. Hard C Poor with Joe and other guy. Joe. Who is Joe? Joe Biden hardcore? Tony, roll the clip.
What's up, guys? It's me, Joe Biden. Stick around to the end because this is a very short video and I'm going to beat Minecraft in only 40 seconds.
Yes, this video was verified by the United States government. Joe Biden speedran Minecraft, and I'm here to tell you all about it. Well, Joe spawns into his world, and everything is looking very legitimate. There's nothing fake about this speedrun, and they even have all the equipment of a real speedrunner, too. Oh my gosh, I'm recording right now. My cat is sitting on my lap. I think she just farted. Oh god, it smells disgusting. Dude, you did not. As I was saying, all the right equipment of a legitimate speedrunner. This timer looks like an egg timer for baking, and on the top right of the screen, what is that? A streamer light box and some sort of microphone tripod? Joe, do you want to tell us about how you're spending your free time? What, do you have a secret streaming account? Not even 0.25 seconds into the speedrun, and Joe is already making a sudden cut, and he's in creative mode. And hang on a second, the bottom right of the screen, I swear, Joe, if your version of Windows is not activated, I am gonna lose it. Buddy is only the president of the United States, and he can't activate Windows.
First tree, here we go, okay? Okay, nice, nice, nice. Got some wood.
What sort of goofy nonsense is this? Joe, do you think we can't tell that you're in creative mode right now? Did you really slap a survival mode PNG over the video thinking we wouldn't be able to notice? I am just so confused. I have never seen methods like this before. Look at how Joe is creating a crafting table.
I got to craft a thingy, whatever it's called. Okay. And by the way, guys, I'm probably, I mean, definitely not cheating.
This speedrun is such a load of baloney. I am so disappointed. Joe gets an iron pickaxe, but if you look closer, you can tell this is all fake. And I just realized, at what pace is this timer even going? 15 seconds in, Joe Biden begins digging down, breaking the #1 rule in Minecraft.
Okay, now I have to dig straight down. #1 rule. I wonder if the stronghold is down here. Huh? I made it to a stronghold.
Yeah, that's right. Joe digs straight down. There is so much of a glare on this laptop screen that you can't tell what's happening, but Joe literally dug through the bedrock. Then there is a very sudden cut, and he's in the stronghold, opening a chest, finding an iron pickaxe and an ender pearl. But again, you wouldn't be able to tell what's happening because of the ginormous glare on their screen. Probably from Joe's secret streaming setup. He shows up into the portal room. It is a one eye. Very, very unlucky. At which point Joe opens up his inventory, and it is Jover. There is no chance for him winning this game. But after a very, very sudden cut, the portal turns into an 11 eye, and their ender pearl turns into an eye of ender. So Joe fills the end game portal with that single eye of ender. I am on the edge of my seat.
Okay, let me just get my ender eye. Okay, yes, yes. Okay, made it to the end. Right, now I gotta find the Ender Dragon.
Hang on a second. Is Joe Biden's Minecraft username avocado? I'm gonna be honest, I really thought it would be chocolate chip ice cream. Now hang on a second. Watch this clip.
Right, now I gotta find the Ender Dragon. Good thing I have a slime block. Okay, bounce my way up. Okay, whoa. Okay, kaboom.
Yes, that is right. Joe Biden, of all people, added in that goofy Mr. Beast-esque effect, shaking up the screen, trying to trick us into believing he had a slime block in his hotbar the entire time. And then he leans into the deception even further, putting the slime block down, telling us, oh, woohoo, I'm gonna bounce all the way up there. Buddy, you think we forgot that you're still in creative mode?
Alrighty, yes, I stuck the landing. Okay, gotta hurry. I'm running as fast as I can.
Okay, that was kind of creepy. Why did Joe say that in the most monotone, low-pitched voice? I'm running as fast as I can.
Okay, good thing I have a hammer.
Joe, hold the phone. Good thing you have a hammer. Number 1, that is a mace. Number 2, what happened to your fake survival PNG? It's not even in the right place, and you're not in creative mode anymore, so you don't need it. Number 3, activate Windows.
Defeat the Ender Dragon for America. Yay! If you want to see me beat Minecraft in 10 seconds, then please subscribe right now and I'll make that video.
Joe Biden saying yay was just so funny.
Yay!
And listen guys, here's the deal. Joe's setup is crazy. He's got a puffy jacket, what appears to be a cardboard box. I believe that's a hot water heater. Then a very large plant, what appears to be classified documents on a bookshelf. And then on the left is, as I expected, a tripod. Also, it looks like there's an Under Armour hat on the bottom of the screen and some sort of recording device with an XLR cable emerging from it. So I would say for this setup, I would give it a solid 7.5 out of 10. On to the next setup. This speedrun, I kid you not, it starts off right here. 2 days played. Who is their character? Pirate Pete? They have rotten flesh in their inventory. They're level 2. Is that really all you accomplished in 2 days of Minecraft? I could tell this one's gonna be wacky. Well, they approach this tree, breaking the wood. And oh, come on. Is that a barrel hidden underneath the tree? Inside the barrel is more wood and cobblestone. What a lame cheater. Well, the speedrunner crafts some planks, making a crafting table, and they create some tools. And wow, how lucky, the speedrunner spawns right next to a village. So they enter this house, opening the chest, and inside is what appears to be legitimate and normal blacksmith loot. Now, I know you like fact-checking me, and let's just be honest. There are so many details about Minecraft to remember, so am I gonna know whether or not 1 iron ingot is legitimate and 5 is not? I'm probably gonna forget. Well, the speedrunner equips their newly found iron armor. They do get very, very lucky, finding a second blacksmith, opening the chest, and again, this does seem like a lot of loot, but nothing seems too out of the ordinary, but I could be wrong. And you know what? Right now, the speedrun seems not super fake, aside from the mysterious and mystical barrel underneath the tree. How original. So this speedrunner breaks these hay bales. They locate some gravel, taking 1 piece with them, breaking it a few times to get some flint. So they use their hay to create some loaves of bread. They craft a flint and steel. Now this next moment, listen very closely and pay attention to what is happening when they say this.
We should get some beds. Wait, we'll get them after the nether.
Yeah, you're gonna find out real soon what happens with the beds. It is wacky. Well, moving on, the speedrunner does create their nether portal with a touchscreen. That was very impressive. Thumbs up from me. I hate touchscreens. They light their portal entering the nether. While in the nether, the speedrunner does have very low health, so they eat their bread and pay very close attention to what is happening on the screen here. There, right there on the screen. Do you notice what is in front of you? Give me one good reason why there is a single nether brick block in the middle of the screen, and if you look slightly to the right, I'm sorry, but is that a doorway? All dressed up with nowhere to go? I am scared to find out what is going on here.
Wait, there's something over there.
Yeah, there is definitely something over here. Come on, buddy. A pressure plate that gives you fire resistance and some sort of bootleg Walmart great value nether fortress with a blaze spawner hanging out in the middle of the room. This is so unbelievable. Get a grip. After some time of waiting, unfortunately, there are no blazes that are spawning. And I know you guys are poking fun at me when I say frame by frame. Please stop bullying me, because we're going frame by frame here. Frame 1, everything is normal. Frame 2, the footage gets all garbled up. And on frame 3, you can very clearly tell that this is a new segment of video and they spawned these blazes manually. And just listen to what they do say when the video gets garbly like that.
Okay, they spawned. And wait, you know what? And wait, you know what? I died.
Oh my goodness, this is just so embarrassing. Not only did the speedrunner think they were slick, cheating in a very silly yet creative way, but it was just so horrible that they could not even survive 2 blazes.
That was a lot of lag.
That was a lot of lag. Things just get so much worse. Just watch this clip.
You guys are back in the nether.
Back in the nether? Buddy, you cut out the whole plot of the movie. How did you get back to the nether? The speedrunner returns to their bootleg nether fortress. And come on, phone a friend. Even my grandma knows that you could just reduce your render distance and that will make room for some blazes. Wait, what is the speedrunner doing? Why are they bridging over lava? Oh my goodness, they did not just fall in. Oh, wait a second, never mind. They have fire resistance. How lucky. Oh boy, this speedrun is a roller coaster of emotions. I am genuinely not sure why they left the bootleg nether fortress. Oh no. Is that another magical doorway? I don't even want to know what it leads to.
Okay, what's over here? Wait, it's the piglin room.
Oh brother, you stink. Yes, the speedrunner is lucky enough to find the bootleg piglin room. FYI, have you ever heard of a bastion, buddy? The sad part about this is that for some reason, this guy's game is broken. It is not spawning. The mobs are on vacation. Newsflash, the piglins are having margaritas on the beach right now. They open up the barrel in front of them. There is a stack of golden ingots. So the speedrunner throws those golden ingots on the ground. But what is the point of these charades? There are already ender pearls on the ground in front of you. Just pick them up and go to the stronghold. Something is so broken here. Is this even the right piglin for trading? I don't think so. So the speedrunner kills the piglin in front of them. And they pick up all the items on the ground. Well, that's fantastic. I am very proud of the speedrunner. The fact that they are alive is a miracle. They return to the bootleg blaze room, opening up their chat log. I am not even gonna take a look at it. It is a load of baloney. There is another shameless cut. There are blaze all over the screen. At this point, though, the speedrunner is about to die. They are frantically trying to find their bootleg nether fortress room, but they can't locate the doorway. It is hilarious. They're on 2.5 hearts.
Shelter, 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 shelter. We're gonna die again.
Shelter. Have you tried some Get Good? Well, I just noticed now, this guy is such a big stinky cheater. They have keep inventory on. They have 1 blaze rod, 53 ender pearls. So they turn their blaze rod into 2 blaze powder, crafting 2 eyes of ender. And remember earlier what this fake speedrunner was saying about beds? Well, they mentioned beds again.
First, we better get some beds.
Immediately after making this comment, there is another unusual cut, and then they start digging dirt blocks in front of them with a sword. Weird, but okay. Until they literally fall into the bedroom.
Oh look, it's the rare bed patch.
Correction, sorry guys. I know I'm not usually up to speed about the new Minecraft updates. This is the bed patch, not the bedroom. The speedrunner proceeds to waste so much time organizing their inventory, leaving a gargantuan mass on the floor in front of them. Have you ever heard of reduce, reuse, recycle? So the speedrunner digs up out of this hole, throwing their eye of ender, but they waste even more time trying to retrieve their eye of ender out of a tree. This is definitely this guy's first time playing Minecraft. Rookie mistake. But oddly enough, the direction that the Eye of Ender did go in is correct, just not in the way that you would expect it. The speedrunner finds a cave system, oh brother, revealing an end portal that they clearly placed there in creative mode. So they fill the portal with eyes, opening a barrel in front of them that has a netherite sword in front of it, and they enter the end. Not even 5 seconds in the end, and they are ambushed by Endermen, dying immediately. Now, tell me why I am half expecting another goofy cut. Yep, there we go. That's the cut I was expecting.
Okay, we're back in the end. I cut to not waste time.
I'm sorry. Did this speedrunner just say I cut to not waste time? Maybe you could have thought that way when you were organizing your inventory in the bed patch. The speedrunner's vicious battle with the Ender Dragon is just so embarrassing because despite them having an inventory full of beds from the 0.1% chance a bed med patch location. They waste a lot of time just swinging at the Ender Dragon with their netherite sword until the speedrunner, while they're waiting for the dragon to perch again, eats another loaf of bread. They are on 1 heart until this happens.
Sorry about the cut. My cam glitched and I died.
That's right. The 101st cut. What am I even looking at on the screen? Seeds, moss carpet. It's very clear that this speedrunner killed the Ender Dragon, did some off-camera mining, and they're calling it legit. That was painful. Now, this speedrun, you are in for a wild ride. Not only are they already level 16, but if you listen to the audio, headphone users beware. It sounds like they are recording in the aftermath of Chernobyl.
Okay, gotta get the world record. My parents don't love me if I don't get the world record.
Hang on a second. Did this speedrunner just say what I thought he just said? Well, yes. The speedrunner approaches this tree, breaking it, getting some oak blocks in the most inefficient way possible. Man, this guy could learn a thing or two about speedrunning from Joe Biden. That's all I'll say. But never mind, I'll take that back. The speedrunner does find a village in the distance, which is very lucky. Nope, never mind. I take back what I said that I would take back. Tony does not need to do a zoom here. What in tarnation am I looking at? This is literally like one of my thumbnails for this video. Inside this completely ridiculous looking villager house is a Minecraft villager wearing very little clothing, and their username is Coconut16. Yeah, that's right. I know Roman numerals. I do not know how to make sense of what in tarnation I am witnessing. The speedrunner throws their oak planks at whatever this villager is, at which point the speedrunner is waiting for Coconut16 to open up the chest, get some items, and throw them at him. But brother, you could just go in the chest yourself. The commitment to the bit is ridiculous. The speedrunner gets full netherite gear and ender pearls from Coconut, and I love how their reaction is kept to a dull whisper, as if they're recording like at 3 AM and they're trying not to wake up their family.
Oh gosh! Yes!
Well, the rabbit hole goes even deeper. Coconut breaks a trap door, revealing a chasm beneath the two. So the speedrunner drops into that well, conveniently landing into a puddle of water. And holy cow, now I know what I'm seeing. This is the legendary Coconut Ender Portal update. Oh my goodness. I was but a wee lad when they introduced this version. And hang on a second. I'm just gonna break away from this for just a moment. I love how Coconut falls into the ditch, somehow dying. And then while the speedrunner is loading into the nether, we just barely see a glimpse of chat saying that Coconut fell out of the world. Brother, you landed in a puddle of water. How did you mess that one up? The goofiness intensifies. The speedrunner opens up the chat box, revealing Prez Damon joining the game, setting the game mode to creative, invalid position for teleport, Coconut's joining, leaving, joining, the respawn point is set, and then Prez Damon asks, you there? Are they playing on a Minecraft server?
Don't pay attention. Okay.
Oh my goodness, sorry about the lack of warning for that jump scare. Coconut just appeared out of nowhere. The next series of events are just so stupid. Coconut appears out of thin air, and even though this is clearly a friend on the server with the speedrunner, he is just sitting there like an NPC who has completely lost his purpose in the game. Like you've completed the quest line and now they're useless. But after a minute or two of aimlessly wandering around, Coconut gets an advancement, they boot back up like a robot and just start tossing blaze rods at the speedrunner. After this happens, things get very concerning. The speedrunner's crafting Eyes of Ender, but while they are doing so, they're like laughing to themselves like an evil maniac.
Oh yes!
Yep, that's right. Coconut the villager just explodes through the roof of the nether, disappearing forever. We did not even get to say our goodbyes to this beloved household name. Nope, never mind. Coconut just emerged from the darkness. Speedos and all, they are crafting the endgame portal. How lucky. So the speedrunner fills this endgame portal with their Eyes of Ender, only to find out that Coconut has failed us. The betrayal here is crazier than the plot of only the best anime.
I think we're gonna get the world record, guys. But it's
Not to fear, Coconut has redeemed himself, rebuilding the endgame portal, which begs the question, we are not even halfway through this speedrun, so what more could possibly happen? Well, let's just pause the speedrun on this frame, and I think we can tell we are in for a huge treat. Are those leaves? Do leaves grow in the end? I don't think so. The speedrunner turns around, and I don't know what in the world I am looking at. It looks like a Charmander vomited all over the end island. On top of that, what is this nonsense? Is the Ender Dragon respawning? Yes, actually, don't ask me why, but the Ender Dragon was dead, and then someone respawned it. This is just so painful to watch. The speedrunner throws an ender pearl up at this obelisk, taking a ton of damage, breaking this end crystal, taking even more damage, knocking them onto the ground. They don't have any more hearts, yet they are not dying. At which point they let out the silliest, most goofiest chuckle I've ever heard. Oh, brother, when is it gonna be over? Keep inventory is on. They teleport themselves back to Coconut Man 16. The Coconut Villager has a command block in front of them, at which point the speedrunner flicks the switch on the command block. They're in creative mode, and I don't know how this can get any more stupid. I would sooner make a 3-hour documentary about the Donkey Kong animated TV series than continue watching this speedrun. While the speedrunner is just flying around doing whatever they want in creative mode, miserably failing at accomplishing a simple task. Coconut 16 says, what in the chat? Brother, this is Minecraft chat box, not my YouTube comment section.
Don't pay attention to that.
If brain rot speed ran Minecraft, this is what it would produce. The speedrunner is trying to kill the Ender Dragon with the command. That didn't work either. Oh, brother. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. I am so happy this speedrun is over. They beat the game. World record, slowest, stupidest, biggest waste of my time. This speedrun, holy cow, are you in for a treat. 72 worlds, ultra flat survival, platform, whatever in the world Affleron is, and speedrun OMG. In creative, come on, and just listen to this goofball's intro.
What's up, guys? Today we're gonna be doing a Minecraft speedrun.
Oh, brother. They load the creative speedrun OMG world? Well, let's get right into this. The game takes an unusually long time to load, but when they spawn into their world, like I said, this is very clearly fake. There are arrows and an anvil on the right side of the screen. What other sort of nonsense is gonna happen here? The speedrunner goes to this very specific building, traveling up the tower, and at the top, he finds a chest with full netherite gear. Wow, this is getting old.
Oh my gosh, guys, it's 1 in a million secret god chest.
Yes, the speedrunner frantically is clicking on the items in the chest, doing a horrible job at getting them into their inventory. So they equip their new armor, throwing their Eye of Ender, equipping their Elytra, and heading in that direction. But immediately, the speedrunner loses sense of direction, and they now have no idea where they are going. They throw another Eye of Ender, and the confusion hitting them must be hard. They throw another Eye of Ender. For all we know, they have already passed it. This is hilarious. And this is crazy, they're going too fast for their computer, it's not even loading the chunks in. So the speedrunner lands on this seemingly inconspicuous island, throwing another Eye of Ender. And wow, they are lucky they have 60 left because they are gonna need every single one. The speedrunner doesn't travel for more than a few hundred blocks. They throw another Eye of Ender, and it turns out they have seemingly passed the stronghold. So in true speedrunner fashion, time is of the essence. The speedrunner just decides to dig immediately down. And they continue digging down, wasting so much time. Guys, I'm gonna go cook dinner. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I just made some shrimp scampi. Wow, they are still digging down. Oh my god. Oh, they reached wow, they're not digging down anymore. Totally didn't fall asleep. And wow. Yep, and they find nothing. No, they're digging down even more. The speedrunner continues wasting so much time digging down. they find diamonds. What is this? The world record dilly and dally speedrun? Well, after they collect their diamonds, they continue digging down, and they literally have reached bedrock. This is just so sad. So the speedrunner flies up with their elytra and rockets. By accident going into that first room that they dug into, they are met with 2 creepers. I guarantee this goofball has seen their life flash before their eyes. Luckily though, they escape and continue flying up out of the chasm they dug themselves into. And oh my goodness, they have wasted so much time that it's nighttime already. The speedrunner once again throws an eye of ender. That's great that you know the direction the stronghold is in, but nothing will be able to help this goofball. Why do they throw a second one? How? They throw a third one. How is that gonna help you? The speedrunner just throws so many eyes of ender, confirming what he already knows. Dude is a professional at wasting my time. But after a whole decade and a half of throwing eyes of ender, they finally figure out, okay, maybe the stronghold is here. So they continue digging down again. I'm gonna go take a nap. When he is in the stronghold, let me know. Wait, what a fantastic nap. Okay, guys, did he win?
Thank you guys so much for watching these videos that I put so much effort.
Oh, I was not expecting a Freddy Fazbear jump scare. I just got rickrolled. This speedrunner spawns in and they immediately equip their auto builder. I'm sorry though, what is in their history of builds? Well, never mind. The speedrunner auto builds their flying machine and they fly above a village. Then the speedrunner crafts a diamond pickaxe using their fuse ability. And holy cow, this speedrun takes a turn for the worst. The speedrunner crafts an ether portal, entering the portal. This has got to be the world's first ether speedrun. But hang on a second, what is the speedrunner doing? They dive off of the island, diving into a chasm in the overworld, and eventually they find themselves in the nether. Now hang on a second, if Minecraft was actually like this, wouldn't that be cool? They continue diving further past the nether, and then they find themselves in the deep end. Oh my goodness, and then they get eaten by the Ender Dragon. Yeah, this is the wrong footage. I just thought it was cool. The speedrunner approaches this tree in front of them. They're breaking down the blocks, but just one more layer that adds to the suspiciousness of this speedrun. If you listen to the audio, why is the speedrunner chuckling? What is funny about a tree, Buster? Everything here is looking normal. They turn their oak logs into planks. They make a crafting table. They make some sticks. And don't ask me why, but they pause their game, and as soon as they resume it, there's like a mouse edit on the screen. Unnecessary, but funny. Well, the speedrunner crafts their wooden pickaxe. But wait a second, why are they digging down? And why is there a picture for every sound effect? Buddy, can you replace the batteries on your smoke detector? Oh, okay, I get it now. So they're getting some stone.
Now getting stone.
Things get so chaotic. They got speedrunning music with the Minecraft soundtrack, with this speedrunner's friend literally burping.
I'm on an island. Bad spawn.
Oh, brother. Oh, man, a second burp. Keep it to yourself. I guarantee if I burped like that in a video, I would lose all of my subscribers. It just gets so much more confusing. The speedrunner is trying to find something, maybe a village, maybe a ruined nether portal, and out of nowhere, this ginormous face just fades in over the entire screen. And then when the speedrunner drops their pickaxe, there's some goofy sound effect for that too. Legitimately, I have no idea what's happening anymore. Is this a Minecraft speedrun or a meme review? They're putting the I am Steve thing up on the screen. What is that, Five Nights at Freddy's? Get that off my screen. The speedrunner is making a stone sword. Meanwhile, they got the I yearned for the mines picture on the screen. This is the world's first meme speedrun. Hang on a second, watch this next clip and tell me if you notice anything suspicious.
Did you guys just see that grass box?
Yeah, what in the world? I have so many questions and I need answers to them now. And of course, like every other stupid fake Minecraft speedrun, these guys are just trying to waste my time. 2.5 minutes of it to be exact. The speedrunner stops out of nowhere. They open up their chat box and all of a sudden the Matrix is covering their speedrun footage. As you can literally hear them up to no good through their microphone. Then out of nowhere, the Matrix overlay disappears disappears by accident, revealing that the speedrunner has been trying to type /game mode. Then there's a sudden cut where the speedrunner recreates their world in creative mode. Another sudden cut, and now the timer has been reset, and the first frame we see is creative mode. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. The speedrunner is giving themselves full diamond gear, slower than the immortal snail, and you can hear him going, oh, how do I make it go fast?
How do I make it go fast?
Get good, buddy. And yep, this is the point that we are at. The speedrunner is floating around in creative mode. They drop into the water. There's another goofy meme overlay edit. At least they're having fun. So the speedrunner gives themselves Eyes of Ender in creative mode. They are spamming so many of them in the sky. More memes. Insane Minecraft skills. 0.0000001% luck to get Elytra this early. And I'm pretty sure brother misspelled Elytra. It gets so much worse. His friend says the most absurd and unhinged thing I have ever heard. And then the speedrunner is apologizing to us. Oh, sorry about that.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to piss the bed.
What? Sorry about the background noise, guys.
Sorry about the background noise. Brother, it's not like it's a bunch of pots and pans. I kid you not. A solid 20 seconds of this speedrunner just floating around like a goofball. I am just not getting it. The speedrunner starts typing in the chat /locate structure. He's trying to find the stronghold, but if you listen to the audio from the footage, the speedrunner is saying, oh, my game is lagging.
My game's lagging again, hold on.
Brother, this is single player. You don't even need internet to speedrun Minecraft. Then, while he is trying to locate a stronghold, the Windows restarting screen pops up while you can literally hear him clacking and clicking on his keyboard.
I have to reset my computer real quick.
Blue screen to blue screen.
Blue screen.
Another splash screen pops up. Oh no, our speedrun, we got the blue screen of death. What are we gonna do? Then the overlays disappear. What, do you have a trial mode on your video editor and you only get 5 seconds of layers? Because you can clearly see he's typing in Minecraft stronghold. Never mind, he can't spell. There is so much background noise. They're saying that there's a hurricane, that there's lightning striking his grandmother's house. What?
Dude, I think lightning just struck my grandma outside. Hold on. Grandma's outside. I think Santa might have run her over or something. I don't know.
This guy is saying that he's getting hacked and there's a global pandemic. And then after all this nonsense and baloney, there's a sudden cut. It clearly says you've been teleported to this location. And they're in creative mode just digging straight down. Until everybody is having a laugh because this guy literally misses the stronghold and just digs right into the void. Another sudden cut. The speedrunner is building a portal while they are literally saying, oh, this is a rare phenomena when the portal spawns right in front of you.
It's a very rare phenomenon where this portal spawns right in front of you.
What a load of horseradish. I hope you step on a Lego. So now, yes, the speedrunner is in the end. Hold the phone. Why is the dragon T-posing over there? Nope, never mind. He just came back to life. I'm not sure what in tarnation happens here. The speedrunner throws an Eye of Ender onto the ground. They go to the pause menu. We get another blue screen of death. And then out of nowhere, they've been updated to survival mode. And they have a whole hotbar worth of beds. And wow, what a monumental moment. World record time of 3 minutes. But if you think that this goofball is actually gonna beat the dragon legitimately, you are sorely mistaken. Unless you can fight the Ender Dragon with memes, this guy stands no chance. Because they literally put a bed down in front of them by accident, almost ending themselves. Nope, never mind, I take it back. The speedrunner types 3 slashes with an L, and it's too late because they are done. Then you hear him say this.
The Ender Dragon is hacking.
And yeah, out of nowhere, the Ender Dragon just plops right in front of them out of thin air. I'm convinced the Ender Dragon is hacking. The speedrunner kills everything in his vicinity, including himself. You got the matrix on the top left of the screen now. And I guess they beat the game. Nope. There is no trace left of the dragon. So, for some reason, as if this is gonna be any more legitimate, there is a sudden cut. The speedrunner spawns another Ender Dragon. The speedrunner does the same kill command. And I guess they do technically beat the Ender Dragon. His friends are in the background literally applauding him.
There we go! There we go! That is how you speedrun Minecraft.
Thanks for watching.
Yep, just like that. That is indeed how you speedrun this game. Guinness World Records approves it. Huge shout out to all of our channel members. If you want a shout out at the end of the video like this and receive other special membership perks like badges next to your name in the comments, special Ayundaru emojis, and more, click the join button to find out more. Thank you for watching, subscribe, and if you enjoyed it, here's more of my other videos on screen to watch now.